two guys who've been established now well enough to be able to. And then what happened is young folks talk a lot. Old folks show you. And I'm not saying Luka and Kyrie are old, but in basketball, they're older. And what they did last night was say, okay, you talk. You better make sure that your actions can match that. And I think that's the thing that happens. But
there was a real interesting dynamic of like veterans that have had highs and lows, especially in the playoffs, versus Edwards. And then Karl Anthony Towns, I mean, it's kind of in outer space most of the time. I did think Naz Reid got a little dirty last night. That elbow sure flailed out of his body to land on Lively's head when they hit him. I think they ejected him. He at least got the flagrant too.
The thing of it is the people that get a lot of hype didn't. What's the tall dude name?
Towns?
No, the other one.
Wembanyama?
Nah, man. Plays on the damn Maverick. On Minnesota.
Not Reed, not Cat.
The point blocker. The shot blocker.
I'll pull it up. I know who you're talking about, I think.
Gobert. Gobert.
Oh, Gobert. Sorry, of course.
He eats popcorn with butter a little too much. Dude, hands are not. He's not sure-handed.
Why was their offense
he's goofy as hell?
Why was their offense running through him early in that game?
Don't know.
That was
when he drops every other ball.
Yeah, a lot of what the Timberwolves did last night just didn't make sense. But I'm not sure any of it mattered because Luka, especially early, dude, I mean, the threes he was making, and he's typically not a catch-and-shoot guy. He likes to, like, dribble, drive, pull back. He was so outrageous in that game. I mean, he finished with 36, B. He had 20 in the first quarter, and the game was over. Like,
they got him early.
I kept it on. So I had Lauren had tennis. I had to get the girls down, which was a show. But I had to sit in Ainsley's room for a while. So I smuggled my phone and my headphones in. So I was just watching the game, sitting in a dark room with a 5-year-old that refused to go to sleep. That was fun. But Luka was so good early. So then I got to chill out back, and I had Nats, hockey, hoops on. And hoops had the big TV. Hockey and baseball were up top.
Uh-huh.
I kept it on through halftime because I wanted to hear Chuck talk about the Timberwolves' effort, and he roasted them deservedly and just said it was embarrassing. It was what they had accomplished at halftime of that game to be at home in a must-win. Like, they were happy they didn't get swept. It was bizarre to me. But, dude, I turned the basketball off because it was I switched TVs anyway, but it was just such a ass-kicking. Wasn't even competitive. But you know what was awesome was the end of the baseball game.
Yeah.
Nats went down to Atlanta, took 3 out of 4, and they got another really good start. But then you had Hunter Harvey and Kyle Finnegan just dealing 8th and 9th inning, and
they kind of slowly have this little staff growing.
Dude,
pitching.
They do.
Yeah.
And I know that James Wood's hurt now, but, like, if they could get a bat in that lineup this in the year, but you wonder how long this can all go. Cody Betts says, good morning. Good morning, Cody. All right. Is there an elephant in the room we need to address?
Yes.
Yo, the hockey was good too. Panthers came all roaring back.
Yeah, you love talking about ice.
Yo, we talked. All right, so today we have the big cookout. We have a rap battle cookout. The last hour of the show is going to be probably pretty wild. I seriously wish Jeff luck in handling it all, or hopefully somebody else is coming in.
Are we up, Jeff?
Yeah, we up.
I don't seem to see us.
We're up.
I see is just be with your family.
Is anybody able to come in to help you, Jeff? Do we know yet?
I'm not sure yet, but it's all right.
It's going to be a show. If
we're going to handle this thing, man. Jeff the man.
Lucrovius Acrophis is here. Tay W's here. He's calling somebody Mr. Softy. I don't know if that's me. Yesterday, we're planning for the cookout. I sent you guys the picture when I got home. You told me to pull all the steaks out of the freezer, put them in the fridge. And I sent a picture in the chat. Yo, I got 8 steaks, dessert, and
first
fries.
of all, this is the thing we have to realize real quick. You can't tell the story when it's on you. We tell the story.
Yesterday, 3:52, I sent a picture of the boxes of the food in the fridge, like you guys told me to do.
Where did I ever tell you just take them out and throw it in the refrigerator?
You told me put them in the fridge overnight. That was the plan,
bruh.
That was the plan.
We needed to get it out of the box. you took the.
Nobody mentioned take them out of the box.
JP, first of all, you're 42 years old.
I was gonna say, yo,
you're not 12.
Okay, but what about the picture I sent? Might somebody have mentioned, yo, take them out of the box, idiot?
Well,
I sent a picture.
I saw it this morning.
All I gotta say is,
I saw it this morning.
You never thawed out meat before?
Yeah,
I've never. Yes, I have. I don't know that I've ever done it in the box, out of the box. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that question. I'm on no planet would I have thought the box makes a difference.
I think when you have frozen stuff,
I think if it was in the box or not, we would have had to put it in the water.
Well, that's what I know. Somebody mentioned that yesterday on air that you should put it in some water.
Yeah, but we wouldn't have wanted them in the water yesterday, right?
If you put it in the water, throw it out, and you could have seasoned it last night and left it in the refrigerator then too.
I brought some seasoning in.
I ordered some seasoning. Don't worry about it.
I thought I did well. Here's what I know. I brought in 8 filet mignons, an air fryer, had to get up early to pack my truck because I had the girls in the truck. I thought I did well, and I get here, and you guys are just clowning me.
And we should.
You did
because
do well,
when you got here,
funny.
When you got here, the meat felt like asphalt. It was that damn hard.
Speaking of asphalt, Wildcard Scotty's coming in. He's an asphalt man. Where are the steaks now?
I have it working for you. Don't worry about it.
Do you have them like hidden?
No.
All right, I just didn't see it. I saw the boxes in the kitchen.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna leave. You want me to leave the steaks on the counter?
No, I think people
would have.
I think people will steal them.
You would have.
Maybe they would have thawed.
They're thawing. Don't worry about it. They're in a big pan, sitting in water.
Wildcard Scotty asked what he could bring for the cookout. I said deviled eggs. He offered potato salad or pasta salad. I know you're not eating carbs.
Potato salad.
I know you're not eating carbs.
First of all, Scotty, hell no, don't bring no potato salad. What are you gonna go buy it from somewhere?
No, apparently he makes it.
Yeah, okay, right.
He said his wife makes good deviled eggs, so he's asking her to make
it.
Okay.
Did she make them already?
I don't know, bro.
All right, it's 10-12 now. Isn't your wife a school teacher?
I don't know.
Okay, so why?
Maybe, yes. Maybe.
So she's probably at school right now. When the hell is she gonna make these deviled eggs?
We talked last night.
Okay.
He and I texted last night.
Hey, all right, well, keep the potato salad.
To be clear, I told him not to bring potato salad.
Thank you, please.
Why do you hate potato salad?
I don't hate potato salad. I love potato salad.
You just think you hate Scotty's potato salad?
I think he's going to go buy some potato salad. He wasn't going to make it himself.
You think he'd put raisins in it?
Probably so.
I'll never understand the theory that white people put raisins in everything.
That's the only time I've ever seen raisins in potato salad.
I thought it was...
And I didn't say all, but there are a lot of them that do. I don't understand the raisins in the potato salad. It does nothing for me.
I don't think that's a real thing. Speaking on behalf of white people...
100% real thing.
It is, JP.
You've seen it once.
No, I've seen it way more than once. But I will not eat them.
I've gone to barbecues with white people all my 42 years on this planet. I've never seen that.
I've seen it. I also see some cut up grapes.
I've seen that.
Okay.
But not in potato salad and chicken salad.
No. The only thing I want to see in a chicken salad, you take that the purple onion and cut that up real fine.
No way. Onions are vile.
Cool.
Onions are vile.
It has a good taste to it. I just had some the other day at RTJ.
I'm out on onions in all forms. I denounce Satan in all forms. I denounce onions in all forms. Grapes and chicken salad are pretty good.
All right.
That we're allowed to have differences of opinion. I think the Timberwolves sucked last night.
When I want fruit cocktail, I go get fruit cocktail.
Give me old cocktail fruit. Richmond John just tweeted out that landfill faked an illness to avoid the cookout. What do we think?
I think that's BS.
Yeah, Landini not doing that.
Well, whatever he does, we don't damn care. We're going to have fun.
It seems unlikely. All right, so one thing I wanted to talk about, PFT commenters are going to join us at 11. Cody Betts joining us at 11:45 for Real or Fake. We're going to open the phone lines up at 1. Maybe we'll do that early because we're going to have the cookout going and the rap battle going. We got a lot to do today. Nucci is apparently coming in.
His rap battle going to be good.
Jeff, did you study
I'm
at
going to
all?
play the Sandman today.
Were you here for the last rap battle?
No.
Oh my gosh.
You know who Sandman is, right?
No. Who is Sandman?
Showtime at the Apollo.
Oh, you going?
that the guy that yanks people off
Yeah,
stage?
the stage.
Yeah, if it's awful,
Oh,
I'm
man.
yanking people off the damn thing.
Yeah, y'all gonna have to get some topics ready because we don't want no more pre-written rhymes. It's a freestyle battle. So get your topics ready. Y'all present them to us when we battle.
Okay. Sure. Listen, last time was my first ever rap battle. This will only be my sophomore rap battle. I don't pretend to be learned in the act
But
here.
you listen to rap. This is your first time.
I like being there for it when they were actually trying to like go back and forth at each other was pretty wild. Maybe like dudes did that in high school that I don't remember that well because we were all probably stoned, but it was entertaining. I do think
school.
Not me, but other dudes. Yeah.
No. As he stated, we were all probably stoned.
Yeah, for sure.
But he didn't say they were.
Jeff, here's what I know. It's going to be a very different vibe with B Mitch here. Because I was kind of just laughing. I think B tends to be more immediately critical. Like, I don't think Brian's going to have a lot of patience, whether it's you or Scotty.
Like a linga.
that was such a wild line.
Oh Lord, pull my finger.
I bet he tries to work that in today in some capacity.
Cannot. No, that's already pre-written. Been done already.
But what if that's like his signature line?
Nah, please.
All right, we'll see.
Not in the rap battle.
I did want to go through some stuff that I saw yesterday. BetOnline.ag put out point spreads for every Commanders game for the whole season.
Mm-hmm.
And you could probably bet these if there was one you really liked and you had a lean on or something this early. I think you were a little bit nuts, but you never know.
If you do that right now, you are a straight DJ.
They're out there.
Hell, I work with one on a daily basis.
I haven't put any bets in yet, but there is one I like.
He said, yeah.
Commanders are underdogs in 14 of 17 games.
Okay.
Does that surprise you?
Yeah, it's surprising me because nobody knows who's going to be on most of these damn teams right now. No one knows who's going to be healthy. So it's a great surprise. But I think they're going based off of everything that happened last year. And that's why they want people to jump on these things because there can be a dramatic change in all fronts.
That week. Yeah. So to me, looking at week 11 is incredibly stupid because you're talking about mid-November and nobody knows what's going to happen. I think looking at the first month, the first couple of weeks has a little bit of value. Like we've known this.
What happens in the first couple of weeks of a regular season since football? No, well, it's been happening for years now. First couple of weeks of the season, because preseason is not taken seriously, what happens normally?
Sure, the injuries pile up, but injuries will pile up in preseason too.
Yeah, well, not to a lot of veteran players because they don't even play.
But practice, whatever. The thing is, there's not a lot of injuries that would move a line unless it's a quarterback,
a pass rusher, or cornerback. That'll move a line. Who
on the Commanders would, if they got hurt, would move a line? Like who?
Terry McLaurin.
Maybe a half point.
I'm not trying to say that now. I'm expecting that.
I understand.
But what I'm saying is, it's not just the Commanders you have to be concerned about. The people they're playing against.
Like Tampa, I think.
You look at Tampa and you look at a lot of their players, and then you go to, let's just go with every star corner around the league that we're playing against, and imagine one of them get nicked up. Or just go with, let's say tight ends, which are now more prominent than a lot of other people on our football team. Those guys get nicked up. It could change everything.
Outside of quarterbacks or like an all-pro, I don't know how much lines will move early in the year just because they don't know what they're looking at with these teams anyway. Commanders go to Tampa week 1. They're 3.5-point underdogs. That, to me, feels fairly respectful of what Washington has put together.
Normally get 3 points at home.
Right. And
so basically half point.
And maybe they're skeptical of Tampa, but that's a team that, they won a playoff game last year. They brought everybody back. Like, I don't.
Well, Schatz, he said the other day he just doesn't think Baker can do it again.
I think there's some prevailing. I do think there's a consensus that believes that.
Mm-hmm.
And they lost Canales, who is who's now the Panthers head coach. If you look at Dave Canales throughout his career, he's really helped some quarterbacks. That to me though, just seeing that number seems a little low, honestly. But this one, if I had to put a bet in, and I don't have to, but I like to.
Just let us know when you're gonna do it.
Well, you're gonna yell at me, so I'm
not gonna yell at you. I mean, you bet.
This is I know what happens in this rivalry. I am fully aware of what happens in this rivalry. Okay, I eyes wide open. I am cognizant of what happens when the Burgundy and Gold plays Big Blue from New Jersey. I know what happens. They haven't beat him in 4 tries. There was a tie involved. There were some really embarrassing losses involved.
Mm-hmm.
They lost to Tommy DeVito, for goodness sakes.
Okay.
However, I counter it. Counter that. Home opener. Jaden Daniels' first time in front of the Burgundy and Gold faithful. Because the only preseason game that's at home is preseason game 3. Where they're probably not playing Jaden.
They're probably not playing him.
Yep. Right. So this is the first time he plays.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see all the number 5 jerseys in the crowd. I think that will be an electric scene.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, believe it or not, I think Washington beats the hell out of the Giants. So seeing that right now, it's mine. I just think the Giants are also, I don't buy Daniel Jones. They lose Saquon. He was the heart and soul of that team. They have a great D-line. Washington has at least an in-progress O-line. So that is the matchup that makes you nervous. But early lean, I would lay the 3, no problem.
All right.
You got an idiot because the Giants always beat
them. Because like every time you go into that mindset, we lose.
Like the Bears game.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way. I'm like, JP, stop.
27-3 at halftime.
Yeah.
That is the lowest.
When the game was going on, were you sitting there going, B. Mitch is thinking I'm a damn fool right now?
You know what happened? If you remember that game, Thursday night, so we were there mad early. I think I left from here to FedEx. And if you remember, and this was sad, Dick Butkus passed away that day. He passed away around like 5:30 for an 8:30 tip, something like that, I would say.
8:30 kick.
8:30 kick, yes. Sorry, I got hoops on the brain. And I was speaking with a high-ranking Washington official.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, man, this doesn't feel right. It feels like Dick Butkus' ghost's going to be here tonight. And I was like, dude, I feel the same thing. So my opinion changed before kickoff. That's all I'm saying. I'm allowed to change my opinions. Speaking of the Bears, why'd they pick them for Hard Knocks? Nobody go anywhere. We're just getting started.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This NBA playoff, FanDuel is giving all customers 2 chances to bring home a big win with the no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend of the playoffs. Just place the same-game parlay on any playoff matchup, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. Bet on everything from rebounds to assists to 3-pointers and more. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian and shoot your shot on America's #1 sportsbook. Visit FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 18 years old and present in D.C. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
YouTube. The chat doesn't stay. I guess because it's just a chat instead of comments. You know what I'm saying? Like if you go to watch, like there was a funny comment yesterday that I went to look at last night, and it's not there because it's a live chat versus comments. So it's like there's no archive of it, at least as best as I can tell.
Best.
It might be best.
Yeah.
So just had a interesting conversation this morning with White Mike. If you don't know White Mike, he is the YouTube guy for the Junkies.
Named Mike.
He is a white dude named Mike. Yeah. But he's in a dynasty league, and he's all fired up about Ben Sennett. He needs a tight end, and he thinks Sennett has a real opportunity. I think Sennett has a real opportunity too. What do you think his role is early on, B, knowing that Zach Ertz was brought here and Zach Ertz is kind of dialed in for Cliff before?
I still think they're gonna bring him along slowly. The hell was that? I think
that's Jeff working the big board.
It's going to come down to how much he picks up and how much he can handle early. I believe that in this day and age, you see 2 tight end sets a lot, and I can see him on the field early. If he showed that he can be a good pass receiver, he'll get on the field even more. I still believe that Ertz has a great role this year. But I think he was brought in more as a person to help them establish their culture than he was a guy that they're going to depend on to be that big play guy.
I agree with that. I think Eckler in some capacity also. I think if you're talking like fantasy perspective, the question was Sennett. This isn't about football. This is about fantasy football. Do they want him to be Kittle or do they want him to be Juszczyk? Because Juszczyk doesn't have a lot of fantasy value.
Mm-hmm.
Kittle clearly does. I think you're totally right that they're going to run a lot of 12 personnel. I still wonder if there's not some question who that. I think Sennett has gone to the top of the board here, but they got some decisions to make with the tight end situation. You still got Bates.
Yeah.
Armani Rogers.
But I think you count in Sennett.
Oh, like from a roster perspective,
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a roster spot. He's what was he, a 3rd round pick?
Mm-hmm.
4th round pick? 3rd round pick. It's going to be really interesting to watch that all play out. But I think when people get so excited about Sennett, they forgot that at least for this year, Ertz is there, and just kind of seeing Ertz in person, he's huge. And tight end has become a position where everybody's huge.
Yeah.
But Ertz, you can tell why he's played so long. You wonder what happens with Cole Turner, who has always been a really good practice player, and it just hasn't translated. Armani Rogers is kind of another wild card in all of that. Rogers looked really good last year and late. What year would that have been? B? Late in the 22 season when he was on the field.
See that statement you made right there? That's something he's going to have to help eliminate from his career.
Yeah,
he won't be around very long.
He had the Achilles, right?
Like when it's always about when he's on the field. If it's when you're on the field, then eventually they stop waiting for you to be on the field, and they move on and find somebody else that could be on the field consistently.
I wonder if with Rodgers and Cole Turner, let's just be honest. I like both those players. They've got to recognize they're probably on the outside looking in, right, of a roster spot. Rodgers probably still has practice squad eligibility. I don't know if Turner would, but they changed those rules so much, maybe he would.
I would say most players don't think that way, but as they go through the OTAs and then the mini camps and then training camp, you have to be cognizant of your reps and who you're working with or not working with.
Sure.
And that will tell you the story.
Well, and DQ was clear that this time of year, it tells you nothing about the depth chart, but when you get to August, it does. And that's going to be pretty interesting to kind of watch unfold. I think talking to Mike about it this morning. Senate in a dynasty league, I think has a lot of value, but I think if you're drafting for this season, I wouldn't forget about Ertz. I think Ertz is tight end 1.
Well, I'm gonna leave that for you and Mike. I'm only worrying about what he's gonna do on the team.
Are you're not a dynasty guy?
I don't care a damn thing about fantasy.
Best ball?
No.
PPR?
No.
QBTD 6?
No. I
2
care
QB?
about 2
QB
Sundays,
league?
Mondays, occasionally Thursdays.
2 QB league?
Mm-mm.
What do you think? So I don't know if you know this, but Austin Eckler has made a big deal about caring about fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
And he posts videos for his fantasy owners, I guess. To me, that is super smart and setting himself up very well for life after football.
But like people that really get concerned about it, but I care about the real football.
No. But I'm saying as a player for Eckler, as he's in his career, to be cognizant, mention it, and embrace that world. If
that's something he really is into and want to continue doing it, I think it's a great move. But it doesn't excite me whatsoever.
Yeah. I just think it's interesting. You see Draymond try to say the NBA doesn't set people up for wealth because of the fine system.
Some people, when they speak, you just don't repeat what they say.
That's why I couldn't believe they put him on.
He only has 9 figures of money he's already made. And if he is not set up for wealth, then he's a dumbass.
That
has nothing to do with the league.
Dude, and they only fine you when you act like an ass.
Yeah, and they fine you make 25, 30 million and they fine you 100,000.
Right.
Okay. All this fines together has not come up to what he made last year. And he's been fined a lot.
Totally.
And somebody out there is going to say, yeah, that's right, man. No. If somebody makes 100 million and then they go broke, that has nothing to do with them being fined.
The audacity to do that. But I do like when guys are cognizant. Maybe Eckler just really likes fantasy football. I don't know. But it feels like I'm going to set things up for after football. Good look.
I think if he truly is that much into it, he's into it. I don't know if he's like, oh, I'm going to set it up for after football. I think he's really into it at this point. If it works out that way, he'll continue. But that's a lot of time to invest in something for later.
Yeah, maybe he's just into it.
As long as it doesn't affect, if it affects his play, then it'll become a topic for me.
Draymond has made $177 million.
That's what I'm trying to say. So, and he's been fined.
What's he been fined? Maybe $5 million?
Yeah.
Maybe. And, dude, I've always wondered this. When you're making that much money and you got to pay a lot of taxes, aren't the fines a charitable thing? Can't you write those off?
I
understand it's not dollar for dollar.
I don't think the actual player can write that off anymore. Because that's like when you would get fined back in the day, I thought guys like, okay, well, it's a write-off. But the leagues, they take it and then they send it to the NFL is normally something that benefits the NFL.
I have a question that I don't believe I've ever asked you, and I don't know the answer. Did the NFL ever fine Brian Mitchell? We'll find out when we come back. Before we go, summer is here, and it's time to take advantage of the great outdoors. Whether you're planning on hosting a barbecue or soaking up some sun, Offenbachers has got you covered with the highest quality outdoor furniture, fire pits, hot tubs, and swim spas. Offenbachers has the largest outdoor furniture showrooms in the DMV and a huge variety of styles. And more importantly, get in your car and go buy some furniture right now, because now through June 3rd, Offenbachers is celebrating Memorial Day with discounts of up to 50% on a huge selection of outdoor furniture. And what about this? If you've been thinking about putting a pool in your backyard, reconsider. What about a swim spa? You can swim, play, and work out year-round at the water temperature you choose and at a fraction of the cost of a pool. And for their Memorial Day sale, Offenbachers is offering discounts on swim spas of up to $10,000, $10,000, and free financing for qualified buyers. Visit Offenbachers.com or step into any one of their showrooms, Annapolis, Rockville, Herndon, or Gainesville, and let one of Offenbachers' outdoor specialists help you create your perfect backyard. And don't forget to mention that JP Finley sent you. Jeff, what are you eating?
Sun chips.
Did you offer Chris any?
No, I did not. But thank you, Jeff, for answering.
If you're gonna bring food in for the class, you're supposed to bring in enough for everybody.
I mean, I could see him. I offered JP the worm to drink.
He did.
Wouldn't.
B has a giant bottle of tequila with a legit worm in it.
And I said, no, something to drink?
Yeah. Last time I went, I have water in a cup. You want
that? No,
Brian, do you want some water out of my cup?
Hell no.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to offer.
I don't think Chris wanted any chips out of my bag.
Brian, would you like some of my nuts?
He just had.
We got it. We got.
Bro, I eat a lot of nuts.
We're gonna stop that type of sentence.
Yeah.
Ever.
He's out of pocket.
You're out of pocket. Get back in the damn pocket. Brian, serious question. You're what do we figure was a good word for you? Truculent? Cantankerous?
Just a regular old guy.
Regular old guy.
Yeah.
Regular old Brian.
Yeah.
Were you ever fined by the NFL?
Yeah.
For what?
One time they called taunting.
What game?
It was
if it cost you money, I bet you remember.
I was in Philly.
Playing for the Skins?
And a young man, no, I was with the Eagles at the time. But I got before that when I was with that game that Jeff came with the video. I got fined for that one. They called me taunting for on Dion, but they gave me half of that back. And then when I got fined in Philly, young man with the Southern Lab University. I mean Southern Lab High School. And when he
is that near you in Blackmore?
Yeah. Okay. So he fielded the ball like on a 5-yard line and ran out of bounds. And I'm like, dude, you know they're gonna probably cut you because of this. And the ref threw a flag and he called me for taunting. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? I said, I know the little kid because I knew the dude. And they gave me all my money back for that one.
What was the fine? 10 grand? 5 grand?
5 grand. But hell, I don't care if it was 500.
Yeah, sure.
I'm talking to somebody I know. I basically say, you know, they might cut you for this type
You're
of
like
crap.
kind of giving him advice.
Yeah,
was it preseason?
The man threw a flag. It was in the preseason game.
Yeah, okay. So you're like actually telling him, like, yo, you want to make the roster.
Yeah.
Either don't feel it or
referee threw a flag. And I'm like, did you hear what I said? Well, I saw you join with him. Dude.
That's junk.
Chill.
What was the one in DC?
The one was when Dion. He got rocked, and I kind of was telling him about himself.
he taunted him, and then he jacked up his teammate. That was hilarious.
How much was that one?
That was $5,000 as well.
Yeah, but that was $5 grand in 96.
Yeah, I got half of that back.
Yeah,
I got half of that back. But I didn't get fined a lot. Like the throwing a punch stuff, no. But I'll meet you in the tunnel.
I believe you.
When it was over, because like, why throw a punch? They have on equipment. You throw a punch, they're gonna take 25 to 30 from you, and you're on camera. I'm like, no. I'm not gonna do it like that, but we can meet in the damn tunnel after the game.
I believe you.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna need likely Jeff is the person that will fix this, or at least give us our best chance. The Commanders, I openly confess that there are things on the internet I don't understand. There are memes I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
You remember when we had Barcelona on last week or whenever, and he was talking about this baby that the whole internet was going crazy about?
Yes.
Okay, so the Commanders just tweeted out 100 days until kickoff, which is awesome. I'm here for 100 days till kickoff content. I just dropped the tweet in the group chat so we can all look at it at the same time. Sorry, Chris, I can send it to you later. I got my computer up here. You can look at it. It's on Commander's Twitter. Pull it up. 100 days till kickoff, and it's a young girl seemingly in a classroom with a microphone with a Commander's hat on. And Jeff, I just need you're the youngest guy we got here, so maybe you can explain what this meme is because I don't get it. You get
Left hand up.
So no, this was a Vine that was going.
It is left hand up.
Yeah, but this little girl, I guess it was like she was preaching or something in church, and everyone's like crying while she's preaching and stuff. And everybody was like, "How do these little kids know, that deep about church?" And basically, they froze that picture to be like, "Yeah, like when it be like, yes, but you're crying tears of joy." But they're like, "Thank you, God, it's almost
like
here."
100 days.
100
and the left hand up.
Okay. All right, now I get it.
As soon as I looked at it, I saw the left hand up.
I didn't even notice that. The left hand up makes more sense. Where's the team in their like embrace of the left hand up song? Because it was hot for a minute, but I feel like that was like kind of 2 years ago.
Well, I don't know about the team. I know
about
about the fan base.
Draft day, Jaden Daniels' mom said left hand up.
She did. That was awesome. But I mean, like officially.
I don't know if the team was ever like truly on it, but the fan base is on it. And normally what the fan base is accept and start to do, teams normally go along with that.
Well, the best thing that can happen is like authentic, organic fan support, right? Like when you have something. So that's Rouye, I know, hates that song. I think it's kind of goofy. I kind of like it.
I like it.
But the fact that there is something for fans to like acknowledge and support, I think that's what's most important.
What are they looking for? Damn Paul McCartney or somebody to write a damn song?
Ask Paul McCartney.
It was you didn't have anything and they were trying to find something to replace it. And it stuck.
That was Jeff's Jaden Daniels song.
Hey, don't do that again. Dude, I thought I hit something on the stream just now and my heart just dropped.
100 days till Commanders kickoff, Brian.
Yes.
Describe that in one word.
Yes.
100 days till Commanders kickoff, Jeff. One word.
Can I use two?
Sure.
Let's go.
Excitement.
You know what? That you get approval on that one. You fired up. I was gonna. Who's Chris talking to? His parents. Chris,
callers.
100, but we didn't ask for calls. Chris, 100 words. 100 words. 100 days till Commanders kickoff. One word. Yes. That's 2 yeses. 1 let's go.
Where you got the 2 yeses from?
You said yes, and Chris said yes.
I said excitement.
But you went yes. I thought that was your word.
Earlier, I did the left hand up thing. You didn't see the whole thing. But when you asked for the word, I said excitement.
So your word is excitement.
Yeah.
Jeff's is let's go. Chris is yes.
Jeff basically gave you 2.5 words, basically 3 words.
Yeah, I forgot about the apostrophe.
Let us go.
Fired up, man. Fired up. PFT commenter joins the program.
That's 2 words.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up to get on the BetQL guest line on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday and talk to our friend, Mr. PFT commenter. PFT, what's up, dude? How you been?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are having a good one. Is it beautiful there in D.C. like it is out here in Chicago?
It is, but we're inside.
We're stuck inside till 2 o'clock, and then we'll be released onto the world.
All right, yeah. Well, shout out to everybody in D.C. that's playing hooky from work today, just taking a day off and hanging out outdoors. That's what America's truly all about. Yeah, landfill. Landfill has a good perspective. Him and Hank are kind of the same, like a good work-life balance. You know?
That's right. Dude, I mean, based on traffic this morning, plenty of people were taking the day. Dude, so I was thinking about this morning. How long have you been in Chicago now? Are you loving it, like fully settled in? Because Chicago summers are the best.
Calendar year. It's about a full calendar year right now. So, okay. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. And you're right. Chicago, the winters are so bad, which makes you really appreciate the summertime. It's like I remember when I was at JMU out in the mountains a little bit down the valley, there would be like some tough winters sometimes. And then that one first day of like late March, early April, and everybody's outside and nobody cares that it's actually only, like 65 degrees outside, but everyone just treats it like it's the middle of the summer. That's kind of what happens here in the springtime. But now, yeah, it's beautiful, man. Great hot dog eating weather. You know what today is? This is, I think, the first day of the season where I really felt this, like deep in my bones. This is the perfect day. If you're in DC, if you're in Chicago, skip work and just go watch some baseball during the day. That's what today feels like to me. This feels like
it would be great.
Don't clock in, go to the ballpark, drink 3 beers, have like 2 hot dogs, and then whatever crazy dessert that they sell. That is a perfect day for me right now. I actually might end up doing that.
You need like the biggest helmet ice cream contraption they've got. You're completely right. And I don't know. The Nats, I think, are on the road. I'm not even sure. But being in Chicago, maybe the Cubs are at Wrigley for a day game.
Yeah, the Cubs and then the White Sox are kind of half of a team. So that, yeah, you can get some plenty of good seats available for White Sox games this summer. So shout out to the Nationals, by the way. Nationals, I said at the start of the season, I think they're going to be like a little bit frisky this year. And but if you take out Corbin, if you do there's some advanced analytics that we can do where we erase Corbin from all the team stats and see like what the Nats would be if we didn't have Corbin. Because I feel like we might be above 500, or at least very much close to it. But yeah, they're at least the Nats aren't the White Sox. And
dude, they just took 3 out of 4 from the Braves. I don't know if you saw that. They took 3 out of 4 from Atlanta. And had a good win last night. And I think Josiah Gray is going to come off the IL soon, which maybe they can actually get rid of Corbin.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Corbin, he's been a Nat for a long time. I'm kind of taking a big dump on him for a while.
This is the last year of his contract, yeah.
Yeah, it's more like, okay, his contract's kind of crazy, has not lived up to it, and it's easy to point a finger at a guy and be like, okay, this is the reason why I'm not happy. But the reality is that the Nats are way, way better than most people thought, and I don't know. I think the future is bright.
Are they still paying Strasburg? They're paying Strasburg, I know.
They reached.
Is Scherzer still getting money?
Oh, I think they deferred it. So, yeah. But
wow.
Strasburg, I believe they reached a settlement for him to retire, and he's now retired. So, ideally, that was lump sum at least. PFT, I'm curious for you, man. I don't know if this crossed your radar, but obviously the Nats were up for sale for a while, and then they kind of were no longer for sale. But Leonsis actually said it on the Junkies last week or 2 weeks ago that he still wants to try to buy the baseball team. Where do you land on all those kind of machinations?
Yeah, it would be kind of weird to have one guy running 3 out of the 4 major teams. To me, that it would feel strange. I understand why he wants to be linked to the possibility of buying the team. Like that's A-Rod 101 is to just get your name in the news for the possibility. You know what? I'll break it here right now. I am interested in purchasing a controlling stake of the Washington Nationals. I've formed a group of investors, and we've been meeting and discussing our finances, and we're almost ready to make a formal offer on the team. Not quite there yet, but it should be coming soon. See, I can do it too. Anybody can say it, and then if your name is written up in the news about it, it becomes a good thing for you. So I don't know if there's no way to tell with Ted, because the way the whole the stadium thing in DC and Virginia went down, I have no idea what's a bluff and what's not, and what ends up being just a lucky set of happenstance. So I don't know how strategic he is with that type of stuff, but I'll just say that, like, I'm always skeptical about owners putting out any sort of offer in the press until it actually happens, because it's just so easy for anybody to do.
That was a lot of talk and a lot of serious researching about him being involved with possibly buying it earlier. And then now the talk has come up with him having the PIF fund backing him and stuff like that. So
I think the Orioles
has the money.
I think the Orioles getting sold is a huge part of this, because as long as Angelos was around, they weren't going to be able to figure out the TV aspect. But one, now that Angelos sold, and two, frankly, that he passed away, I think the future of baseball from DC and Baltimore will look dramatically different in a year or two. You know what I mean? Like those are complicated things to figure out, but I think it'll dramatically change in the next year or two, and I think it'll be for the better for both ball clubs.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. It's going to be a lot less confusing for prospective Nationals free agents to be able to do a deal with a team without these crazy amounts of deferred money into the future. And say what you want about Peter Angelos, but the man just basically said, "No, I'm not going to pay you what I owe you," and got away with it. And he got away with it to the extent where, like, just people stopped trying to make him give the money up. They were like, "That's just Peter. He's not going to give us the money that he owes us. So we'll just wait it out for a while." Like, talk about a legendary guy just being like, just taking to the next level, and it worked out for him. But yeah, I think it's going to be good for the Orioles. It's such a weird split that they have with the TV revenues to begin with. Most Major League Baseball players don't want to have to worry about that when they're looking for a new contract. It's like, okay, well, you could get X amount here and you can get X from the Nationals, but just so you know, you're not going to get it for another 12 years because of some legal jargon taking place up in Baltimore. So I think it's going to be good for everybody. Listen, as long as the Nationals have like a fairly competitive team that pop up every few years to feel like they could really do some damage, I think that's a sweet spot. As long as they're not a terrible ball club. So yeah, I would like to see. I don't know if I want Ted to own the team. I like having a little variety of my owners in DC, so that way I can have a little bit of blame to go around.
I tend to agree. I mean, we'll see how it all shakes out. I did just look this up for you. The Cubs play the Reds at Wrigley at 2:20, so maybe that's 1:20 your time. But you might have just planned out your afternoon, man.
I might have to do that. Yeah. So taking the dog to physical therapy today. I didn't know that dog.
Your little puppy, or your big puppy?
He got a little Max Scherzer. Oh, probably not Max Scherzer. He got a little Jacob deGrom going on. So he had double elbow surgery, which he's recovering from. Yeah, they're calling him Bark Pryor. So there's a lot of slander going on around.
How do you hurt your elbow on your non-throwing?
Well, because he's a dog. I don't think he's throwing.
My dog isn't I don't know. He doesn't really throw the thing, but
I heard that completely wrong. Hold on now. What the hell?
Oh, is this a Two Americas thing, B-Mitch? Did you think I was talking just about my friend?
No, I thought you were talking about some damn person.
No, his dog. PFT, can I ask? I don't want to be too personal. Is their dog health insurance? Because none of that sounds cheap, dude.
Yeah, there is dog insurance, and they are very, very mad at me. They count on people getting the dog insurance and just paying, the monthly premium, never ever going back to them for it. And then I just slapped the bill for $6,000 on their desk the other day, and they're like, "What is this?" I was like, "Yep, you're paying for the surgery, part of the deal." No, but he's good. He's good. We're putting him on a underwater treadmill today.
Wow.
To get him to build up his elbow strength again. So we're gonna have him hitting the rice bucket. He's gonna be throwing 99 on the block in no time. So Blake he's on the mend. I'm very, very encouraged by that. So I might drop him off at physical therapy and then swing over to Wrigley, maybe catch a game in the bleachers today. Today feels like an outdoor skip work baseball type of day.
Now that you said it, I feel like I need a hot dog today. We're actually going to air fry a bunch of steaks later during the show. You're welcome to come to that. I don't know that you'll make it in time though.
So how do you air fry a steak?
Brian?
The same way you air fry anything else.
We're stuck in the radio studio, so we don't have access to a grill or like a broiler or anything. So we're going to air fry them. We're having a cookout this afternoon, and we're going to have a rap battle too.
Okay, so are you guys going after each other like Drake and Kendrick? Is that what it is?
It's gonna be
it's our producer Jeff
and guy we call Wild Card Scotty.
This crazy dude that works in the asphalt business that drops bars.
He's very similar to JP.
No.
Yes, he is. Very similar.
That is a bridge too far.
Factual.
No chance. PFT, let's talk a little bit of football, dude. I imagine you've seen Jaden Daniels' videos and read, what people are saying from camp. Where are you excitement level? It's 100 days till kickoff for the Commanders today.
Yeah, exactly 100 days today. Very excited. I'm at level 100 right now. I'm excited to see Caleb Williams on Hard Knocks. I get to see how the other guys doing behind the scenes. I'm glad that we don't have Hard Knocks, obviously, with a rookie head coach. You can always turn it down, which it appears that we did. But I'm pumped for football in general. I love football. I love summer. I love thinking about football. I love hearing football. I was actually talking to my coworker Jersey Jerry the other day about the Guardian caps that the players are wearing in practice. Do you think that any player is actually going to wear those in the game? Because they're allowed to this year. The NFL is saying we're going to allow you to wear it if you want to protect your head in an actual game. I don't know if any players are going to do it though. Like it's going to take some player who's very confident in himself and that doesn't care what he looks like to be like, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to wear this giant head pad thing. I don't know. Have you guys talked to any players about that?
Nah. That'd be a good little topic for you, Jay.
I think offensive linemen tend to wear it because they've been wearing it at camp now for a few years, and O linemen seem to wear it more than others
because their heads hit constantly.
Right.
And the studies say that there are more concussions with O line and D linemen than anybody else.
Totally, and kind of undiagnosed, right? Because it's just constantly happening. Mm-hmm. I do remember Charles Leno wore it. He's not here anymore. I think during camp they kind of make all those guys wear it. The only I'm trying to think skill position guys that really wore it. J.D. McKissick was wearing that thing after he kind of struggled with like serious neck and almost spine injuries. Mm-hmm. But no, that will be a fascinating little subplot this season. I also think the new kickoffs is going to be kind of a fascinating little subplot this season.
Yeah. I don't know what the best way to attack that is going to be, but some coaches are going to have very creative ways to attack it, and it's going to work out really well for those coaches, and it's going to win them a couple games. And then some coaches are going to have really creative ways to attack it that's not going to work out at all, and it's going to cost them games. So I'm excited to see which coaches adapt the best to it. But yeah, the Guardian cap thing seems like I can't imagine like a running back wearing one of those caps in an actual NFL game.
Yeah,
it's going to be really weird to look at. To me, it was more about the NFL saying, we have to give you the option to wear this because otherwise it appears that we're saying, we know that there's a safer way to play, but we're not going to let you do it. So we're going to give you the option. We're going to make them look really ugly and hope that nobody actually uses them in games, which is actually what I think will happen.
Yeah. It'll be very odd to see guys actually wearing that thing. You know what I mean? Like it
looks clunky.
When you first see it just at training camp, you're like, what the hell? I've gotten
Mark
used to
Kelso wore something like that way back in the day.
Yeah. Really? Yeah. He had the double helmet.
Yeah.
The double helmet was wacky. I remember when those things became pretty popular. PFT, before we go, dude, I did want to give you a chance. I'm in AWL, listening to your pod, and I remember when you got that interview with Bill Walton. And then to rehear it again this week, I don't know. That dude is just such a larger than life figure that I'm curious for you that got to spend some serious time with him, what it was like.
Well, I don't want to act like he was a big part of my life that we hung out a ton. I met him one time, actually twice. I met him twice, but the first time was for an interview, and we spent, I think, about 2.5, maybe 3 hours. It was supposed to be like 30, 45 minutes. It ended up just dragging on because he kept talking to us and having this great conversation. So none of us wanted to stop having to talk. But with a celebrity death, sometimes I'll get like a little sad or, stop where I'm at and be like, oh man, that sucks. But when it's a celebrity death that you don't really have a connection to, you usually don't feel that like actual emotion. When Bill Walton passed away, I was sad for hours. I was down bad because of it, because he was such just an interesting, unique person that was a pleasure to be around. Like I try not to get that serious too much on part of my take. We try to be an escape for people, but I was honestly sad, like very, very sad that Bill passed away because of just the attitude that he had and the way that he would make everybody around him happy. And he was just a unique person. That's what I think the most sad about was that there's nobody else on planet Earth like Bill Walton. And I don't think there ever will be somebody like him. And so the world kind of lost a unique person that made it better. And I mean, I'm getting sad just now talking about it, but Bill would probably be very upset if he knew that people were being sad about his death because he wanted to spread joy. Yes. So yeah, he was just such a cool guy. You could ask him anything, and he was so well read, so educated, and so curious about everything that he could talk to anybody. He was a perfect person to introduce to. You talk to people that knew him, and they're like, yeah, I'd bring him around my dad. I would bring him around my kids. I would bring him around, a friend that I had from way back in the day. Bill could talk to anybody. And I loved watching him on TV when he was doing the Pac-12 After Dark. Just like such a unique person in sports. And if somebody sat down and tried to create Bill Walton in the lab, they couldn't do it. It has to be like, pure Bill. It has to be completely organic. If somebody were to try to like emulate what he does, it doesn't work. You have to just be that pure dude. And that's what Bill was. And he was also a great athlete, which I think gets lost a little bit these days because he's just been on TV and a commentator for so long. But he was one of the better basketball players of all time. He had some bad injuries that sidelined him. Yeah. But he won 3 Naismith Awards in college basketball. He won the NBA MVP and the Sixth Man of the Year award, which is that's such a testament to Bill.
The Sixth Man especially is so bizarre considering all the other stuff. I know injuries landed him there. But.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but no, you're right though. He was the MVP of the entire NBA. And then later on in his career, he's like, you know what? I'm going to come off the bench and I'm going to be the best player that I can. And he ended up being the Sixth Man of the Year, which is you don't really see that. You know who else got it, but it was kind of like the opposite. I believe James Harden did that same thing, which is just a crazy combo of people that you never
like put together. That is a crazy combination.
Yeah, we're not going to compare those two, though.
With James Harden, might have been the other way around. I'm pretty sure he got the Sixth Man before he got the MVP.
Like the OKC teams when he was coming off the bench, probably early.
Yeah, but Bill, the bottom line is there's never going to be anybody like Bill Walton, and I am still sad that he's gone and no longer with us. But I think like you can think about Bill and he puts a smile on your face. And when we were talking to Mike Breen today on part of my take about Bill, he had a great story, by the way, like a really touching story about Bill Walton.
I listened.
He just said the thing about Bill is there's very few people that you'll ever meet in life that when you think of them, the very first thing that happens is you smile or laugh, and that's Bill Walton. So sorry for getting like corny.
No, that's a great way for somebody to be remembered. How about this? Something more upbeat. You mentioned Mike Breen. He'll be on the call. NBA Finals start next week. Who you got? Why?
Okay, so I keep going back and forth. So here's what I really want. I'm going to tell you what I want and then what I think, okay? What I want so desperately, I want the Mavericks to win. And the reason is I want the Mavericks to be NBA champions. The Texas Rangers, they're World Series champions. They're Major League Baseball champions. They don't want the Dallas Stars to win the Stanley Cup. And they don't want the Cowboys to choke in the first round of the playoffs again. That would be the best, wouldn't it? It's like everybody in Dallas bringing home titles.
I said that B does not like this idea.
I ain't cheering for none of them in Dallas. I hate the whole city.
You hate the whole city. I appreciate that.
But you like Philly.
You got the Dallas. They paid me. Yeah, you got the Dallas Stars. Okay. What the hell does Dallas wear on their helmet? A star. So they're too close to the Cowboys for me.
I hadn't thought. Okay. I'm also rooting for Edmonton. I'm rooting for Canada.
Blue.
I'm rooting for McDavid.
You go with the Mavericks, they're blue. Close to the Cowboys. All of them.
Yeah. They're horses. Cowboys ride horses.
I do think I'm rooting for the Mavs.
So I just want.
I don't know why.
JT Philly, boo. PFT, boo.
Yeah. I want to see the magnifying.
They already doing that enough. Believe me, they're doing that enough.
I know, but it'd be funny. You have to admit, B-Mitch, it'd be funny if it was Titletown. It'd
be funny if all the Dallas teams lose, then the Cowboys don't even make the playoffs.
So what do you think will happen then? Because I'm rooting for the Mavs too.
So I think the Celtics are going to do it. I think that the Mavericks have two of the best players in the world. Luka is probably the best player currently right now at this very moment. I mean, his first quarter that he had last night was just absolutely insane. The shot making that he was pulling off.
It really was, man.
But you know what? I don't think he's a dog. I don't think Luka's got that dog in him. I just saw a clip this morning of Luka having a beer after the game, and Michael Finley, the vice president of basketball operations for the Mavericks, walked up to him, didn't say a word, took the beer out of his hand and walked away, and Luka just took it. Luka was just he was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm not allowed to drink.
I think those Eastern European dudes just operate differently. Like, you know that famous picture of the Kansas City quarterback smoking a heater and drinking a beer at halftime of the Super Bowl? Is that Len Dawson, maybe?
Yeah, but it's after we just made it to the finals, and you going to take the beer out of my hand?
And we don't play for 8 days?
I don't give a damn who you are. You have a problem on your hands.
That's right, B-Mitch. That's why you got that dog in him, right? Like, B-Mitch is an alpha.
And Michael Finley used to play. I understand, but still.
Michael Finley is also my brother's name.
That must get confusing.
That's your brother?
Yeah. Not that.
I know.
Sort of. PFT, we got to let you run, man. I appreciate you making time for us, and try to get to Wrigley. Enjoy the day. Good luck with the pup.
All right, have a great weekend, guys.
Yeah,
enjoy. Bro. Hey, shout out to everybody that's skipping work today. I won't tell your boss. Don't tell mine.
All right, sounds good. The legendary PFT commenter. We always appreciate him making time to join us on the program. You know who else we appreciate is Paul Henry and Paul Henry's window installation. Paul's done a ton of work at my house. He's completely changed my house. He's lowered my utility bills. He's made it just more livable and more pleasant. When the sunlight comes in, we get all the sunlight. That vitamin D your body craves, we get it, but the heat stays out. Call Paul this month. You get $100 off windows. Well, I guess today's the last day of the month, so you better hurry up and call. $100 off windows with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors.
That's right. Bombard his phone with all kind of calls today. When you walk up to a person, you meet them, you look in their eyes. When you walk up to a house, you look at the windows and the doors. If they look raggedy, your house probably going to look raggedy. Paul will make sure that doesn't happen. He'll get the windows in, the doors in, and he won't charge you the most like a lot of people do. They try to just get as much money as they can. He will tell you how it's going to work like he did with JP. If he wanted the most expensive windows, he said, no. You can use this for this room and use the other stuff for another room. Got it done, and JP is loving his house just like I'm loving mine. So reach out to Paul right now and give him a call. You can receive $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and up to $500 off each door. So contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him that B-Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
knocked out the T-Wolves last night. Mavs looked really good. Clearly, Boston's looked really good throughout. Boston's lost 2 games in 3 rounds of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Now, they could have lost seemingly every one of the Pacers series, but they didn't.
They won them all.
We'll go around the horn with this. Let's start here. Has Boston just outclassed the Eastern Conference, or is the Eastern Conference just not that good?
I think they outclassed them. I think Boston in previous years would have lost that series
to Indy.
But I think now they've learned, they've been through it. And I think people that say, oh, they just slid through, Indy made them become more battle tested. And think about, I just think that when you look at that series, that was a tough team, played offense, they played good defense. Halliburton did get hurt, but still, they had to play to win those games. So we'll see, though. But I'm still at the point where Brown and Tatum haven't gotten over the hump.
Right.
Can they do it?
Jeff, how much of it? I mean, the Celtics now are 12-2 in the playoffs, which is pretty damn remarkable. How much of it is they're better than everyone versus the teams they played weren't that good?
I think they're just better than everyone, JP. I believe we said this earlier this week, but they were clicking on all cylinders, JP. Boston in the playoffs have looked like a well-oiled machine. They're hitting shots when they need to. Their bench is playing is keeping up the par with the starters. Their X factors are hitting big shots. We know Brown and Tatum are looking to score. Their X factors, such as White sitting in a corner or hitting a 3 from the top of the key.
He's been great.
Horford hitting the 3 or playing
how
inside.
old is Horford? Is he my age?
He might be B-age for real. He's been in the league for a minute,
old, man.
Yo,
but
he's 37.
37. You 52, man.
I'm 42, dog.
You act like you're 52.
Horford wears number 42. Just saying.
That means nothing.
Do you know where Al Horford was born? I was unaware of this.
Don't know.
You want to guess?
Nope.
Different country.
France.
Nope.
Germany.
Nope. Much closer.
Much closer to what?
To the U.S.
Mexico?
The Dominican.
Okay.
His father, Tito Horford, played in the NBA for 3 years. I love a good random Wikipedia entry. Heavy Metal Chris, you got an opinion? Is Boston that good or is the East that bad?
I mean, I think the East is weak, but I'm not sure it's the same as like when you had those like LeBron Cavs teams that were just kind of the very dominant East team that was clearly head and shoulders above everyone. They are, I think, the best team in the East. But
everybody got hurt.
Yeah, but they got hurt late, but they were still good.
But Boston never even played them.
Yeah, I understand. But still, I'm just saying they had strong teams throughout, and still Boston was just a better team than the rest of the team. I think
the East was bad, man. I think now is a great opportunity for Boston to disprove that.
We can say that the West was bad. Hell, we saw them go straight out. Denver lost. We saw Phoenix get destroyed. So
I think Phoenix was kind of a joke.
Better.
Now I got a question too.
Giannis was out. Embiid barely came back
in the playoffs, but I'm talking about all year. We look how good.
But I'm just talking about the playoffs.
Okay, and in the playoffs, then let's take Kevin Durant and his crew. Let's take Jokic and his crew. They got walked.
Jokic lost in a seventh game where they had a lead at halftime,
and then they lost to a team that
in the second round.
We lost to a team that we say sucked.
So if the Pacers was going on, will we still?
Halliburton got hurt.
If they were advancing and no injuries happened, will we still say the East was weak, or will we say the Pacers were good? If that was the scenario,
it was the Heat last year.
If the Pacers took down the Celtics, I think we would credit the Pacers. I would.
But will we still continue to say that the East is a weak conference? Because
I think the East is clearly the weaker of the two.
Yeah.
But I'm not so worried. Like, to me, I'm not. This isn't about that Boston gets to play the Nets and the Wizards and the Hornets. You know what I mean? It's about in the playoffs. I think the Mavs have faced a much tougher road to get to the finals. And that could be advantage Boston. Maybe they'll have fresher legs, whatever. They all get 8 days off now. But it makes me like the Mavs going into the series.
Based on how they handled Minnesota, and they handled Minnesota, can you really say that was a stern test? Didn't they also beat Phoenix? Was that a stern test?
I'd say.
Or was it Minnesota that beat Phoenix?
Minnesota beat Phoenix. Beating Denver and then beating Minnesota, especially the fashion in which beating OKC, where they won, I think, 3 of those games on the road.
I think that series, it was tough.
Yo, they had to beat the Clippers. We were just talking about Kawhi Leonard.
Hmm?
I mean, that Clippers team is loaded.
The Clippers loaded with names. They're not loaded with any kind of chemistry.
Same with the Suns.
They have no chemistry.
I think the Clippers and the Suns, you could throw them in a bathtub and there's no real difference. Like, yes, there's talent.
I don't think those two teams are the same. I just think that they threw Brad in there. Brad never fit with them. And I think when you look at the Clippers have James Harden, Russell Westbrook, and Kawhi. Russell is a out-of-control player. James Harden, really going to get James Harden. And then when you look at Kawhi, he has to be there. He's not there a lot. So their chemistry is screwed up. At least Phoenix played great throughout the regular season until they got into the playoffs.
I mean, they were the 6th seed. They weren't great.
They played better.
Sure.
And then when Brad got there, it seemed like nothing was anywhere close to being working.
You know whose chemistry is always on point?
Who?
The good people at Orsman Automotive of Virginia. They've got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia. I've bought a number of cars from them. I'm trying to figure out what my next car is going to be because the lease is up on my truck. And they're trying to talk me through all my options because, leases right now, kind of a grind with these interest rates. So now I'm trying to buy something. Maybe I'm buying a used car. Maybe I'm buying a new car. Where's the best rates? Like, they're taking me through all of these options. They'll do the exact same with you because that's how they operate. They've been operating for over 100 years in our area. If you're going to be able to do that, you got to do it right. And B-Mitch, part of doing it right is the Orsman Lifetime Edge.
Yep, the Orsman Lifetime Edge is unbelievable. They give you up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance. And you have that lifetime engine guarantee, which means you buy a car, it better not mess up, because they are going to take care for you. And there's more good news if you have a car to sell, reach out to Orsman right now. They'll pay you 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or the year. It's simple at Orsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. 2 beyond satisfied Orsman customers. So let's ride together. Do it.
We have a Shook alert on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. 1 for Cody Shook, who joins us now. 2, I will discuss at noon. We're going to have to make a ruling. We're going to have to make a decision. Apparently, decisions and rulings are very popular in the news these days. We got to make our own. Right now, though, it's time for Real or Fake, starring our guy, Mr. Cody Betts. What up, Kodo?
What up? What up? How are y'all?
Good, man.
We're good, man. We're good. We're ready to take on the day.
Ready to hear you talk about people in freezers.
That's what we like.
There's always one of those.
All right, you want to lead us off? Tell everybody what we're doing.
All right. I am going to read y'all some headlines, and you guys are going to determine whether they are real or I made them up.
Let's do it.
So, first one here. Man sets himself on fire inside Plant City Public.
One more time.
What?
Man sets himself on fire inside Plant City Public.
Real.
What is Plant City Public?
Well, Publix is a grocery store.
Oh, Publix. All right, gotcha.
Yep. And Plant City is a city in, I don't want to say the state.
Jeff's in is real. Dude sets himself on fire. Heavy metal?
Real.
Real for B. Real for heavy metal. I'll go fake just to try to buck the trend here. What do you got, Kodo?
All right, next one. Texas woman arrested after leaving live scorpions in neighbor's mailbox.
I believe that.
Real.
Real, yeah.
I'm gonna say fake because I don't think you get arrested for it.
You can't be leaving scorpion. You can get
In
arrested
Texas,
for that.
though. In Texas,
A scorpion can take you out.
Isn't that like a deadly weapon? Is that almost assault?
Assault with the animal?
Can you have assault with an animal? I don't know. All right, Cody.
You can assault an animal and be arrested for assaulting the police.
It's only happened to one of us.
All right, next one. North Dakota man shot and killed friend after eating psychedelic mushrooms.
I believe it.
False.
I believe that could happen.
Eating shrooms, playing with a gun. Boom. Jeff says fake. Heavy metal says real.
I'm going to go fake.
I say real. B says fake. Okay.
All right, next one. Michigan man sentenced to 15 years in prison after leaving ex-girlfriend's remains in downstairs freezer.
You go to freezer.
I'm going to go false on this one.
All right, B says fake. I say fake. Jeffrey?
This freezer joke is real.
Ooh, a real heavy metal?
It's gotta be. It'd be longer than 15 years. It's gotta be fake.
All right.
All right, and then the last one. Ex-Las Vegas Raider Henry Ruggs working at Nevada governor's mansion while serving prison sentence.
I mean,
fake.
He's in jail.
Real.
Don't you think there'd be
Can I make a phone
I know
call?
they do that in Louisiana.
a million pictures of
Can I make a phone call?
that?
I know somebody that lives in Nevada.
All right. B says real. Jeff?
I got to go with fake on that one.
Heavy metal?
I'm gonna go real. I'm doing it.
I don't know which way to go because it's such a unique thing that it sounds real. But don't you think there'd be pictures all over Instagram if Ruggs was like picking up trash at the governor's mansion? I'm going fake.
It says he's working. They didn't say he was picking up trash.
That's true. He's just like answering the phones,
Hey.
mopping the floors, cooking eggs.
All right.
Let's go back to Cody.
Yep. Man, number one here. Man sets himself on fire inside Plant City Publix. This one happened in Florida, so it's real.
Damn it. Everybody but me got that right.
All right. Number two. Texas woman arrested after leaving live scorpions in neighbor's mailbox.
Come on, real.
That is fake.
Damn.
I made that one up.
Yo, we're only through 2 stories, but currently, Heavy Metal Chris in his real or fake debut is 2-0.
All right. North Dakota man shot and killed friend after eating psychedelic mushrooms. That one is real.
Wow.
All right, so me and Heavy Metal both got that. Yo, this is unprecedented, Brian. So far, first time he's ever played 3 for 3. Can he go 5 for 5?
Yeah, never go
All
in
right.
no damn around the freezer with heavy metal.
Next one. Michigan man sentenced to 15 years in prison after leaving ex-girlfriend's remains in downstairs freezer. That one is fake.
Yo! All right, so me, B, and Heavy Metal got that.
Whoa.
Heavy Metal is now
4-0.
4 for 4 with one more into play. Chris, how you feeling right now? You nervous?
No, I mean, even if I get it wrong, I went 4-1. I'm doing
He
good.
still won.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
What would an accomplishment like going 5 for 5 in your first ever real or fake mean to you and your family?
Oh, it means so much. You know, I'd have to put something on the wall about it.
Would you like tell your daughter the story?
Both of them, yeah.
All
I'd be
right.
like, sit them down when they're a little older. They can really understand the gravity of the situation.
All right. Now, Kodo, what do we got left here? We're going to Vegas.
All right. Yep, the last one. Ex-Las Vegas Raider Henry Ruggs working at Nevada governor's mansion while serving prison sentence. That one is real.
Oh, Chris did it.
Oh.
Chris did it. Oh, my God. In your life, have you ever seen anything? All right, so B got that too. Good for you, Chris. Damn. Kodo, did you ever think in a million years Heavy Metal Chris would go 5 for 5 on his first ever attempt at real or fake?
I mean, I didn't, but last week Doc Walker went 5 for 5 also in his debut.
Yeah, me and Doc, though, we're boys.
Yeah. Eskimo brothers.
We overthink it.
Oh,
We do overthink it. They just shoot from the hip, man. All right, so
This dude right here, bro.
to wrap it all up, Jeff got one right. Jeff, you went 1 for 5. Womp, womp, womp.
That's fine. You
B got 3 right. B went 3 for 5. I got 2 right. I went 2 for 5. Heavy Metal Chris, 5 for 5. Damn, dog. Congratulations.
When in order of age, Chris older than me.
Is he? No.
I'm just messing with you.
No way. I used to watch you playing when I was a kid.
Who's older, me or you, Chris? I'm 42.
I'm 45. So I'm a little older.
Chris
than you.
got me by a hair. Cody, what do you got going on this weekend, dude?
Saturday going
Looking
to
for somebody
Baltimore
in the
for the
freezer.
Orioles game,
Nice.
and then Atlantic City for a bachelor party.
Just stay away
boy.
from the freezers, Cody. Stay
Away from the freezers.
Okay, all right.
Thanks, buddy. Always good to hear from you.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
That's the great Cody Betts. Coming up, we got a decision to make, boys. Promises were made, deals were struck, and now deals are changing. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. 90s-ish cover band.
Is it like the Leg Warmers or something?
Nah, I think they're more 80s. It's my buddy's band is Novocaine. Because the singer's name is Kane and they play in Nova.
All right.
Is
this like rock or are we talking pop? Like what is it?
It's definitely rock-ish pop. I'm trying to I wish they would describe it.
So like Bush and Foo Fighters and stuff.
Yeah. No. Like, do you know White Ford Bronco?
Yeah.
You familiar with them? So White Ford Bronco have hit a level of like superstardom in the touring circuit of cover bands.
Sure.
Like I think these guys aspire to be them.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that.
So they have a show tonight. I gotta be honest with you. So they're playing the night in Tyson's. I think it's called Assembly. I'm trying to remember what the hell it's called.
Is it Assembly Line Studios?
No, it's like it's at the Perch, maybe?
I don't know where that is.
I'm doing a bad job of helping them, but
Tyson's not usually the hot spot for live music in this area. But...
I had wondered the same about Tyson's. I like going to Tyson's. It's not far from my house. I'd like to go. I'd like to support my boy, of course. But dude, this thing starts at 9:00, which may not sound late, but we're about to have a cookout at 1:00. It's beautiful weather outside.
Yeah.
Like 9:00 is gonna be late for your boy, especially to be going somewhere. So I'm not sure that I'm gonna make it, but I want to. And then there's another thing that I want to go to tonight. All right, so here's where they're at tonight. They're at the Star Hill Brew Pub.
Oh yeah, that's a cool place.
I need B Mitch because B Mitch is usually good at telling me logistics. I think my only hope of making it to the two events that I'd like to make it to tonight is Ubering. I think I've got no choice but Uber.
Yeah, if you're going to breweries and stuff, that's definitely the way to go.
But dude, my house, DC to Tyson's in an Uber.
I guess you could take the Metro out.
No way. Bro, to take the Metro out, I'd have to Metro in and then back out.
I'm just saying.
I'd rather walk.
There you go.
Maybe I could get a canoe. But then I want to go to this thing downtown. And then tomorrow morning, I got a fun run. Can I tell you how much fun that's going to be for my kids' school? Jeffrey, I don't know how long B is going to be, and I want him to weigh in on this topic. So I'm going to switch gears for us, okay? Scott Jackson is a legitimate friend of mine. Scott Jackson was in our market forever, Team 980. I'm sure you know him well.
Yeah, Scott, my boy.
Yeah, Jack's the best. So let's start here. Jack has moved back to the Norfolk Tidewater area. He does afternoons on ESPN Radio 94.1 down there. And we're very happy for Jack. Is Jack just throwing shade at DC, or is this a reasonable question? I just saw this tweet from Scott. The poll question of the day for his show: what is the worst professional sports franchise nickname? And frankly, Commanders, Wizards, Pelicans, or you can vote other.
Mighty Ducks got to be on that list, right?
Now they just call them the Ducks, I think.
Yeah, but that's not better.
How could the Commanders be on the list? We don't have a nickname.
He's just saying team name, I suppose.
Oh, team name.
Wizards is a god-awful name, but at least you could just call them the Wiz.
That's also bad, though.
I never liked that name.
It's terrible.
Stuff.
Bullets was really good. I suppose I understand why they changed it, but Bullets was an awesome name. What do you think's better or worse, Wiz or Commanders?
I don't like the Wiz.
At least you can call it the Wiz.
I don't care what you call them. I never liked the Wizards because it's historical. Don't like the Wizards.
All right, look, dude. To me, Commanders is not bad. Look, no disrespect to any other organization, but imagine waking up and Doug Williams saying, "We are the Washington Browns."
Yeah, the Browns.
We are the Washington Jets.
The Browns are just named after a dude.
Yeah,
that just don't really.
We are the
I don't
Washington
think Jets
Colts.
is bad. I don't think Colts is bad.
The Colts is cool because that's a horse.
If that was a new name coming out in Washington, we would be complaining about that.
I think Kraken sucks.
Yeah.
I think Guardians sucks.
I like Kraken.
It's
pretty
just
metal.
It's just trying to be hipster, metal, whatever. It's just trying to be very different.
Like the Lakers. Are there any lakes in Los Angeles?
I'm from Minnesota originally.
Well,
right?
the Utah Jazz.
The Jazz.
Yeah.
But no, that thing was brought up yesterday. I was listening to something where every time we're gonna mean something about the area. No, it don't. You just gotta win, damn it. That's all that matters.
You know why the Lakers are cool? Because they have 20 titles or whatever.
Yeah, that's
they
right.
have Magic and Shaq and Kareem and Kobe.
Like the Cowboys. Like, think of that name. That name sucks for real.
Texas.
For Texas, it makes
great
sense.
for them.
I don't care if it was for Texas. I don't care if it was
you were
for the
living in
horse
Texas,
itself.
If you living in Texas,
I'd be a Washington fan.
Give you some chaps on, cowboy boots, ride your horse.
Chaps.
The Old Town Road, man.
Brokeback Mountain.
He ride this horse.
I think the Chiefs were founded in Dallas. They were maybe even the Texas Chiefs before they moved to Kansas City, and then Dallas got another team.
Hey,
You're welcome.
I would love for someone, since everybody out there like to take on a little task or whatever, all these people that could tell us everything about how good a name or how bad a name is, let's find out, did everybody immediately love their team name in their city when it was named that? I doubt it.
Did you ever go back? I wish the names that were considered for the Mets I guess I think the Brooklyn Dodgers moved first, but then the New York baseball Giants moved to San Francisco. So New York got an expansion team. The names that were considered instead of the Mets, holy moly, they were bad. Like empires and skyscrapers.
I'm wondering though, when we were just
it does just take some time.
What were the names we were listening to about this new WNBA team? Wasn't it supposed to be coming up?
Maybe there was a Utah hockey team. I know we talked about.
Hockey team.
Yeah.
So when we listened to all those names, did any of them just say blowing away? No. And I'm sure the name they choose, a lot of people are not gonna like. Let them win a championship.
But they got Coyotes in Utah. Do they have to change it? Like they could.
Seems like they're going.
You already
to.
got a Coyote.
Yeah.
Hell, they got Coyotes in College Park.
They don't want to bring it there because I don't know.
I lived in Phoenix when the Coyotes were there, and I loved that name because I was like, that actually has something to do with here.
Hell, we got Coyotes right there in the Virginia and Maryland area.
The one, I think, very legitimate criticism of Commanders, because everything else is just subjective. It's just how you feel, and I think so much of how people feel about it is that they miss Redskins. Right? Like they had an iconic name. Now they're trying to start with something else, right? Yeah. But the one I think legitimate criticism is that there's no way to shorten it. It's the same thing with Guardians.
But that's the whole thing about it. I don't really think
you might not care. I care about that.
You care about that. I don't think many people care about being able to shorten it.
Dude, Wiz, Caps, Nats.
That's what it became. But if your team is winning, you're going to call your team whatever the hell it is.
I agree with that, but I think most people care about not having a nickname, something easy to say, easy to yell. Let's ask these two.
That's something you stuck on to.
We got two.
I don't know many people. Of all the arguments I've heard, you're the only one I've heard say that.
Really?
Yes.
A lot of people have said that.
Well, not to me.
What do you two think?
It doesn't bother me. I feel like they could always come up with something too with time, like the Habs for the Canadians or something,
Yeah, they need something.
As I stated from the jump with the whole name issue, Commanders is not that bad to me. It fits the area.
I don't get that.
What you mean you don't get it?
Because of military stuff?
Yes, the Pentagon. This is the nation's capital. It makes sense. Quantico is in Virginia.
Center.
Andrews Air Force Base. It's a lot. Fort Washington.
We can make up whatever.
I think Fort Washington is just the name of the town.
Yeah, but it fits with the entire
we can make
area.
Up whatever reason we want. Until they win, that's all we're going to discuss about the name. If they're winning, then we will not give a damn about the name.
All right. Beasley's joining us in 15 minutes. Hopefully he's got some winners because he's always really hot, and then he gives me a couple plays and they lose. But we all know what's planned for today. We've got our Omaha Steaks cookout coming up at 1:00. B-Mitch just marinated those bad boys. And we were supposed to have a rap battle scheduled for 1:30. I got the following text messages from Wildcard Scotty. Wildcard Scotty is a key member of the rap battle as he is battling Jeff. Probably won't make it there on time.
Why Scotty lost the rap battle?
Hold on, it continues. Got my kid's field day today. How did you say yes to this on your kid's field day? He said, I'm not flaking. I'll do it. I can call in. I can do it on Skype. I can do all these things. Said I can call in and body Jeff over the air. And now he said, I'm sorry. I didn't even think about this yesterday. And then he just said, there is hope. I'm going to shock the world.
Rap battle is face-to-face. If you're not here, you're lost.
Come on, Scotty. Don't put a rap battle over your kids' field day, dog.
No, I do think it needs to be face to face.
Yeah, but dude, we can reschedule that, Scotty. Don't do that, man.
Scotty already in hot water. He need to get out of the hot water before he ends up in some boiling water.
I think it might have ended. It was supposed to end around noon. Was field day, but he's down in Southern Maryland. I don't know how traffic's looking now.
Hey.
But I don't know. So look, I don't know if the rap battle is going to happen.
And also, we not responsible for no tickets for you racing up here.
No.
Don't tell no police officer you going to the radio station, Chris Russell.
Nah, dude.
Where is Rooster? There's about to be free food. Something tells me he'll emerge. Also, so we're just kind of TBD on the rap battle. We'll see what happens.
If he's not here when the time starts, he lost.
All right, that's him calling.
We don't want to talk to him.
Talk to him. Get an idea of what he's saying, Chris. We'll let Chris kind of decipher something. Something that's very cool though for Skins fans, Washington fans, and just Washington people in the area. So JMU, it's the year of JMU, dude. JMU made the NCAA baseball tournament, and so that starts with super regionals, and JMU has their first game today at 2:00. So right when we get off the air. B, do you know? I'll let him do it. Let me finish this JMU thing.
I know what.
Cool. You know who's the starting pitcher for James Madison this afternoon? I believe in their first ever super regional.
Do I know what?
Do you know who the starting pitcher is? I bet you do. I bet you've met this young man.
Where?
It's Mark Mosley's grandson.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's pretty cool, right?
Cool.
Hunter
Good
Mosley.
luck, man.
That's cool.
That's pretty neat, right? So we're wishing luck to the Dukes and to Mr. Mo. All right. Wild card Scotty. He's going to plead his case why we should still have a rap battle today. Hello, Scotty. I don't hear him.
Telling you, I'm going to drive 100 miles an hour to get there, and I'm going to take care of business. Jeff trying to talk me out of coming, that just put me over the edge.
Hold on.
Jeff, you drive 100 miles an hour, you get a ticket. We not helping you pay no damn ticket.
I don't need help paying no ticket.
Where are
Scotty,
you,
baby?
Where are you?
I'm in Southern Maryland, down near North Beach.
What is the traffic? What does Waze say it's going to take you to get in here?
I'm an old school cat. I don't use Waze.
That's a good idea. When there's just traffic everywhere and you got to try to figure something out. So you have no idea what the estimated time. How long does it normally take?
It takes me about 40 minutes to get to the studio.
And you think you're gonna make it today?
The rap battle isn't scheduled until 1:30.
Oh,
so
okay. So here's the dilemma: do I need to go back to my house and grab these eggs, or can I just shoot up there? I'll save me about 15 minutes.
We kind of really think the eggs are more important than you, Scotty.
The eggs are more important than me.
Hell yeah, that's something we want to eat.
Hold on.
Remember, we haven't eaten today because we waiting on stuff.
Did you make your wife make us deviled eggs?
What do you think I did?
He asked her. He didn't make her do nothing because Scotty don't run the house. He runs around it.
I don't run the house. I'm not going to lie. She probably got her teachers listening to this right now. I told her what I was doing.
So you asked her to make deviled eggs for us that you left at home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can't leave the
Do you want me to leave them in a hot car while I'm working all day? I mean,
No.
I work somewhat late.
I thought you were at field day.
I was at field day.
A lot of moving parts
I
here.
leave my house at 6 in the morning. I start my work day doesn't start at 10. I know you're on
every
TV in the morning.
conversation with Scott, he's always got a lot of different angles, man.
Yeah.
Well, I know how to cover myself. That's all. But no, for real, I started work early. My goal was to go back home, and then I realized that I had my son's thing that I signed up for
all right,
3 months ago.
Just try to
Point
get in
is,
here.
I'm going to be there. I shouldn't have called. I should have just showed up. I'm going to do what I do.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have
You're
Mr.
not here
Mitchell
about
believe.
1:30. You're going to be blown.
All right. Thank you, Scotty. We may or may not see you later.
Do you want me to bring some beer in?
We'll be all right, dude. We want you to not say that on the radio. Goodbye. Here's what.
Stop being a JP.
Mike Beasley, MGM National Harbor's got some bets for us when we come back.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Ruud and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18-SEER inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Ruud keeps me comfortable, whether I'm chilling at home or just hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Last night in basketball, the Mavericks secured their spot in the NBA Finals with a 125-103 win over the Timberwolves. Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving both had 36 points. Luka was named the Western Conference Finals MVP. NBA Finals get underway next Thursday, June 6th. Game 1 between the Mavericks and the Celtics out in Boston. In hockey tonight, Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. The Stars take on the Oilers. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. Last night, Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals, the Panthers beat the Rangers 3-2 to take a 3-2 series lead. Baseball tonight, the Nationals take on the Guardians in Cleveland. 7:10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Patrick Corbin takes on Tanner Bybee. For over 60 years now, Ted Britt has had the bar for the best buying experience in the D.C. area, period. That's Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. And just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Brian, I'm getting thirsty, man. I don't know about you. I could use a cup of ice, some smooth Scotty's handcrafted vodka.
Man, don't be teasing me with a good time, brother.
But dude, I'm supposed to go to see this band at 9:00 tonight.
What the hell they got to do with anything?
That's a long time from now, man.
That's 9:00 from now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got time to go down and come back up.
I'd have to just sleep in my car. If I tried to take a nap at home, do you know what my daughters would just poke me in the eye until I wake up.
Lock the door.
Let's make some money. Our friend Mike Beasley on the line from MGM National Harbor. What up, Bees?
My man.
What up,
so it's 11:55. I get the text from you guys. It says, hey, you want to come on at 12:30, which I absolutely love coming on. I said, I finally got my invite to the barbecue, but I guess it was not the barbecue.
Where are you? Why don't you get your ass in here?
Well, some people work actually at a building for 8. It's sick. It's silly stuff. You'll never have to do it. It's 8 hours at one place. It's sick. Actually, both know I don't do that. So.
I'm very aware of
you when you work.
I'm very aware of what you do at work. Don't act like you're an accountant, dude.
That's not going to sell, huh?
Yo,
No,
I got
not with us.
I got an Omaha Steaks filet mignon with your name on it if you get in here.
If you keep inviting everybody you talk to, you won't have no steak for you.
I mean, we're kind of on your way in, Alexandria to MGM. Not at all.
Not at all.
You're correct. I'm going to do my best to get over there. I promise you I will, at least just to say hello. So,
all right.
What an exciting week. We're finally going to get to a point where we have nothing but baseball.
Ugh.
We're starting to wheel down and have no more hockey, no more. What is basketball doing by making it June 6th? Great job, NBA.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I guess both these conference finals series, though, one's a sweep, one's over in 5. If say Boston went to 5 and the other one went to 6, it wouldn't feel nearly as.
I'm with you. You still get 6 days off. I know you got to try and prep the cities and get everything put in place. So I get all that.
I want to talk pucks with you before we get to hoops, and then I know you're going to give me a million weird baseball bets.
You're right. I got more today. So
all right. Florida's up 3-2, going back to Miami with a chance to close out the Rangers. Who do you like tomorrow night?
I'm taking Florida. My money is with Florida the entire time.
Me too.
I still think you can get a decent series price on. Let me see what the series price is. Yeah, maybe not. They're up 3-2. So I like Florida. I've always liked Florida in the series. They really haven't. I thought they would have taken them out of there by now, but they haven't. So for my voting purposes, I'm going to take Florida, I guess, for minus 170 tomorrow, which means the series price has got to be higher since they're up 3-2.
Okay, so you got the Panthers. Now, the other side.
Florida. Yeah, 100% Florida, minus 170.
The Florida Panthers, Bees, we're agreeing.
Yep.
All right, the other side, Dallas, Edmonton. That joint's tied up 2-2. Edmonton's win the other night, coming back from down 2-0 early, was really impressive. Although my dumbass, because I didn't want to bet a side, I liked Edmonton but was nervous. But I thought for sure McDavid would have a goal. So Edmonton went for 5 goals. Connor McDavid got 0. It was plus 130. It was kind of juicy.
Well, I know one individual that had the same exact play as you, and that was the other side of the Vegas boys, which is Mr. Pete Brascia.
All right. I don't mind being on the same place as Pete. So we get Edmonton, Dallas tonight, dude.
And I'm going against Dallas, no matter who's playing.
B's a lifelong Edmonton Oilers fan. He almost tried out for them in the Canadian Football League.
Hockey, most difficult sport I've ever tried. I can skate. I think I can catch things, but playing hockey is extremely difficult. So I give it to all the guys who played hockey that play hockey. One heck of a tough sport to play. I'm on the Dallas Stars. I like the Dallas Stars in the series. I took them at plus 165 earlier when they were down. So for all the Oiler fans and our good friends up north in Canada, adios, I say, Canada. So let's go Dallas Stars. Let's go all the way south. Boys down in Texas.
I think you got north and south mixed up. I don't think they say adios in Canada.
They say adios because Dallas is in Texas, and that's more of a Texas term, I'd say.
Senor Beasley. All right. Now maybe we just save talking about the NBA because we got a damn week before they play. Bases. Nats just took 3 out of 4 against Atlanta. Really?
As good as the boys, man. How they looking? They're just looking great.
Dude, that staff, like Irvin, Matthews, Williams, our guy, Park. We got to see if we can get Parker Williams on the radio.
I'm sure you can. I'm sure we can. I'm sure we can figure it out. Let's put it that way.
And then Mackenzie Gore is obviously like the most high-level young guy of that group. And then you look at what that bullpen's doing. I mean, how much can we believe in this pitching staff they've put together for like a year-over-year thing? Like down the road when they're finally going to hopefully spend some money, have these stud hitters up from the minors, like. What could we be seeing here in that staff?
Yeah, so I think you still see a team that maybe goes about a few games under 500 this year, but I like where they're at. I think they're going to have to start making moves quicker than what they thought because its talent is better than what they thought. I mean, they're just playing they're playing basic baseball. They're playing small ball. Davey, kudos to you. That's all on the coach right there playing small ball. I think they got the second most stolen bases in baseball. Don't hold me to that stat, but pretty sure. They're just playing smart. I mean, they're getting the innings out of the guys they need to. He's made great calls throughout the season.
He pulls guys quick, too.
You're looking at a team that's still not crushing the ball. I mean, they're not the number one team in baseball when it comes to hitting. I think hitting against lefties are pretty weak. I mean, and I'm sure Max Fried just showed that by shutting them out 2-0 on the second game of the series. The only game they got, banged out. So I like where they're at. They took off a Braves team that had to be their nemesis to a certain degree because it seems like when they play Atlanta, this Atlanta team just pounds the Nationals. Well, not so quick, Atlanta. And they can play a series in Cleveland, and the Atlanta Braves are coming back. I want to say we got the Mets early in the week, and then we got the Braves the following weekend. So if we can knock off both the Mets, which I always disliked, sorry, New York fans, but
bro, we don't like the Mets. F the Mets.
All the money they spend compared to what we do, and they play absolutely crappy. So dude. No good with the Mets. I think if we have 10 games here, if we can win 6 of 10, I'd be ecstatic. You got Cleveland 3 on the road. Give me a tough matchup with those guys. They're smart too, man. They've been playing small ball. They got a couple big hitters, but they can play. They have no-name players out there just winning games. So,
Bees, so man, this is a safe space for anyone that wants to come on and say F the Mets. This is a safe space. Specifically, if you bleep the Mets, pardon me, if you want to say it to Mitch Tischler, who's a big Met fan, I encourage that also, as long as you're out of the big man's reach.
Well, yeah. Even though I got a bad back, I still think I can outrun Mitch. So, Mitch Tischler, my good friend, bleep the Mets. So I know that was a Thursday, but they just stink. They can't do anything. Thank goodness they're still paying Scherzer's contract, so that's nice of them.
Can I complain about something? So yes. You said something. The Nats are among the leaders in MLB in stolen bases, right? And so I figure they are too. And Lane Thomas, since he came back, is running like crazy. So I wanted to just look up MLB stolen base leaders.
Okay.
So I went to MLB.com, and there's a column that says stats. And your options are StatCast leaders, MLB StatCast, Baseball Savant, or top prospect stats. I don't know what any of the hell that means. So I clicked on StatCast leaders, and it's all exit velocity and barrels leaderboard. I don't even know how to get to steals. So then I tried this other thing, MLB StatCast, and nowhere is there just like team statistics. I mean, I can get 90-foot running splits, barrel, base running, batted ball, event, blast, bolt, exit velocity, expected batting average, expected slugging percentage. Like, the nerds have taken over baseball too much. Dude, I grew up loving baseball. I grew up watching Cal Ripken. I still care about.
I just think it's you.
Batting average, ERA.
Teams with the most stolen bases this season just pops up.
You Googled that specifically, though.
But I'm saying that's what you need to. You go to.
I went to MLB.com. They should make the information available.
Google what you want to get is right here.
All right. Well, who is it?
So Ellie De La Cruz is leading with 31. We've got
Nationals are
no.
lead.
I want
Nationals
teams, not players.
Right now, 93.
Who's second? Who's third?
Second is the Reds. Third is the Brewers. Then the Phillies. Then the Rays.
All right.
Guardians. The problem with you all today, y'all just think you can just go and see everything. Put in what you want.
MLB.com should provide that information.
Be specific.
Yeah, you know why? Because B. Mitch's best friend is Siri.
So, B. Mitch does love Siri.
I put Major League, I put MLB stolen base leaders teams, and it popped up.
All right, Bees, give us some picks. Let's get rich.
All right. So I got a couple of I'm going to hit you with some stuff, and then we'll get back to the basis that you probably won't expect, and I'll go through it quick. Because we have limited sports, I'm going to go to NASCAR, and I reached out to one of my buddies that used to be a spotter, and I said, hey, who do we like in these? Who's hot? And what teams are looking good? So this is what we have. I'm going to give you 3 plays that you can play over the weekend. You got a 130 truck series. I'm going to tell you to take Christian.
You're giving out NASCAR truck picks?
Truck series good.
I'm giving you 3 picks in every series. I'm giving you one thing to play, and they're all plus numbers, which I hate to give out chalk all the time. So Christian Eckes to finish in the top 3, plus 125. He's got 2 wins on the season. He's been on the podium 48%.
What was the fella's name? Kristen?
Eckes, Eckes, top 3, plus 1.25. Hey, take a little bonus, get him to win the race at plus 450. Then we'll take you over to Xfinity race, which is 4:30 that same Saturday. So a doubleheader for NASCAR.
Where are they this week?
What's that?
Where's NASCAR this week?
See, I don't really know. I want to say I know it's a road course, but I'm just not sure where the road course is.
All right, I'll find out.
It's a Pacific Office 147, so I want to say it's going to be on the West Coast. Is my best guess. So all got our top 3. Once again, these are things that I am following the suit of my guy that was in NASCAR for 20 years, was a spotter for Elliott Sadler, did a little bit with Denny Hamlin. So this guy knows the industry, and he knows the right people to reach out to. So all guy are top 3, plus 250 on the 4:30 race. That's the Xfinity race. And then Sunday, take the manufacturer Toyota, plus 150. You get 6 solid drivers here. You got Hamlin, Truex, Reddick, Wallace, Bell, and the guy that I'm also going to play individually is Ty Gibbs, plus 400 to finish in the top 3. So top 3 for Ty Gibbs, plus 400.
I'm trying to write this down, man. I'm struggling.
I'll send it. I'll text it over to you so you can so you can post it.
All right.
So I got some long shots here. I'm going to stick with our Nats in the series price against Cleveland. And my thought process when it comes to these big plus series prices that I can bet back off them if they happen to win the first game. So I can get a little bit of goods on both sides if need be. But I'm going to take the Nats to win the series at plus 195 against Cleveland at Cleveland.
I like that. I like that. Nats to win the series, because then you also get action for 3 games with 1 bet. Cleveland's pretty damn good, though. Do they have the best record in baseball? We lost Bees. Bees has had enough. He's giving away too many winners. I think Cleveland's got the best record in the American League. Big opportunity for the Nats. Here's a big opportunity for you. When we come back, we're giving away 21 Savage tickets. And what do you know? The Rooster showed up when we're about to cook some food. Here's what I do know, B. If I need work done at my house, there's one person I call. I usually text him, honestly. Paul Henry. Paul Henry's window installation. If you need work done at your house, call Paul. He'll take care of your windows. He'll take care of your doors. But he's a creative dude. The vision he had for my back porch and what he built back there was so damn impressive. It has changed my home and changed my life. Call him today. It's the last day of the month. $100 off windows with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors.
Both windows and doors have been replaced by Paul in my garage. It's attached to my house and everything. But I have a walkway that I have to get redone, after having that thing for 20-something years. So certain little things start to mess up. Paul came over, said this buddy came in. They're going to get it worked out for me, and I can't wait because when I grill, I like to sit right under there because it protects you from the sun, but still you can have the wind blowing through right under. It's a little breezeway, and I like the breeze to go through. So if you want to get windows or doors at your house, reach out to Paul right now, and you'll receive $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum, and you'll receive up to $500 off each door. Tell him that B. Mitch and Philly sent you. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. PaulHenrysWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
All right, man. Vibes are getting high around here. Russell showed up because he could smell the steak. Stallion showed up because he could smell the steak. Russell's trying to putt, which is not exactly his specialty. Also, our boy Nucci is about to join us, which we're fired up about. And here's what you should be fired up about. 21 Savage. He's more famous than Chris Russell. And caller number 10 right now can win tickets. That's right. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to 21 Savage American Dream Tour, Sunday, June 2nd at Jiffy Lube Live. That's this Sunday. Now I'm going to try to say these right for you, Brian. With special guests, JID, Nardo Wick, 21 Lil Harold. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information,
Little Harold.
I said Lil Harold. Lil Harold. Jeff, how would you say 21 Lil Harold?
Lil Harold.
Lil Harold. Lil Harold.
I played basketball with a dude named Harold Juicy, and we all called him Harold. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. No, that was his last name. I think it was French. It was like Jusse, I think.
Okay.
All right, call right now. You can win 2 tickets to 21 Savage. Pop quiz, hot shots. Rooster, I know you can hear me. Get on that microphone. I found this interesting. Rooster says he's got nothing to talk about besides a name. Here's something you can talk about besides a name. What city in the world has the most millionaires?
What city in the world has the most millionaires? West Coast, East Coast? Can we ask that?
I said the world, bro.
The world.
West Coast, East Coast, and worldwide.
Dubai. I'm going to go with Dubai. I was about to say that myself.
2 votes, Dubai. Rooster?
No, I'm going to go with Doha.
Doha. Roostizzle?
I'm going to go, is Tuscany a city?
Nope.
No.
Not at all.
In Italy?
It's a region in Italy, and it's fairly rural, dude. So it's not very it's not a ton of population in Tuscany, which is also not a city.
Where does WWE go all the time? UAE, the United Arab Emirates?
Yes.
Is that the same thing as Dubai?
Yes, that's what these guys.
I don't know. I am like not
the fact that you let off with Tuscany is pretty phenomenal. The answer, this is one of those, you always give me a hard time when I overthink my bets. New York City.
Really?
Yeah.
There are a lot more people.
Right.
Yeah.
349,000 millionaires in New York City.
A lot of athletes.
What do you think is number 2? And I'll give you a hint on this one. It's another American city.
L.A.
Los Angeles. Yeah.
Jeffrey?
Los Angeles.
Y'all sleep.
Miami?
Y'all sleep on the Bay. You know how much tech money is in San Fran?
Oh, yeah.
But are all those people in San Fran per se?
They called it the Bay Area.
Well, the Bay Area is not a city.
I'm just telling you what the list says.
Well, you said which city, and then you're going to give us a whole damn area.
That's the only one that they have an area.
Wait, is that like saying Tuscany is a city?
Tuscany, that's like saying North Dakota. Number 3.
I was asking a question.
This is our first international. I'll give you a hint.
England.
That's
London.
No, but I would have thought London would have been number 1. Bruce?
Nah, just the Queen and her family got all the money in London.
Rome.
Not Rome. Jeffrey?
At least I had a city this time.
I'll give you a hint. It's in Asia.
Oh, Tokyo, right?
Rooster. Bang.
Sorry, was I supposed to jump?
No, that's all right. You got one.
You got it.
So New York, San Fran, Tokyo, Singapore, then London. I would have thought London was way higher on this thing.
How is Dubai, though, not on that list?
Maybe Dubai doesn't have the population?
They don't have a lot of millionaires. They got a lot of billionaires.
I would love to see the billionaire list.
Yes.
I think New York might still lead it because I think a lot of seriously wealthy people from like countries that may not be the most stable, like establish residency in New York just so they can be Americans or whatever. So I'm surprised by this. New York, San Fran, Tokyo, Singapore, London is 5th, LA 6th, then Paris, Sydney, Hong Kong, Beijing. China's got so much population that I would have thought Beijing, Shanghai, I don't know.
Yeah, but you got to realize the type of place where they're at, too, now.
Yeah.
You got a lot of money. Government got a lot of money.
Right.
I mean,
right.
You got a lot of money until they tell you how much money they want from you.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, Roost, was that entertaining?
Absolutely. I mean, it's May 30th or 31st or whatever it is.
Exactly.
31st.
Exactly.
As I look down at my phone. Yeah, of course it's entertaining. You guys are always entertaining. That's why I listen.
So I got this. What states do you think, if you're married, have the best, not the states that don't have state income tax, but states that have income tax but give you the best break, the best bang for your buck?
Don't know. I've never lived in none of them.
Yeah, you have actually.
Philadelphia? Pennsylvania?
Yes. Pennsylvania and Louisiana give you a decent bang for your buck.
Yeah, you just don't make a lot in Louisiana, though.
Well, that's also if you're single. If you're married, the best place to be, tax-wise, if you're married.
North Dakota.
Yo, Rooster's on fire.
Really?
Yes.
Is that serious?
That's a hell of a guess.
I was just taking a wild shot.
I took his SAT, too.
Listen, I would love to pay less taxes. I ain't going to North Dakota.
Yeah. How about South Dakota?
Oddly not on the list.
Do the women look good in North Dakota?
Never been there, Jeff.
I don't know, Jeff.
Have you seen Fargo?
I mean, I think there's good-looking women everywhere,
Hey,
right?
I'm a bachelor, man.
Well,
how about you go for 2 weeks and then come back and tell us?
How about this? North Dakota
Rooster got a lot of money.
North Dakota is the best state for both being single and being married for tax purposes.
Yeah, for being single, because probably ain't nobody around to catch you doing other stuff.
Although you might be better off in South Dakota because states with no income tax. Let's see how many we can name. We all know Texas and Florida.
Texas, Florida.
Arizona?
Delaware, right?
Arizona?
No, not Delaware either.
Delaware's just for like corporations and stuff like that.
Think very far north.
Oh, Maine?
More
Oregon?
northern. Alaska.
Well, that's
Florida.
West.
It's north too. It's also east. Like it's so damn big. It's on the other side of the equator.
Florida, Texas.
Alaska, Florida, Texas. One will come to you. Where are the drinks free? As long as you're losing money.
Nevada.
South Dakota. So maybe Jeff go to South Dakota instead of North Dakota.
In Vegas for 2 years. Nevada is state income tax rate.
You didn't know that now?
I don't remember that.
Somebody was ripping you off.
Somebody was ripping you off.
Yeah, long time ago.
All right. Alaska, Florida, Nevada, New Hampshire, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Washington, Wyoming. No income tax. Highest effective tax rates.
California.
D.C. is third. Virginia is on the list for if you're married. Oregon takes the most of your money. Phone lines open when we come back. 800-1067. 800-636-1067. He's an NFL legend. You can ask him anything, and we're going to be eating steaks.
Really?
Prepare, sir. You got to prepare. 1:30 is your time. Right now, it is time for Ask Me Mitch Anything. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. He's an NFL legend. You can ask him anything you want. I'm going to start by asking him. Right. Everybody knows about our friend Stevie, the longest tenured WJFK employee, I believe. Stevie's been here 32 years. Stevie, do you want to ask B a question? Well, hold on. Get a mic. Or just use mine. Here.
Okay. So my big question for you, B, is when you were coming through the line, who was your toughest opponent defensively that kind of made you think maybe before you went through?
As a runner.
Reggie White.
Reggie White's a pretty good one.
Whenever you can find a guy that can hip toss 345-pound men and they go airborne, you worry about what he could do to you.
What, like when Coach Joe's getting you ready to play the Eagles when Reggie's in his prime, what, like, whether it was Bugle or Gibbs or whoever, outside of a double team, like that hump move that Reggie White perfected, right? Yeah. I mean, he truly perfected that move. What is the, for every move, there's a counter, right? What the hell was the counter to Reggie White's hump?
Don't let him get you caught.
Just don't get too inside.
He would start one way, and when you went to go, he just clubbed and threw. But like Jumpy Getters would do the forklift. He'd come off, boom, hit you, lock, and lift you and take you right back to the quarterback.
That's so crazy.
I mean, you got to hit your hope. And like when I think the thing about Reggie, you had to chip him a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why he didn't like you, even though he was a preacher.
Hey, man. No, he didn't like me because I said some bad things to him.
I believe that. All right. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. We also are about to have a legitimate celebrity in here. Our guy Nucci is coming in to judge the rap battle. Wildcard Scotty is here. Jeff is here. These guys are going to go at it. Apparently, we have to give. Maybe we just let Nucci run it. He knows what he's doing. He has really famous performers on his front porch.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Unlike me. I do know how to work the phones, though. Vinny is in Seat Pleasant. Vinny, ask B. Mitch anything.
What's going on, B. Mitch? What's going on, JP?
What up, Vinny?
The fam. What's going on, y'all?
The whole circus is in town, Vinny.
One question, B. Mitch, man. Who was the hardest cornerback, the hardest hitting cornerback, actually, that you've ever encountered? Not safety, not linebacker. The hardest hitting corner that you've ever encountered.
Can I kind of want to make a guess.
Cornerback. I think you got to go all the way back.
Chris Dishman?
Nah, Dish would hit a little bit, but I think you go back to David Fulcher. Used to play for, if I remember right, is the Kansas City Chiefs. You go back to those guys. Those dudes were big.
Yeah.
They were not little corners. They were like 195, 200 and some pounds, and they will hit you just like a linebacker was. But Fulcher, I think, was one of those guys.
Okay, there you have it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate y'all, man.
Thank you, Vinny. Appreciate you, buddy. We are lucky, Brian. Actually, you should show the bottle on the stream. Commander Tequila is on the line.
I think he said that.
Is this from? I think
it is.
Commander, is this the tequila you sent for us that Brian has now?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
Let me see it one more time.
I know you would have the one with the worm in it too.
Yep.
Commander, I got to be clear. I am not going to drink that.
No, you're drinking the worm.
Nah, dog.
Yes. Just give me the worm.
It's for somebody that's 42 years old. It says it on the bottle.
B, I don't do tequila. I don't do worms. It's very kind of you, Commander, but I'm out. For those reasons, I'm out.
We're going to call you Big Worm, JP, after this. That's a big perm.
Big Worm.
Commander, do you have a question for Brian?
Yes, I do. Okay, B. Mitch, my question to you, what is one of your best plays of your moment when you played?
I would say absolutely the first one. When I got the first kickoff return I ever returned, I returned it for a touchdown. That set off everything else for me.
Thank you, Commander. Have a great weekend, buddy.
It was August of 1990 in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, against the Atlanta Falcons. Ball is coming down.
I love that story.
You could probably feel, if you're looking at me, you probably can see my heart beating through my damn shoulder pads in my shirt. And all of a sudden, boom, I got the ball, and I was running scared, and I ended up in the end zone 90-something yards away. It was a great moment, but I tell people like this, hey, I ran so damn fast, I don't think I even saw the people on the football field.
Your pop had to still be alive then, right?
Yeah.
Did you call him after that game?
Oh, hell yeah.
What'd you say?
I did. I think I made it. That's what all the other players say. He say, son, keep balling. Keep balling. I try to keep balling.
That is so dope. That is so dope. What else is dope is our friend Nucci has arrived. Nooch, how you doing, man? What's going on? Is that mic on, Jeff, please? Hold on. Let's get that mic on for you. You should be good now. Nucci, what up?
Phenomenal. I feel phenomenal.
Thank you for joining us,
It's
as
different
always.
than the porch, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's like the other side.
I
The
think
house.
your porch is nicer than this studio.
Depend on the weather outside. If it's raining,
There you go. There you go.
if it's raining, not so much.
Headphones if you want them. So the phone lines are lit up for Ask Me Mitch Anything. We're going to get there. But, Nucci, I do want to be sure you know what you're getting yourself into. You are a very accomplished person in the music world. Like, you've got a lot going for yourself.
I felt like it.
But today, we're going to ask you for something different.
Okay.
You see Jeff Walker in there, right? You know Jeff.
Yeah, I know Jeff.
Now,
Too funny.
Jeff
I know
is
Jeff for a while.
at Jeff Too Funny. Jeff is making it in the music business. He's pushing. He's grinding, right? What do you think of Jeff's skills as an MC? Because he's more of a producer.
Ooh. You gotta put Jeff on the spot. Whatever you gotta.
You gonna see.
All right.
You gotta put Jeff on the spot.
All right. Now, this other fella in the Nike Air T-shirt and the pit hat, that's Wild Card Scotty. He's in the asphalt business. But he claims that he drops bars. Those two are going to have a rap battle,
Oh,
and
man.
you're the judge.
Wonderful. I'm here for it. That's cool.
Okay, so that's what's coming up.
Who y'all got?
Honestly, dude, Scotty.
He was here last time. I wasn't here, so I don't know what's going on.
Scotty held his own last time. Like, say they went 3 rounds. Scotty won the first round for sure, which Jeff was very embarrassed by.
Okay.
And then Jeff went to work. He went
I
to
gotta
his
defend
bag.
myself.
And then Jeff kind of tried after that.
I'm gonna go with Jeff as the favorite just because I know Jeff. But you got more than enough room to prove yourself.
All right.
There we go.
Scotty.
There we go.
Team Asphalt.
Team
Asphalt Records. All right. Nucci, I want to give you this chance. Do you want to ask? We do Ask Me Mitch Anything every Friday at 1 o'clock. And you don't, I'm not putting you on the spot. You tell me when you're ready with a question for B. I got 100 callers. I can take one of them and let you think for a minute.
No, I'm already ready.
Fire away.
Just because as a former Redskin, do you feel honestly, since I'm 28 years old, and it's been the same thing since I've been a fan, I feel a little different this one.
I do.
Do you feel different as
I
a
feel
former
different
player
too.
and as an analyst for all these
Yes.
years?
And out there watching things, I think for one time, all you worried about what was happening off the field. And I, as a former player, I know what players always said, but they had to be concerned about all that crap too. Now it's nothing about off the field; it's all the stuff on the field. I think all the focus is there. They got a lot of players that came from other teams that many people may look at not like with big names, but these guys can still play, and they also have something to prove. And then you watch the young guys coming in, all they're talking about is all the things they're learning from the older guys. I'm not knocking the guys that were prior to this regime now, but none of that was really happening.
Mhm.
People was worried about the coach, worried about what was happening off the field. You didn't have a lot of communication between old and new. And now you have all that, just like it was when I came here in 1990, where I didn't have to talk to a coach. I could talk to any player. I talked to former players because they were always coming through, trying to make sure we knew what we were doing.
And that stopped.
That stopped.
Mm.
It got to a point where I believe that ownership before and even people in the sales department thought they were the stars more than the players were.
DC, the land of politics. The backdoor capital.
And you talked about this when Magic Johnson got introduced in D.C.
Mhm.
One of the first public appearances he did, one of the first things Magic said is, the players don't have to worry about this anymore. They can just focus on playing ball.
There you go.
And I do think, especially over the last 5, 7 years, 10 years, probably, as things just got so toxic and broken,
Yeah.
players, whether it was subconscious or not, it kind of became a crutch. It's like, yo, we can't win here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You notice all the players when they were here, they said, "Oh, we don't worry about that stuff." The moment they got outside those doors, they always say it's hard to win there because there's too much going on.
Yeah,
So it had to affect the players.
Dotson said that he felt like he got traded.
Think about that.
And he's been on the same team.
That's wild.
That's
when he
crazy.
said that, I was like, "Ooh, boy!"
That when he said that made me feel good because I'm like,
tells you a
okay,
lot.
it's different. Like something got to change because I'm like, the definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing, expecting different results.
Totally.
And I feel insane all these years, like just arguing for my team. I'm 28.
So the highlight of your
RG3.
Yeah.
The first year.
Before
the playoffs.
4 years before he was born.
Yeah.
Right. That's crazy.
I missed everything.
Yeah, dude. So I at least got the 91 team. I remember the 91 team. And I honestly think that like shaped my life, like how I landed doing this stuff.
Yeah. I think this team that I grew up in built me for resiliency.
Right.
And now I feel like I could take on it.
Deserves championships.
So, yeah, I just mean like in life. Like the same way you said that winning, seeing somebody win made you feel like a winner.
Yeah.
Seeing them lose so much and still come back the next season and us had that delusion that we're going to do it. Like, it made me move better in life a little bit.
All right.
Like just accepting losses and
Dude,
going on.
You're a DC sports fan in general. It's not like, the football team's been bad, but we can lean on basketball. Or like until the Caps broke through, it'd have been lean.
Yeah,
it's lean.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I think that's why I'm able to move how I move.
That's dope.
Because of these teams, even coming up in like schools out here, like Jonan is like elective in school. So.
You hear our friend Nucci joining us right now. You can follow him on Instagram at Nucci Music. You're the level of blowing up you've got going with the front porch is just. I'm going to confess something that I didn't know that much about Craig David, but I follow you on Instagram. And so Nucci posts, he's like, I'd be lying if I saw this one coming. Craig David live from the front porch. So I clicked on Craig David to learn more about him. He has 1 million Instagram followers. Like, clearly I'm the one that needs to figure something out, not Craig David. He's a soul singer, right?
Yeah, he's from the UK. I'd be lying if I said that I was any more knowledgeable than you were at the time.
How does that come about?
I feel like you build it, they will come. So just the same way that somebody would scout a player or scout some type of talent for a coach, like I'm like the talent scout now. Like people invite me to concerts to come like, hey, you think he could be on the porch or you think they could be on the porch?
That's so dope, dude.
And people just link me up with people sometimes. And if I judge it just pretty much off of if I like it and if the people around me like it, if my camera crew like it, if the audio crew like it, all right, let's go. Like, that's it.
I mean, I think that's Brian and I, like, I don't know that we run the most traditional sports radio program, but if we're having fun and it seems authentic to us, then like the people that are along for the ride are in.
Exactly.
That's the whole thing for me. Like when I come here to do the show, people always say, "Hey man, how you prepare for the show?" I say, I'm me. I don't try to become somebody else. Like some people get in front of the mic, they turn into a character.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be B Mitch 24/7.
Exactly.
I mean, for better or worse.
You don't have to. When you're being who you are, you don't have to think about it. You don't have to remember stuff. You're just who you are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The YouTube is at Nucci Music. It's so cool to watch, and I bust Jeff's balls constantly, but the fact that he's able to connect us all is dope, and it blows my mind that you guys and your manager actually listen to the show. It's just
I've grown up listening to the show. My cousin used to tell me that B Mitch was his cousin. I'm like, so I always was like, I'd be listening, wait for him, like wait for you to shout him out. Like he don't know him for real. He never gonna shout him out.
That's like Jeff Walker and Doc Walker are cousins.
Yeah, that's great. That's good. First cousin.
Doc Walker is cool. I met Doc Walker when I was working with DC Lottery and we were putting the Gambit, we had Gambit events when they putting the gambling machines in certain spots. And I met with Doc Walker and I had a conversation with him. This is when we drafted Chase Young.
Yeah.
And I asked him the same thing I asked you.
Okay.
And he was like, nope. He feel no different about, well, this was 2 years ago though. So he was like, yeah, nah, they got to prove it. They got to show me.
That's Doc. Doc was very old school.
No, he was like, he made me like, ain't nobody good enough.
Doc was around when I got here. And that was one of the guys who I talked to the most. And that's why I'm in this business right here.
Yeah.
Let's do this. I think, what's the timer say on the air fryer right
there? You can probably turn that off right now.
How much, Stevie? 1 1 minute till the steaks are ready.
That's probably done.
It might be done,
couldn't
Stevie.
turn
Go
up
ahead and
before.
pull it. That doesn't sound good. We got to figure out what's up with the steaks because we're not giving Nucci a burnt-ass steak. Plus, when we come back, it's rap battle time. Jeff, Too Funny, Asphalt Scotty. This is about Wild Card Scotty. What do you prefer?
Young Asphalt.
Young Asphalt. Little Uzi Asphalt. We'll figure it out. When we come back, Nucci judges Rap Battle 2.0 on B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere. want to get to the YouTube page, not only do you have Nucci joining us, but we're about to have this rap battle, and we believe Jeff and Wildcard Scotty are going to be on camera. Is that accurate, Jeffrey?
Yes, that is accurate.
All right. Now, Nucci, you've probably done a lot more of this than me, so I'm happy to just kind of turn the reins over. There's some debate as to who won the last one and who should get to go second. I don't know if you think that's pertinent.
Man, this is my house.
It is kind of just a home game.
We got to flip a coin just like any other sport.
Okay, we can do that.
Or a jump ball.
Call heads and tails, Scotty.
Tails never fails.
If heads.
Tails failed.
Like I said,
Better get
it's my house. He's going first.
All right. So Scotty's going to go first. We're having no beat or anything, correct? It's just
no beat.
No beat.
Just life.
1 minute a cappella.
All right. I'll do the clock. 1 minute. I don't know that you guys are going to make it a whole minute, but
all right, 30 seconds. It don't matter.
That's what she said. Nooch.
Hey.
What, Jeff?
Sometimes you gotta get in and get out of there.
Oh my God, dude!
We crossing the line. The rated X
CK's about to just pull the plug. All right, Nucci. Apparently, we have to give them a topic. I'm gonna turn it over to you, and then you. How about you give a topic, count them down, and I'll start the clock.
Okay. So before we start, you're not battling against each other.
We are.
Okay. Well, your topic is Jeff, and your topic is Young Asphalt.
Oh,
all right, bet.
I like it. All right, Scotty. 3, 2, 1, go.
I can't believe I'm first. I beat you, and I'll beat you to the dirt. My man's shirt's so tight, man. He's looking white. I'm looking at his jeans. They're skinny, man. They ain't for you, brother. Come on, my man. Mr. JP, showing toes. Jeffrey, I'm coming harder, and I'm coming with them blows. I'm swelling up that big old nose. What you gonna do? Try to come attack my pros? Man, I'm kicking it. I'm sick of it. All the disrespect I've been getting it. Man, I'm not trying to hear that shit. I'm sorry.
Scotty,
I didn't
30
mean
seconds,
to.
Scotty. 30 seconds.
That's 30 seconds. That's 30 seconds.
You got the 28.
I'm sorry.
28.5, Scotty.
I'm sorry.
28.5.
That right there is why I don't do this.
You never know what's coming, man.
The first line would have been, I don't give a all right, hey Jeff, he came. He came at you.
But
all right, 3. That pause got Nucci. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Scotty, those bars were straight weak. It is what it is. Don't ever put a rap battle over your kids. You sped down here just to get a whipping. For real, I could take your girl and have her. I can't say that on the radio, so I'ma let it go. You so red, it looked like you took a line of blow, but it's okay, because white men can't jump. I told you, you shouldn't have took this battle from the jump. Yeah, I ride jump with jump,
30
and I
seconds.
jump back.
30 seconds, Jeff.
Yo,
Nah,
I don't think Jeff had a rhyme.
I need a minute,
I
dog.
don't know if Jeff was ready.
You could have had 4 hours and you're nowhere near.
Oh,
I love you, brother. I do.
Can we do
I
it?
do.
I'm sorry, I can't take Scotty rapping
They
serious.
say the people. They say Scotty won round 2.
Yeah, I gotta ask. Did anything Jeff?
Give me 3.
Did Jeff have a single rhyme?
He said radio and let it go.
Okay, all right.
And
But
I
they just
told
said
him
jump like 3 straight times.
that's because I'm over here trying not to laugh at Scotty staring me in my face
Scotty,
like this.
Scotty,
You gotta
was
respect
prepared.
your
That's
poem.
part of the rap battle. Like you got to put that grit on.
Oh my
Who won,
God,
B?
bro.
Tell him. Tell
I
the
think,
truth.
Jeff, you lost that one.
Thank you.
Oh
right,
my
Jeff.
Who
God.
won, B? Who won, Mr.
We
JP?
we
He
got
said-
round 2. We got 5 more minutes
Hey,
left in the
Hey
segment.
Jeff, he said you had a big nose too, and I don't even feel right sounding with him, but hey,
I said
it
I was
sounded
gonna
good.
slow it.
All right, Scotty takes round 1 officially.
Yeah,
Oh,
Scotty,
oh my
yo,
God.
but now Scotty,
he
before
said
you,
your pants so tight you look white. I remember the bars.
Tell me that wasn't nasty.
Scotty also took round 1 last time, and that kind of woke Jeff up, and Jeff came back.
And he went from young asphalt to big asphalt. Just graduated.
So how does it work? Does Jeff go first this time?
I
now?
go first this time.
Yeah, Jeff goes first this time.
All right. Do you want to give him 45 seconds? Because Jeff claims he needs more time.
Let's go till
We
Jeff.
we could go 30 seconds. It don't matter because I know what to do. this boy is not matching. He got on like 4 different blues. Like, he's the biggest Bama, as Rev T say. Do you really get women? Or I can't go that way. But let's bring it back, talking about my clothes. It looked like your big brother wore that shirt before.
Struggle City, Jeff.
Yo, I got it. Y'all go ahead, bro. I can't rap.
I didn't go with this one, bro.
All right, take it home, Scotty.
You're talking about my weight because I dropped a couple pounds. I'm trying to get fit, brother. Why are you trying to clown? Talk about my blues. I had a hat to block the sun because I had to watch my son start to run. He's going to take them titles in about 10 years. Remember the name, Maverick, baby, in the clear. You got no shot, Jeff. Don't call me out again.
Wow! Wow!
Are we going to size that second round? Because that was bad.
Yo, his wasn't great, but yours was so bad that he took it. Like, you just kind of stopped.
Like, he had like the most mature battle rap I ever heard.
He was showing fatherhood and everything, Jeff.
It was dad raps.
43 going on 75.
We need Nucci's commentary on everything.
Big ass fault.
Oh my God.
Oh Lord, Jeff destroyed the camera. Jeff said, "I'm tired of this."
Can't take it no more.
Oh my God.
Jeff, are you
Scotty killed him.
Jeff, are you quitting?
Well, we're gonna go some more. I
three?
get some
You
more
want three?
bars.
Let's put
I'm
a beat
reading the
on
chat.
this time.
The chat is pro Scotty.
Oh, where the chat is?
Here's the
Jeff
chat.
stinks.
Yo, Seymour Butt says, "Where's
Already over.
B? They're asking for you. Where's the Sandman to run Jeff off the stage?" Yo, yo, Bilal just said Jeff with the trash symbol. Garrett P said he liked the dad reps. All right, dude.
Man.
Somebody gonna take that dad raps. That's the thing.
So it's 2-0. I think it's over. Aren't these best of 3?
Yeah, we could give Scotty this day.
All right, Scotty, do you have anything prepared? Oh, boy.
He came back.
Peanut just coming in with the putter on Jeff. This is just chaos. Scotty, the floor is yours, buddy.
For what? What do you want to talk about?
Did you have some final bars you wanted to drop?
You guys are still acting like I write stuff. What do you want to battle? I mean, I don't have raps.
Why did I think that was his rap just now? Because that's how he kept
I thought
starting.
that's how he was getting into it.
I was thinking I write stuff. I just write stuff.
I could drop.
I could write enough.
I want you to come and beat me.
Oh no, I'm not battling you.
Come on.
How about
Bad
this?
rap.
Oh,
I'm not bringing.
Nucci
dad
already
raps in.
said
he's
he
too
doesn't
smart.
battle rap because he's going straight for the juggler.
I know.
Which means we won't be able to hear nothing.
I thought
It
about
humbled-
like 10.
it
I
would
thought about
humble
like
me.
10 things since I was sitting over here.
I also do not battle rap. Just if anybody was curious. Scotty, last one. New hope for the Commanders.
I like what you guys have done. I like the signings. I like the draft.
I'm asking you to rap that.
Oh, you want me to rap about the Commanders?
Yeah. You said give you a topic.
All right. I'm trying to.
You formulate.
I buy you some time. What happened to Chris Paul, the one that used to do the songs all the time?
Oh, I don't know. He just
Oh
stopped
man,
doing it,
I reached out to him
He
too.
just
dude.
disappeared.
Yeah, he just said he got different things going on right
Oh.
now, and
It's because they weren't winning.
that's back in the past.
It's kind of hard
That
to
was
be,
email.
you know what I'm saying?
I keep making
It's
these
hard to
losing
keep
songs.
doing that stuff when you're not winning.
Yeah, he was good at it. I'm like, how you coming up like
Jeff, how did that work for you
breaking
last
down
year when
every
you were
play?
doing it? Didn't it get hard when they would lose?
Yes, I actually started to sing that I wanted to win again. Yeah, it got
The
pretty
songs
bad.
got sad late in the year.
Yeah.
Like you're listening to like Irish music at last call. It's sad. All right, Scott, you got a Commander's flow for us? You just said you were ready.
I'm ready. It's a new day approaching. We got a new bunch of
coaches.
A bunch of coaches. We kicked the old regime to the curb. Now we got that real squad coming. It ain't absurd. We got Jaden Daniels. He's about to lead the pack. We got Eckler, and he's about to go 90 back. Take it over. Running over these. The rest of the team's going to laugh.
We got a new defense. We're about to get some sacks.
You're going to get some sacks. We got our man.
She's very good
Get some
at this.
interceptions and take them back.
Take them back. There you go. We don't need.
We're going to cut the new ownership some slack.
Yeah. Yo, Nucci's very good at this.
That's a tough
You got
topic,
this.
'cause I-
All right. Hang on. I'm going to let
damn
somebody.
You're
rap flow.
already ahead of time.
I'm going to let somebody important weigh in here. Nucci, are you familiar with Rev T?
Rev T.
You're about to be.
Let's give me.
Hello,
familiar.
Reverend. You're on with me, Nucci, Wildcard Scotty, Jeff the Can't Rap, and Brian Mitchell.
And all of y'all Bammers, because y'all over there eating burnt steak, and ain't nobody say, where's the Rev at? Let's get the Rev up here too. What's up, brother Nucci? All I'm trying to do is come smoke 1 or 2, sit up on the porch, introduce the band, and I might do the happy seat, you know what I'm saying? Or I just may break out in the Cabbage Patch. You know, and if you bring me up there with Junkyard is, you already know I'm about to do the hee-haw.
Hey, hey, Rev T, where you from, Rev T?
Now I'm from Savannah Terrace, Parkland. Come on, man.
Oh, come on,
Carmen
man.
Heights, man. You know, come on, man. All day, every day, man.
Look, I feel bad.
Uptown if I get down.
I feel bad because I just had Junkyard come. It ain't out yet, but I just had Junkyard come. I would love to see you hee-haw for Junkyard because they was definitely hee-hawing.
Lord, help him, Lord. Lord, save Brother Nucci, Lord, because last week was my birthday. Man, that would have been I think I said something to you on Twitter. I mean, what is it? Twitter, X or something? Whatever they call it, that Elon Musk. Elon Musk sound like a deodorant or something, don't it?
Reverend, thank you as always.
I love everybody.
Later,
106.7 the fan, the team 980 family. JP,
Appreciate
you know,
Rev.
it's the same. Yeah, and listen,
Rev, we gotta go, dude.
Say a prayer for us.
I know I owe you a bottle of Henny. I know.
Yeah, Bama.
All right. Have a great weekend, buddy. That was the Reverend. Brian, you made the steaks. They were banging. Nooch, what'd you think of the steaks?
The steak was like that. I didn't have it. Was my first air
Air
fryer steak.
baby.
Air fryer. There's a lot of ways to cook a steak, but when B-Mitch is involved, it's always going to be good. And you know what makes it even better? When it's from Omaha Steaks, like the fillets we all just ate. You got Father's Day coming up. Here's what you need to do. Go to omahasteaks.com. Order a gourmet gift package for Father's Day. Use the promo code JP at checkout, and you'll get an additional discount. Here's what Dad doesn't want. Socks, ties, books. Here's what Dad wants. Steak. Go to omahasteaks.com, promo code JP, and get exclusive savings. Shop for unforgettable bits that are going to make Dad's day.
I got a tweet from Fred Smoot. Tell Jeff he is finished in the entire United States. He let a lot of people down in the community.
Tell Fred Smoot, say I'm not a freestyler. I'm a writer.
Tell Smoot what's up, man.
Smoot say what's up,
I got
boy.
a question. Are those paid mayonnaise steaks?
Maybe Omaha. They might be. Find out for yourself. omahasteaks.com. Use the promo code JP at checkout. Omaha Steaks is America's butcher. Did Smoot text you?
He hit me on. I thought I was seeing what's going.
Cut that stream, Jeff.
What's going to pop up?
Cut that stream, Jeff, before we say something we shouldn't. That's our biggest concern is a hot mic.
I was watching the YouTube comments. Somebody was like, somebody let Rev T bring in a band. That must have been Rev T saying it. My man just said me, said, Rev T work out here in Virginia with me.
Rev T is wild.
He come over to my house, man. I'll be frying turkey, bro. He walk in there, Joe. I said, Rev, dude. He said, man, what?
At Skins games, he used to wear like a bleep you. It's going to Jeff's trash rap battle skills.
Hey, he can battle me too.
I gotta bleep you for next week. I'm gonna bleep this camera.
Yeah, that camera
It
sucks.
follows me out, but it don't follow me back in.
Yeah. Like my kids climb the tree in our front yard, right? And they'll get up to a point. They're like, Daddy, I can't get down. I'm like, get down the same way you got up. Like the simple premise, the camera follows you out. Why doesn't it come back?
I don't know. I think Jeff got something going on over here.
Today has been a lot of fun. Nucci, thank you for joining us, man. I hope you enjoyed yourself. It's a bit of I call it a circus, our program, especially non-football season when there's nothing else to talk about. Thanks for coming in, dude.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's a lot nicer when Jeff has your mic up.
Yeah, Jeff. He's feeling some type of way right now.
Nah, man.
This is a ball. I would love to come back. Well, I know the address now, so I'll just come when I see
We got to
y'all
come
live.
to the porch.
Oh no, you definitely come to the porch.
Yeah.
You could definitely come to the porch.
While we
watch
got
games.
you, what's your record prediction for the Commanders?
I'm jumping out there. I need at least it's 17 games now, right?
17 games.
Yeah. I need at least 10-7.
All right.
That's what Tischler said.
I need at least 10, like just to make me feel good. Like I've seen, like Houston has come back. The Lions, have I was rooting for the Lions in the playoffs this year.
But you know, like what you're asking for, you asked for 10-7.
That ain't.
And I think that's not asking for too much, because what I believed is that, and I said, Jay, I say it all the time, people have not held them accountable. Their expectations were lowered. No. Have high expectations.
Right.
Yeah, and people will go for it. But if you tell me, if I keep hearing, as long as they just do this, that, then that's what people strive for. But if you start hearing the 10s, the 11s, the 12s,
I need that.
You got to put more work in.
I'm looking at these other teams. I'm just so tired of us not in the playoffs. Even as I'm watching the NBA playoffs right now, like the Wizards, I'm like, it's never the Wizards.
No.
It's never even like the first round. Like since John Wall, and I don't even like John Wall and Gortat. And this was like Bill on and off.
Yeah.
And like just to see Bill go to Phoenix right now and like just be like, I'm not gonna say nothing.
But not much.
It's like it don't even matter.
Who's your pick, Mavs Celtics?
I'm going to Mavs. I'm rooting for Luka and Kyrie.
Beamish might yell at you.
I'm not I just can't
I just can't
root
cheer for
the
nothing
Celtics.
from Dallas.
Dude, that's where
I feel the same way because it's a Dallas, but like the Maverick and the Cowboy just don't seem like the same thing.
I
to
agree,
me.
dude.
I don't know what a Maverick is.
I can't root
It got
for
something to
Boston.
do with Cowboys.
I think that's a bird. A Maverick is a bird.
I think it's the dude from Top Gun.
He flies. Bird. He's a bird.
I think a Maverick technically
Cruise
is
is a
somebody
Maverick.
that like goes against the grain, like somebody who's willing to be an independent thinker.
Like JP.
Is how you would describe somebody as a Maverick.
It's the Dallas Tom Cruises.
Oh, but it's also, I don't really know what this means, but I'm going to say it, an unbranded calf or yearling.
See, I told you something to do with cowboy stuff.
Jeff, what's a yearling?
Country. Yearling. some
Is that an
country.
animal?
I'm guessing it's some type of cattle with something that has been removed. Maybe not. It's an animal that is a year old. It's between a year and its second year.
Yeah.
I don't freaking know.
Oh, a yearling.
Yeah.
Kind of makes sense.
So it could be a 1-year-old horse.
Jeff, who won the
1-year-old
bets
cow.
this week? I don't know if you've got that. I think I won.
I think I won.
How would you win?
B, you were over, I
I was
think.
about to say, you were over, bro.
No, I wasn't.
You were over.
Well, two people on the show were over then. Jeff was just over in the rap battle.
I lost last night, but I think I won. Seriously.
You did take the week. I won last night.
B, we were both on Minnesota. I knew that was cooked within 6 minutes of that game.
Yeah.
That never was good. Anything we like this
I
weekend,
probably shouldn't
boys?
have rushed home to try and watch the rest of it.
Nah, that was
Just stay where I was.
chill where you are. That game ain't worth watching. Nucci, you got a pick tonight, Edmonton, Dallas?
We talking about
Hockey.
Hockey? I'm not rooting for Dallas.
Yeah, exactly. We are an Oilers radio show.
I'm just not rooting for the Celtics.
Yo,
That's really it.
I'm 100% with you.
Yeah.
I'm just not a Celtics fan.
All
Can
right.
I just I'm gonna sit out on this whole thing. I don't really like Boston. You know
I don't
that.
like neither one of them.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest.
Can't stand Boston though.
Totally agree.
I like Kyrie. I want Kyrie to be able to, you know what I'm saying, get that. I like Luka to prove people and show who they say
It
Luka
changes
is.
everything for Luka if they win.
Right.
We
I feel
gotta
the same
go.
way for Jason Tatum too, though.
So I agree. Thank you to PFT Commenter for joining us. Thank you to Cody Betts for joining us. Thank you to Nucci for joining us in studio. Our boy Mike Beasley, thank you to you too. Hell of a day. Congratulations to Wildcard Scotty for winning yet another rap battle.
Get your weight up, Jeff.
Thank you to Heavy Metal Chris for joining us on late notice. Nucci, it's been great having you in here, man. Thank you. He keeps cutting your mic, dude.
I know. He's so mad at me.
Grant
Because
and Danny.
I didn't pick him.
Grant and Danny coming your way next.
So mad.
You made it this far. Jeff owes you a steak.
Good Friday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. It's a beautiful day in Washington, D.C. We're on Half Street in the Navy Yard in our studios, bringing you a live 4+ hour program, taking you up to the Nats and the Guardians tonight. Daniel, how are you?
Incredibly great. Unbelievable day today. Yeah, it's my fault. I planned poorly. I should have taken it earlier, but we're good. I'm good now.
You waited right until I said,
and now.
And then you just went right for your
water. And I went to
bottle.
look at the water. I'm amazing. You could go, Grant. I know you're a big pickleball guy, but you could go to some high-level pickleball games in this area. You could watch all my boys with the Arlington Iron paddles bang around at the various parks and recreational spaces that we occupy, okay? You could go for a month and see some 4.5 to 5.0 level play among some of these dynamic players. You would not see what you saw today. Today, I'm the worst of four. Jeff, me, team. Jeff's great. I'm not. I'm pretty good. Evan, Brian, they're both great. All right, we're not a nice little heated match. They beat us the first time like 11-9. We're in a tight one, 7-7. Evan hits a cross-court dink, okay? I mean, it's a great ball, honestly, okay? Jeff, ATP, drills it. Perfect. Unbelievable. Everyone's, wow, unreal. That's incredible. You'll go for a month, not see one. The next point. What do you mean the next point? The next point, Grant. Old Randy Douye. Old Pudgy Butt. Old big midsection. ATP. Second straight point. Brian sees it coming.
What is ATP?
Of course, that's funny. You know, don't pretend you don't know. So Brian slides over to guard against it. I hit it behind him on the ATP. It's around the pole. You know what that is.
Some radio shows will tell you about their golf rounds. If you listen to this show, you'll get a recap of our pickleball game.
And that was today. 2 straight ATP points, Grant. 2.
Add that to the tease for Monday. How did Danny's pickleball game go over the weekend?
ATPs.
Well, I'm excited for you.
Thank you, buddy.
You won't say ATP one more time. We got a finals matchup, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
The Boston Celtics know who they are playing. They are playing the Dallas Mavericks. This is a fun little series.
I'm into this matchup here. The way Dallas is playing right now, and by the way, Mr. Doncic, will there be any more games? No. That's enough.
He was unbelievable.
First quarter, how about everybody shut up? Amazing.
Attack mode just took the life out of Minnesota on the road in their building. And as you said, he kind of just decided right off the bat, you guys are going home.
These are the last games you get to see.
First play set, designed to begin the game. They basically get him off of a screen one-on-one in the block with the guy who can't defend him. Easy bucket. And then he hits 2 threes in a row from like 29, 30 feet. He scored 10 points on their first 6 possessions. He outscored Minnesota in the first quarter. He was the best player in the game. He was the best player in the series. Right now, he's playing like the best player in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Nikola Jokic has had that title, but Jokic just played Minnesota, and they had an answer for him. That's a team that can defend the rim a little bit. They got some bigs that can step out, right? They did not have an answer for Luka. They were not able to stop him. He and Kyrie were outstanding, and here we are. Celtics, Mavericks. I don't quite understand 2 things. First, why we have to wait a week for game 1. The NBA has, for a long time, been really, really dumb with how they schedule playoff games, but this is an all-timer. The hard and fast date on the first game of the series. So now there's a 7-day layoff before game 1. How do you kill momentum? 101. People are excited. People are watching the conference finals. They're ready for the start of the finals, and then we'll sit around for a week. I don't care what anybody tells me as to why they do that, Danny. That is a bad business decision.
I think it's wrong. It's above my pay grade, and smarter people than I am figure those sorts of things out. Here's what I'm good at. I don't have a solution. I can point to something and go, nope. Here's me pointing. Nope, that's wrong. I understand a couple of days. Sure, let's get all the TV cameras there. Let's get all the whatever coverage we need. Let's figure it out. We're waiting a full calendar week plus. Wrong.
Second thing I don't understand. I get why the Celtics are such heavy favorites in this series. I understand that Boston's better and deeper and has more on both ends of the floor. But narrowly, they should be expected to win this series. If you look at the odds right now on FanDuel, where I do my business, the Celtics in game 1, Danny, are -6.5. That's not nothing. They're also -255 to win the game on the money line. A legitimate heavy favorite the expectation for the game is that it won't be that close. In fact, we're talking about like a 110-103 game where maybe they're ahead by a bunch earlier, and it gets to that point late. The total set for 214.5. The series price right now, Celtics minus 220, Mavericks plus 184. So the people that build the big buildings all think Boston's going to roll. I don't really get that.
Now, again, they're smarter than me. I don't see it that way. Boston doesn't. They should be so good, and they are. I mean, they're in the finals, so it's not like they're bad. But they let teams hang around too often. They're so talented. They're so good. They've got an answer for everything. They can beat you in any way you'd like to be beaten. And plus, you'd assume they're getting Porzingis back. They're so versatile. They can, they have a go-to clutch scorer. And if he's slightly off, you got another go-to clutch scorer if you want. You got a lockdown two-way player in Drew Holiday. They got everything. But they let teams hang around. Even that Pacers series where they won, I mean, they were the better team by far. You look up those games, there was one game that was a double-digit lopsided victory for Boston. Everyone else, the Pacers probably should have won. That's the MO of this Boston Celtics team. They let teams hang around. That's a recipe for disaster to me. You let Luka Doncic hang around.
He is the ultimate playmaker. He is a creator. He could score it. He could shoot from anywhere. But there are very few guys in the sport that make everyone around them better like he does at this point. And then Kyrie's shot making is unbelievable. But just looking at the MVP ticket pricing. So Jason Tatum at minus 120 has the shortest odds. You're not getting a whole lot of value there. Luka Doncic is plus 210 to win MVP. If you're like me and you actually think the Mavs could win this series, that is incredible value on the best player in the series. Over 2-1 return on investment. Jaylen Brown 6-1. How about Kyrie against the Celtics?
Mm-hmm.
Celtics fans hate his guts. That's going to be the number one storyline of this series. Kyrie 20-1 to win MVP. Just some of the things I was looking at. Also, in playoff sports last night, we had the Panthers knocking off the Rangers, a 3-2 series in the Eastern Conference Final. Tonight, Game 5 in the West, Oilers Stars, 2-2 series. Dallas the favorite on home ice. I've already told you I'm pulling for Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers to win the whole thing in the NHL. I know you're not really tracking it. You have no care at all who wins the cup at this point?
That is correct. As long as one of my hated rivals as long as they're done, then I'll be happy.
Do the Rangers count?
They do.
Okay. So basically priority 1, not them.
Yep.
Priority 2, have fun, kids.
Yes. Everyone else can enjoy it. It can be Connor McDavid's turn. That guy's great.
Nationals take 3 out of 4 in Atlanta. Yesterday was the 4th game of a 4-game set, and yet another really good start.
Ho-hum.
Trevor Williams, the Renaissance. Ryan sent a text last night I loved. He says, we need to do a study. Some scientist somewhere needs to start mixing some potions and figure out what's going on with Trevor Williams so that you can recreate this in years to come in a lab. 5 2/3 innings, 4 hits and a run, 4 strikeouts. Basically, the Nats are saying to Trevor Williams, keep the ball down.
Yep.
Weak contact, ground balls. You're only going to face a lineup twice. You're not going beyond 5 innings most of the time. Don't let him hit you hard. And we are a third of the way through the season, and this is working. Trevor Williams lowers his ERA down closer to 2 on the nose now. He has been outstanding.
And a huge night for Ryan, of course, because the Yankees won 8-3
Good for you,
in LA. So he's in a great mood this morning as Locked On Yankees Clary. But this entire rotation, minus Patrick Corbin, has been exceptional. Josiah Gray gets hurt, goes down very early. He's still, working his way back. Irvin, Gore, who you kind of expect this leap from.
To that point,
right?
By the way, real quick, for people that don't remember this, Josiah Gray started on opening day.
Mm-hmm.
Like theoretically the ace of the staff.
Yeah.
First trip through the rotation.
Struggled a couple times
and then
mightily.
Corbin's the only guy who's been paid. It's like those are 2 of the heads of the snake, so to speak. And it's been everybody else. Now, Gore, I think, has always been the highest ceiling guy. But Jake Irvin's kind of an afterthought that graduated a year ago as a non-elite prospect. Mitchell Parker was in the minor leagues. Trevor Williams was a 5th starter who basically at any moment could have been put in the bullpen, and it wouldn't have surprised anyone because he was bad last year. That's the rotation that right now, without Corbin's numbers, is 3rd best in the league behind the top 2 teams in the circuit, the Phillies and the Dodgers.
Yeah, and getting better and tracking in an even better direction. I mean, you'd expect this kind of leap from Gore at this age, kind of a prime season, age 25, striking out, more than a batter per inning, this is his stuff is that good. He's harnessing it. We're seeing the development of an honest-to-God front-of-the-rotation pitcher. The other guys, though, you explain it. You explain to me how Trevor Williams, Mitchell Parker, and Jake Irvin are this damn good. I can't. I mean, good for them. It's awesome. But whatever's happening, whatever people are serving to drink, to eat, clubhouse pregame routine, whatever Sean Doolittle is saying or not saying, I have no idea how this is possible. It's this baton passing between all of these four guys where it's somehow each start is just as good, and you're just in every game now because these guys are giving you a chance.
I know that you're a little worried about the Nats kicking off their series in Cleveland tonight against the Guardians because the Braves scheduled a night game last night.
Yep.
There was no getaway day, so it was a late night travel. They get into the hotel late. I heard there was some weather, and the flight didn't take off when it was supposed to. So it was a late night for the boys. Fear not. Patrick Corbin as the starter today.
We're good.
Traveled ahead of the team. So he was in Cleveland waiting around last night. He got a good night's rest. He's going to handle it.
You want to play a little game we like to play, you and me, just real quick?
Sure.
His ERA right now this minute is 6.12. That is 6.12. Does it go up or down after his start today?
It will go down. In flames. No, I'm kidding. It will go down, I believe. This is going to be is 6 innings, 4 runs down? I think it would be, right? That'd be 5 something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at. 6 innings, 4 runs, and it goes down very narrowly.
There you go.
But he's got it covered. Patrick Corbin on the hill tonight. Whenever you feel like, man, the Nats rotation has been really, really good lately, it probably means Corbin's about to be on the hill because they've gone through the other 4
Everyone's
guys.
gone. Yeah.
So those numbers will even out here in short order. Can I get some game show music, please, Darius? I'm feeling good. It's a Friday, right?
Right.
Fridays are for games. Fridays are for the Grant and Danny radio show, I think is the slogan that everyone's got on the flags hanging in their dorm rooms.
There's a T-shirt.
I feel like Ryan caught some heat this week. I do. I feel like there was some shrapnel. I don't like it. I had to call him the other night and just make sure everything's okay. I had to say, listen, Rhino, appreciate everything you do for the show. Do you feel appreciated? I want you to know we're not here to beat up on you at all. This is not what we're trying to do.
I probably should have done that. Whoops.
You should have. He did not tell me that you had just called, I will say. However,
I have a habit of not apologizing.
What I came up with was an opportunity for Ryan to make amends, Danny.
Okay.
I came up with an opportunity to showcase his skills for him to get the last laugh.
Get a little shine.
And what we came up with was something I stole off of TikTok that I saw while scrolling on the toilet a couple days ago. And what this is a quiz to see what grade your U.S. history knowledge is at.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
All right.
It starts at 6th grade. It goes through 12th grade.
Now, he says he's a blank guy about a lot of stuff. He's claimed to be a history guy, right?
Many
He said he's a history guy?
A U.S. history guy.
Yeah, U.S. history guy.
Yeah.
Yes, I do claim myself to be a U.S. history guy. I do like U.S. history.
Great, because this is all U.S. history.
All right. Here we go.
We're about to find out what grade Ryan's in. Now, what I want you to do is spin around from us each time so we can't see your face. Actually, you can stay where you are. No one look at Ryan's face. I want to guess whether he's going to get it or not. Okay?
Okay.
So, Darius, you can help us guess. You're in with me and Danny here. Here's the 6th grade question. The 6th grade question for Ryan is going to be, who was the 2nd president of the United States? Do you think Ryan's going to get that?
Yes.
I think he will also.
Yeah, it seems. I'm confident Ryan will get that.
So we all agree that his knowledge is on the 6th grade level at least.
Yes.
All right, Ryan, who was the 2nd president of the United States?
What is John Adams?
What is John Adams?
You could go who is, but yeah.
Who?
Oh, yeah,
I like
you could say that.
All right.
The
Very
2nd
good.
president, what is he?
Congratulations, Ryan.
Ding that bell.
6th grade level. Here we go. Let's get to the 7th grade level. You just had a graduation. Mom and dad are happy. You put on some khaki pants, tucked in your polo shirt. You're in 7th grade. Who is largely responsible for writing the Declaration of Independence? Who gets that credit? Does Ryan get this 7th grade question, Danny?
I think he does.
I also think he does.
It's a history guy. I think he gets this. Absolutely.
Ryan?
It's a little bit of a tough one.
Mm.
It's a little tough.
Mm-hmm.
James Madison?
That is not right.
That's not what we're
It's
looking
George
for.
Mason.
That's also not who we're looking for.
Thomas Jefferson?
That would have been the
That
one.
would have been better.
Third times. Did he go George Mason
You
second?
could repeat 7th grade.
That's tough, bro.
I know. It's tough.
U.S. history guy?
I really like World War II. That's really kind of my cup of tea.
Oh,
World War II is
We'll
kind of
get
my thing.
you're not going to believe this, but I got a World War II question coming.
All right.
It's in 9th grade. We're only in 7th right now.
Okay.
All right. Now we're going to 8th grade.
It's
I know
8th grade.
You didn't pass 7th grade.
He eventually named it after a couple.
That's true.
He
But
got
we're
the
going to get you to
Jefferson.
8th grade now. In 1803, what doubled the size of the United States? Will he get this?
Yes, he's getting this one.
I agree.
I'm gonna say no, but that's only because I don't know.
You have little faith.
Yeah, I have little faith.
You don't know this one?
I don't. You said what doubled the size of the U.S.?
Yeah, what happened in 1803 that doubled the size of the United States?
Ugh. I'm just gonna say no.
All right.
It's a great deal.
Was it the Louisiana Purchase?
Look at this
It
guy.
was.
There he is. There he is.
Attaboy.
By the way, an amazing deal for the U.S.
That was Mike
U.S.
Rizzo.
won that trade.
That was Mike Rizzo getting Turner and Ross for Steve Souza. All right. All right. So there you go. 8th grade. You passed.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Let's head to high school.
Here we go.
You're a little man on campus. You're walking around. You get your own locker. All the seniors are so big. You're a little nervous. 9th grade question. History guy, Ryan Clary on Grant and Danny. What is the name of the first Constitution? The first essential version of the Constitution? It has a name.
I'm going to say he does not get it. This one's sneaky hard, I think.
I'm going to say I've got a lot of faith in him. He's a history guy. I think he will get this.
This seems like one of those weird things that he just happens. He's gonna roll right off the tongue right now. As soon as I finish, he's gonna say it.
You know,
yes.
9th grade, like day one install kind of stuff. I think we're fine here. You got this.
The Bill of Rights.
See,
that is wrong.
Yep.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
Take another guess.
I'm a reporter. I write
columns.
I'm a reporter, not a columnist. I'm a reporter. I write
articles.
Okay.
Oh, the Articles of Confederation.
Atta baby.
Attaboy.
Baby. There he is.
All right. 9th grade,
There he
ladies and
is.
gentlemen.
Yep.
I don't know that he gets a bell on that one. That's more of an X. So we failed 7th, we failed 9th, but we've passed 6th, we've passed 8th.
Crushing even numbers.
You just like even number grades.
I'm an even number guy.
But I got good news for you, buddy. 10th grade. You know what that is?
Number guy.
That's an even number.
That's an even number.
An even number guy.
And it's a World War II question.
Oh,
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, here we go. What program provided aid to Western Europe after World War II? What program provided aid to Western Europe after World War II? Now, despite this being an even number and a World War II question, I will say he does not get this 10th grade question.
I think this one's hard. That's a 10th grade question?
That's a 10th grade question.
I'm going to say he doesn't get it.
No chance he gets this.
I mean, to be fair, I'm a U.S. history guy. This is Western Europe. I mean, what are we doing here?
The U.S.'s plan, though.
Yeah, it is, but like, I like the
was
mainland.
heavily involved, I would say.
They are involved here.
Yep.
This is a little bit tough.
Sure.
I know I'm wrong
Okay.
about what I'm gonna say because I'm just gonna say it. Treaty of Versailles, even though I know that's wrong. That's the only thing I can think of.
He got it. No, you didn't.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Where did Randy Moss go to college?
Marshall.
Does that tip you off at all?
No.
Doesn't help you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to give you another hint. I'm going to give you another hint. Basketball player, played for like 30 years, would always sit in the second row because he never played for the last like 15 years. Danielle
Cordier? I don't know.
Yep, Danielle Cordier.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
don't know.
not bad. I'm going to try one
Went to
more.
UConn.
Great pass-catching running back. Paved the way for backs the likes of Christian McCaffrey. Marshall Falk's first name was?
Marshall.
Justice of the Supreme Court. Very famous. Thurgood.
Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now. All right, we're not going to pass 10th grade.
Yeah, it's too hard.
We're looking for the Marshall Plan.
Look for the Marshall Plan.
That
Would
was
have
the Marshall
accepted.
Plan. All right.
The Marshall Plan is what we're
all right, very quickly, we got to wind this down. 11th grade here. You're a junior. You're trying to get to senior year. Big man
Come on, buddy.
campus. You got this. What 4 presidents are on the Mount Rushmore?
Okay.
Danny, get it or not?
Yes.
I say so too. I think this one's pretty easy. By the way, 11th grade? You guys are slacking in 11th grade.
I think he's going to get 3 of 4. I think he's going to miss one.
Wow.
GW.
Okay.
Thomas Jefferson.
Yep.
Theodore Roosevelt.
Yep.
Abraham Lincoln.
Boom goes the dynamite. Passes to the man.
Let's go.
I knew it.
Odd number guy. I'm an odd number guy.
Odd number guy. And finally, senior year, Mr. Clary. Let's end on a heater here. Back-to-back wins. Finish this line. December 7th, 1941. Darius, will he get it?
No.
What was said after that? December 7th, 1941. He did not know this when we talked about it on Ryan Explains It All months ago.
Yep.
I believe he has since done some studying. I will say he gets it.
I think a snowball has a better chance in hell.
Okay.
Respectfully.
Ryan.
Is a day that will live in infamy.
Oh, my God.
Let's go.
What?
Come on.
What?
World War II guy. I told you I'm a World War II guy.
Stunning. I apologize,
date
buddy.
Which will live
in infamy.
In infamy.
In infamy.
Hot damn.
There he is. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Clary did well. I think you batted 500 there, just about. I'll go back through and score it later. But he's redeemed himself, ladies and gentlemen.
He's like 5 and 6 or something like that.
He is back. Which NFL player is the biggest X factor this season? I think you'll be surprised by the name that came up on ESPN yesterday. That's next on G&D. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:30 this evening on this Friday. Ken Carman's going to join us in 30 minutes. He does morning radio in Cleveland. I'm a big Ken Carman guy. We've had him on the show a bunch over the years. Really entertaining, really fun. But the reason we're having him on is actually, I think it was Javelle and Culpepper. We had a caller yesterday who said, hey, what does Cleveland think about the name Guardians? And you and I thought, that's a really good point. We have no idea. So it just so happens the Nats are playing the Guardians tonight. That couldn't have less to do with this conversation, to be honest with you. But I am curious, from Ken Carman's perspective, who does our job in Cleveland, are Indians fans who have now become fans of the Guardians, are they still clamoring for the old name? Have they moved on? I think that'll be instructive. So we'll talk to him coming up in about a half hour. We've also got tickets today. The Old Glory Rugby in D.C. We're giving those away at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. And it is Friday, which means at 6, the Grant and Danny's, Tony's mailbag. But Danny, why don't we start with a comment we saw NFL Live yesterday, ESPN. They were having a discussion about who the X factor is in the NFL, who's basically the wild card that can make a team either a Super Bowl contender or a non-playoff team with their performance. And Deshaun Watson came up via Damian Woody. Watson, of course, in Cleveland, the last couple of years has missed a lot of time. And in each of those seasons, the other of the quarterbacks they've used as a backup, Jacoby Brissett and Joe Flacco, have outperformed him. And they're built like a championship team everywhere else.
They're really good.
Woody said basically Watson will determine their fate.
We haven't seen high-level football from Deshaun Watson since 2020. He's the biggest unknown player that we might have in the National Football League right now. If they can't get that type of high-level player out of the quarterback position, I just think like Nina said, the division is too strong for the Browns to, I think, have that magic sauce that they had last year that propelled them into the postseason.
I actually think he's right about that.
I do too.
I was trying to come up with any player in the league that's going to have more of a say, like as a pendulum swinger, between their team being not that good or potentially winning the whole thing. And most of the time, it's got to be a quarterback, right? But the Browns, because they're so good on defense, the rest of that roster is so good. It's basically Watson plays well, and they've got a chance to play in an AFC title game, or he doesn't. And in a loaded division, they might not even play in a playoff game.
Yeah, it's the variable's that great. I mean, and so we're all sort of waiting for this return, this renaissance. I mean, you think of guys that for, I would say their own doing have had football taken away from them for a period of time of multiple years or multiple months, et cetera. And it took one guy a little bit of a time, and Michael Vick, and he came back and eventually was the MVP and was incredible. Hasn't happened for Watson just yet. The stuff that he was turning in as a young 20s passer on some mediocre to bad Houston teams was really, really good. I mean, this was an ascending star type quarterback that obviously was derailed. Again, I have no sympathy, but it hasn't recovered yet. We're still thinking of him as the guy, and we're looking at our watch going, are you going to do that again or not?
Don't you agree, too, that this is not a health or non-health thing? Because there are a lot of QBs I could point to, Brock Purdy among them, right? Where you think when that guy gets hurt, the fall off is massive, but when he plays, the team is way better. There's probably 15, 17 franchise type quarterbacks that you would say are pendulum swingers. This is just being on the field, not knowing what you are as an X factor, because it's turbulent and volatile and it can go either direction. From a non-quarterback standpoint, some of the names that come to mind to me in terms of if you're great, your team's awesome. If you aren't, they're going to struggle. It's all health related. Like Tyreek Hill's ability to post for the Dolphins changes that team. We saw it last year. Chris Jones and what he meant to the Chiefs defense when he came back as a defensive tackle right at the start of last season. Maybe, A.J. Brown with the Philadelphia Eagles and how much everything changed for Jalen Hurts when he got there. I mean, that's a short list of some of the guys I'm thinking of. There are probably others, but I thought we could localize the conversation to Washington. And the best way to have a discussion might be to take Jaden Daniels out of the conversation. Because, again, quarterback is so much more important than everything else that you're miles ahead of the rest of the positions. So in a non-Jaden Daniels way, if we're going to talk about what they were on NFL Live, but specific to just the Commanders, who do you think are the X-factor players that can take the team from good to bad depending on how they play?
So I've beat this drum a number of times. People are already probably tired of me saying it, but I think it's Jahan Dotson is the first name that comes to mind for me. if the team is right and they didn't need any further help at wide receiver above the, Olamide Zaccheaus tier, it means that Dotson is good. They believe in a breakout. They believe in a renaissance. They believe in more of what they saw at the end of year one than what was turned in during year two. If he's good, this offense is good. I believe that. Now, what does that actually turn into? What does that mean? I don't know. You'll know it when you see it, right? You'll know that a guy that doesn't get targeted for weeks at a time or isn't part of a game plan or is off the field a bunch, or if he's dynamic, moving around, if he's making first down catches, the numbers, I don't know how prolific they're going to be with a rookie quarterback and a group that probably should cater to that a little bit with some maybe running plays from the quarterback and getting the ball to Austin Eckler out of the backfield. So I don't know that the volume will be there for like fantasy type stuff, but you'll know it when you see it. If he's a good number 2 receiver, this offense can be pretty good.
I got 3 of them and one's a rookie, and they're not household names. Question for you guys at 800-636-1067. We can open up the MGM National Harbor listener line. Who are the X factors for the Commanders? We launch into this because I'm watching NFL Live last night, and I see Damian Woody saying that Deshaun Watson is basically, I'm calling it this, he didn't, but the pendulum swinger that's either going to make the Browns a Super Bowl contender or because he doesn't play well, they're going to have a bad year. And I think with quarterbacks, you can always kind of go that way. They got to play well. They got to be healthy. So non-QB, non-Jaden Daniels for the Commanders, same question. Who has the biggest chance to influence them positively or negatively based on how they perform? That's the question at 800-636-1067. I'll go rapid fire with my 3 answers.
Mm-hmm.
First, Cornelius Lucas at left tackle. As long as he's the starting left tackle, which right now, in my opinion, he is and should be presumed to be the starter in week 1, that is a massively important position.
Yeah.
They made the movie and wrote the book The Blind Side for a reason, right? The value may have changed a tad at some point along the way, but not by much. If you're ranking import of every position in the league, you start with quarterback. The conversation begins after that, and left tackle's in that dialogue, right? Washington right now has a swing tackle who has mostly been a backup throughout his career as their starting left tackle. If Cornelius Lucas plays well, which when he's been asked to participate and contribute the last couple of years in a limited capacity, he's actually been pretty solid. Then all of a sudden, your offensive line's better than we think. If that line's better than we think, Jaden Daniels probably outplays expectations. If that happens, now you're talking about this team getting quality QB play. They might be okay. They might be frisky this year. Cornelius Lucas is number 1. Same theme, Nick Allegretti at left guard. Even though I think guard's way less important than tackle, and I think you can mask a deficiency there and coach around issues. Another example, Danny, where they're betting big on a guy who the industry kind of sees one way and they see another way.
Yep.
Allegretti's been a backup. Pressed into duty, started in the Super Bowl, and was the starter at the end of the year for the Chiefs, and they're going, he can be a really good left guard. If they're right, you've got an anchor at that position. And now you've got a stud in Sam Cosmi, a really good center in Biotish, a really good guard in Allegretti. Your interior is awesome. That's a big deal. If he struggles or if he plays like a backup that they're having start 17 times that gets exposed, everything around him, including the left tackle and center positions, are going to feel the pain, right? We've seen that when a off-season move or a front office is wrong and doesn't work out at that position recently. And then my third guy, the rookie, other side of the ball, Mikey Sanders still at the nickel, a corner where they're really desperate for help. I think right now, Michael Davis, who they signed from the Chargers, is going to play a lot more than people think. Benjamin St. Juste is their corner 1 who's going to be following around the best wide receivers in the league. So you need your second-round pick at corner, even though I think he's going to play primarily inside, Sanders still to be really good right away. And if he is, the secondary might actually outperform what we're thinking they are.
Yeah.
But if he really struggles, a la Martin and Forbes from last year, they're in trouble.
Agreed. And now, listen, I made this mistake previously when there was a bunch of linebackers on the defensive staff, and I go, the linebacker play will be better. So much for that. But in this case, there's a good track record here. Dan Quinn, Joe Witt, working with members of the secondary. You know about the track record there. They draft this guy, presumably because they saw something, and they didn't make a bunch of huge moves otherwise. They kind of filled in around the edges. You would expect an improvement over one of the worst units in the sport from last year.
Who do you view in this X factor way as someone that is going to determine the quality of the Commanders based on what Washington gets out of them next year, other than Jaden Daniels? 800-636-1067. You want to join us on the phones? We're Grant and Danny.
We haven't seen high-level football from Deshaun Watson since 2020. He's the biggest unknown player that we might have in the National Football League right now. If they can't get that type of high-level play out of the quarterback position, I just think like Mina said, the division is too strong for the Browns to, I think, have that magic sauce that they had last year that propelled them into the postseason.
That's Damian Woody on ESPN yesterday. They were talking nationally about which players are going to make the biggest net difference, positive, negative, for their teams. I think it's lazy to just go with the quarterback, so we're not going that route. No Jaden Daniels, but we're localizing this to the Commanders. I gave 3 names, so I'll just choose one. For right now, I'm going to say Cornelius Lucas, even though I think that's kind of a dumb answer because I don't think he's going to be their starter for more than a month or so. My guess is Brandon Coleman or somebody who's not on the roster is going to end up starting at left tackle.
But as of now, that's the left tackle.
So that's my answer for now, is the left tackle, who we're not that sure is truly a starter, has to play not only like a starter, but a good one. So let's hope that he surprises us all.
My answer was Jahan Dotson. I argue they needed help at receiver. They don't seem to think they did. They threw some numbers at it. The Olamide Zaccheaus, Demir Bird type tier of player, kind of a 4 or 5 on most good teams. And they drafted Luke McCaffrey there in the 3rd round. If Dotson's good, aka the guy that we saw down the stretch in year 1, this offense could be a lot better.
Ken Carman, who does radio in Cleveland, joins us at the top of the hour at 3. So let's keep it moving. A little lightning round here. Be succinct, but let's get to as many as we can. Kevin's in Arlington. What's up, Kev?
Hey, buddies. Here's the deal. I have 3 that haven't done it here, and that's why I'm saying it's make or break. The 3 are Austin Eckler, because he was great, and he could be again. Brandon Coleman, he was great 2 years ago against Michigan in the FBS Final Four. If he can beat out Lucas and be a left tackle, we're golden. And if Quinn can resurrect Jamin Davis to be what he was hyped to be 2 years ago, that's going to be a big difference. So those are my 3.
Good ones. How about a T-shirt? Make Austin Eckler great again. Should we run that up the flagpole?
Let me see. Yeah, there may be some sort of, I don't know. We might run into something.
Anthony's in Calvert. Hey, Anthony, how are you?
Going on, guys?
Hey, Monty.
Doing well, bud.
Nice. So I was going to say on the defensive side, Newton. So, obviously, Payne and Allen played a hell of a lot of snaps last year. And anytime that you can give them a break, in addition to giving them a break and still keeping pressure on the quarterback or stopping the run, is great. On top of that, if you can find, I'm sure they can find a way to put a 3-tackle package out there, one at the end, or adjust the gap coverage or whatever may be the case. I think that's a really good way to, inversely, increase your odds of winning because, you get the ball, you stop the ball, intercept the ball, etc. On the offensive side, and this is a little bit of a stretch, but I've liked the guy since we drafted him. And I'm not going to say he's a definitive answer by any means for offensive success, but I think
You're breaking
up.
Really
it was Cliff Kingsbury was the idea?
I don't know. He said drafted, so I don't think so.
I thought I heard a Kingsbury in between the breakups, but yeah,
it was a dramatic buildup for us to never get that answer.
A name that nobody has thought of.
You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. Let us know. I'll go back to the first answer, though. Johnny Newton, the 21-year-old St. Pete, Florida native. He's 6'2", 295. I think it's a really good answer because he actually has the upside to be a true impact player at defensive tackle. And if he reaches his ceiling and plays like a disruptor this year, guy that had 7.5 sacks this past season, 13 sacks the past couple of years, had a season where he had 14 tackles for loss. Think about that. At Illinois, 14 TFLs as a traditional defensive tackle. If he plays at that level with Payne and Allen balling out, all 3 on the field at once.
You're doing like a bear front kind of thing. You can mix and match.
It's hard to imagine their D-line not being really successful. Let's go to Clay in Fredericksburg. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I'm going with Austin Eckler. The reason is because I think in that range when we had Chris Thompson out of the backfield, and he's like 3rd and short, I think a lot of times those kind of guys keep drives alive. We saw that in 2020 with J.D. McKissick as well. Eckler won't be our every down back. It'll be B-Rob primarily. But on 3rd and 4, I mean, if Eckler is what he used to be, I think he extends drives, and we can look back and say, hey, if it weren't for that big completion where Eckler got around the edge, that drive would have been dead and we would have lost. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of the season will hinge on how well he does. I appreciate the call.
I love that one, buddy.
For the people that listen to this show over the last few years, there's not a lot of secrets about us, but the first thing you might learn about me as a football guy, I want pass catching running backs. Like J.D. McKissick's a decent little player. For me, I'm ready to put him in the Hall of Fame. Larry Centers was one of my favorite players of my childhood. Give me a guy who can catch the ball to the backfield like Austin Eckler, and he's going to this year. I don't know if he's going to catch 107 balls or 92 balls, which he's done in his career. They're going to use him, Danny, and they should.
And it needs to be early downs. It can't just be 3rd and long. Check it down to Austin Eckler and see what happens. It needs to be versatile and early. Now, you don't want to give him, 500 touches or whatever as a bell cow running back. That's why you got to be creative and smart about it. You do have a little bit more thunder to his lightning as well with an incumbent Brian Robinson. But I'm hoping he gets a lot of looks. I think it's just an easy button for an offense to pick up, maybe not the home runs, but those 4 or 5 early down yards.
We've been talking a lot about the name Commanders, people not liking it. And we had a caller say, why don't you guys check in with someone in Cleveland to see how they feel about Guardians at this point? We're going to do that.
We
next.
did that.
I'm excited to get intel here from Ken Carmen, who does our job in Ohio. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny. The Grant and Danny Show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They provide legal services, including estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to mention that we sent you. That way you get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We're live all over D.C. on the flagship 106.7 FM. Of course, we're also live for the next 3 hours now in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1, coast to coast on the Odyssey app. And if you are in to the video thing, we are streaming now every day from 2 to 6:30 on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube page in crystal clear, high definition.
So that's not great for us in terms of, because it's just us on the video, but it's cool to see us. It's cool to like interact with you guys, but don't expect like it to increase our handsomeness. It's just us.
It's still going to be us.
Still us.
Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com. Talk to our buddy Ken Carmen. It's been too long since we've had Ken on the show. Our friend from our Odyssey station there in Ohio and Cleveland on 92.3 The Fan. So, Ken, first of all, how you been, dude?
You have been avoiding me. Is that how this has gone?
We've been running. I got to be honest. We were a little angry. We were a little nervous, a little salty. You guys were starting to have a lot of success, and you were leaving us in the dumpster team bin, and frankly, it was a little jealous.
We got this whiteboard where it's like not Ken Carmen days, and we just tick off another one every time. You know, it's over now.
Well, yeah, you've got Jaden Daniels now, and you're not paying him $230 million, so you're good.
We should be all right. Big fan of the rookie quarterback contract. A lot of things I want to ask you about Cleveland, but the reason we got you on is, so yesterday we're talking about the Commander's name, which is still wildly unpopular. There was a poll in the Post that dropped yesterday, or I guess 2 days ago now, that said almost 60% of fans either don't like it or hate it. And we hear from people on the lines all the time that refuse to say the name, what have you. We had a caller who asked us, how do Indians, now Guardians fans, feel in Cleveland? Have they just taken to the name begrudgingly, or do they hate the name? Where are they at in their relationship with the name? And we're like, we have no idea. So let's get Ken on to talk about it.
Oh, that's an easy question. There's a contingent that embrace it. There is a contingent, I think the largest is those who begrudgingly embrace it, knowing that the old name's never going to come back, so they're going to get used to this one. And then there is I think a very vocal minority, but the lowest minority of those who will never ever call them by the Guardians, only want to call them by the Tribe, only post Chief Wahoo memes on the internet, and say they're never going to go to baseball games again. So that there's basically three groups right there, and that's what you get.
How have those percentages changed since the rollout?
Well, when they first did the name, there was a lot of people saying they're never going to go to baseball games again. And I'm going, yeah, we're kind of like 28th in attendance, so you weren't going to games in the first place. I think now it's just, I think people the team's done well to start the season. And I think that people want to be a part of a winner, and they want to support the team as best they can. Their attendance hasn't been bad. It's still lower third, but their attendance hasn't been nearly as terrible as what it's been in the past. And I think that people are embracing it. I don't know if we're ever going to embrace, at least not my generation. I think it'll be maybe embraced by my son's generation, but it doesn't make me not want to watch the baseball team. I'm going on Sunday. So I think that for me, it's like, hey, I'd rather just have pro baseball in Cleveland. I think a lot of people feel that way. And yeah, there's no contention if I say like Kenny Lofton did this, and this with the Cleveland Indians. Like, I don't get a bunch of pushback on that because they were called the Indians. But when I talk about Jose Ramirez, I talk about him with the Indians and Guardians, and a lot of guys with the Guardians. So it's just a push for accuracy. I don't think anybody's being malicious or anything like that. It's just coming from where the accuracy is and wanting it to be. And right now, it's still kind of in a state of flux is the best way I can say it. I thought that was going to be an easy answer, but then you asked that question, and then that was a little bit more difficult.
Well, we got our shovels out. We're going to keep digging here. Ken Carmen, who does radio in Cleveland. So much of what you just said is so relatable, by the way.
Oh, my God.
That like any other market, they're like, oh, that's interesting. And we're like, we're living the exact same parallel life here in D.C. Yeah. Although it's a little different with the Redskins name by nature, because like every time even Josh Harris says Darryl Green was a great Redskin. Let's just say hypothetically, Mike Florio writes a piece about A, that he shouldn't have said it, and B, that the team is keeping the old name alive, and are they going back to the old name? And so there is that element, that layer that we kind of deal with here, where there's a lot of people that just don't ever want to hear the name again. And then there are people going, it's a football team that I grew up loving. Please leave me alone. So that juxtaposition is not really going anywhere.
Yeah, I wonder also. Well, Josh Harris saying it is different. I kind of got a theory about the name Commanders there, and I don't. You guys might think it's stupid because I'm an outsider. But as an outsider, can I just throw it out there that so many people were sick of Dan Snyder, and he came up with a name they want to not get rid of being called the Redskins altogether. I don't think you're ever going back to that, but just you want to wash yourself and cleanse yourselves of Dan Snyder.
Kenny, you've been listening to my inner musings? Because that's it.
All right, I got it right.
But that's it. No, that's not everybody. There's a huge. We do this. We break this down, multiple ways, similar to what you did with the Indians, now Guardians. There's a group it's Redskins. Well, it isn't, but to them it is. Can't argue with you. There's nothing. I'm not mad at them. I understand, but there's nothing to be said there. Then there's the group that goes, I can't stand it. A, because it's a dumb name. But B, whether Snyder came up with it in a brainstorming session or someone in his employ did, it reminds me of him. And he sucks the most. Just shoot it with the fire that they used in Alien to kill the aliens.
I mean, maybe changing the name was the last straw, because let me explain it this way. Like, obviously the Browns weren't necessarily kicking ass and taking names for 20 years there, right? We went through a uniform change in 2015, and the uniforms were not very good, to the point where I don't think the owners like the uniforms very much. I think that was the deal with the uniform maker. I'll leave names out of it. And the uniform maker just had a terrible swing and a terrible miss, and we were stuck with them for 5 years, to the point that they tried to wear their color rush jerseys as much as possible and not have to wear their every Sunday game jerseys. And I think one of the things that really hurt it was not just that the team was bad, is that they didn't look like the classic Cleveland Browns. And so it really had a disconnect with a lot of fans. And now it's almost back to the exact way it was. And I think it's easier for a lot of people to jump back in and be a Browns fan because, yes, the team is better, but also that they look the same way. For a lot of football fans there, it's not just the name change. That might have been the last straw for some of those folks. And this is my outsider's perspective in guessing here. And I know you were asking me about how we've dealt with the Guardians name change, and we can go back to that. But I also do believe that there was so many things, like every single thing Dan Snyder touched there turned terrible, went terrible. And that was one of the proudest fan bases that you're going to find in all professional football, and in a football crazed area. And it became alarming to us as outsiders, going, man, everybody wants to talk football. Everybody loves football. But look what's happening in D.C. Look at where the Nationals are now in comparison to where the Commanders are. Look at how they feel about their sports. Look at where the Ravens have kind of crept into that area instead of where the Commanders are. Like, bad ownership and embarrassing ownership can hurt you greatly. And I think that was kind of the last straw for some people. And so maybe to cleanse it, I don't know if I would want to go with just a brand new name just a few years after you change the old one, but maybe it's something they should strongly consider.
Our guest has been through what we are going through here in D.C. They're still working on it in Cleveland as well. Ken Carman, 92.3 The Fan on Grant and Danny. So convoluted couple of parter here on the name. But number one, do fans like the name Guardians? It is similar enough. I mean, even half the jersey kind of looks the same. Like the poll and the post, and some of these people, as you said, are never anything elsers. They just want Redskins. But a lot of people just don't like the name. Like when Danny and I say it on the radio, it sounds cheesy and like some arcade made-up football team on a video game. We don't really like the name. Him more so than me. But what is the popularity of the name itself in terms of Guardians? And then for you on air, or just the media members in town, is everyone just kind of using it now and it's part of the furniture, you don't think about it? Or is there still people that refuse to use it?
I think there's a lot of tough talking online, but you guys know that's like 10% of the people you talk to. I mean, there's 90% of the people who are just living their everyday lives, and they're not posting memes to you every single day and every single moment of the day about, the Chief Wahoo and the Indians and things like that. So there's plenty of people who've just are trying to get used to the name Guardians, and they move on. And sometimes, like my co-host Anthony, he accidentally says Indians a ton when talking about the current team. It's popped out of my mouth a couple of times. It just happens, especially because we talk a lot of history. I think a lot of people, though, it's been a little bit easier because it does look very similar. Some people said it's cheap. It's easy to call Paul Dolan cheap. It's a sentence that people say every single day. It looks a lot like what the Indians logo looked like. There wasn't a lot of name change. Guardians was a name that when people started talking about changing the name 20 years ago, it was a name that people were talking about. It was by far, if there was going to be an alternative, it was the most popular name change that they were going to find. The only thing, and the colors are still in the color scheme. And they had been, and people don't like to hear this, they had been phasing out Chief Wahoo way before they said they were phasing out Chief Wahoo. You go look at the hats from the 1990s, how big the logo was on the front of the hat, and then how small the logo got, and then how many times they just wore the block C, and they phased that out way before they started talking about phasing that out. And then one of the very interesting things is the logos. The C changed a little bit. The problem that I had, and I think the problem that what a lot of Guardians fans has, I almost called them the Indians right there, is their primary logo is this winged G with it's like holding a baseball, and it looks like Paulie Walnuts from The Sopranos in his hair, and it does look like a cheap logo. It looks like a travel baseball logo, and the City Connect uniforms came out. People like the City Connect uniforms a ton. They're very good looking. And people are thinking, man, if you wanted to do a change now, this would be the change that we'd want. The logo for the City Connect uniforms is great. The uniforms are great. If they were going to think about a change, I think that a lot of fans are like, all right, fine, it's been long enough. If you really want to go the full way, this is the full way we could go because they're very nice.
92.3 The Fans, Ken Carman with us here, all the way from Cleveland. So, Ken, I don't know how privy you were to this, but so forgive if any of this is repeat. But the rollout for us was one of the things that I think people have the biggest gripe with overall. It was this weird multi-year almost process where they were doing videos about what the production, and they probably leaked out what the actual name was going to be in a mirror image of one of the names on the sheet. And the whole thing was this drawn out process. You guys, we all logged into Twitter one day and Tom Hanks was like, we stand on guard. We're like, what the hell just happened? And it was over. How much do you think, and this is probably impossible to answer, but do your best. How much do you think that rollout where there's nothing drawn out, there's no hype, it's just rug pulled and it's the new thing, how much do you think that helped, hurt? Quantify that for me.
I think it helped because there was less time to sit, and the team was successful at the time, or competitive, I should say. I think that helps, and there was less time to sit there and agonize over it. It was really a few months process. They said they had like 1,200 names. And so we would make gags about, what could the possible names be. And then one day they just rolled it out, and it was a Friday, and they took their licks from the people who hated it. And that was it. And we're going to be called the Indians for the rest of the year. But next year we are going to be called the Guardians. And that is it. And that was it. And they have been a successful franchise in baseball relative terms. Like, they haven't won a World Series in 76 years, but they compete for the division. They make the postseason. Baseball moves like life. There's plenty of successful people who never became titans of industry in all of our neighborhoods. And I think that that's kind of the way Cleveland fans look at the Guardians. And so I think that helps. I really think that helps. Jose Ramirez stayed. People here love him. He stayed for about $100 million discount, which never happens, certainly in a market like Cleveland. And I think him staying has helped legitimize the name a little bit. So there's been a lot of olive branches from the status of winning, the status of having a player that you can get behind like Jose Ramirez, who seems like a person who loves it here, who's come from a different place where, people who are born here, they live here, they die here, and a lot of people have no choice in that matter. It's a Midwest city. And a guy who's choosing to stay here with us, who had plenty of other options and took a $100 million discount, I think that has really helped the way the fans to take on the name and to say the name is okay and then move on. Because again, I do not think my son is going to care about the nickname. I don't think my son's sons are going to care about, or their daughters or whatever are going to care about the name. I think that's a big deal to guys older than me and maybe guys my age, and that's it.
Guardians are One of the best teams in the league. Within a couple games of the best record in the AL. They're the best home team in front of the crowds that we were hearing about at the start of the segment. Last thing for me on this, one issue we've had with Commanders, a 3-syllable name, is the shortening of it. What do you guys shorten Guardians to? Like, what is, you called it like a nickname, but are they the G's? I mean, or do you have to say Guardians every time?
The guards?
I'm not making a terrible joke here. I swear to God, the first thing I thought it was, well, you call them the commies. It's like, well, you're in D.C., dude.
Well,
you can't do
you're
that.
not the first one to say it. Like,
Yeah.
every Cowboys,
All right.
Eagles, and Giants fan calls them that, all day long.
I'm really not trying to do radio hack joke there. But I
No, I
swear
know.
to God,
Seriously.
was my first thought.
You ain't wrong.
Yeah, we're screwed is the point.
People tried to do so. People tried to call them the G-men, which was weird.
I hate that.
That's a no from me.
Yeah, I'll pass.
Yeah, I hated it. One of my coworkers, one of my other co-hosts on the station tried that, and it was bad. Someone tried to call them the G's. That didn't really go. The team itself has gotten behind the guards. It doesn't really roll off the tongue. It sounds like I'm yakking on a bone a little bit, but I kind of got used to that, so it's okay. Somebody said Gardos. One of my co-host friends said Gardos.
I don't love
And
that.
for whatever
as much.
reason-
I don't hate that as much. I kind of like that one the most.
Guys, I do radio in the morning, I do TV in the evening, and I'm just like, Gardos first pitch, 7:10. I'm like, I don't know how many people out there like hearing me say that. It's just an accident. It says guards on the prompter, and I'm sitting there going Gardos. It's a total accident. It rolls off the tongue. Some people love it. Some people hate it. Some people have told me to stop saying it. I'm like, I can't help myself now.
Now it's in.
The Gardos. We don't have a version of that, but I might roll,
Yeah.
I guess, Commandos maybe. But then you're
That's not shorter?
Then you're also doesn't that just mean you're not wearing underwear? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that doesn't work that much. I mean, or it does.
I mean,
Really.
you can do it fine.
Extremely comfortable.
Some people are doing it right now.
Yeah, but
Manders, it
Yeah.
don't work. No, that's bad.
That's the
Yeah, you really
that's
gotta
part of
say
it,
the whole
honestly.
thing, don't you?
Yeah, that's part of it. Is that honestly, they're all bad, and that's a huge thing for affinity, for brand building, for people to actually kind of get in on it. There's no easy nickname.
is our perception even correct? Danny asked like definitively as if the rollout came out of nowhere. For us, it did here. Like we just saw the Tom Hanks video one morning.
Yeah.
24 hours before that, did you guys know it was coming, or was it a non-story?
Yeah. Yeah, we do. No, we knew. Like again, it was again, you guys are outsiders, just like I am there, so it's no big deal. This was a few-month process. It really was a lot quicker than anything.
But like the
Washington
day
did.
before, did you know the next morning at 8 a.m. the tweet was coming out?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Going back, I'm not sure if the public did.
Gotcha.
I think they might have, but I remember I was picking up food for my family for lunch, and I remember this guy just complaining like crazy. And I'm looking at him going, you've never been to a Guardians game. At that time, Indians game. Like, you're not going to the games. Oh, I'm never going to a game. You didn't go to games in the first place. But again, that's not a great thing to say, because you always want to have fans want to come to a game for the first time. So that's not going to help out. But at the same time, it's not hurt business. There's a couple of sticklers, guys, who they get at me as much as they can about that name, and they hate it when I point to their attendance in 2019 before the pandemic, and I point to their attendance now, and I'm like, it didn't hurt. You are lying to yourself. It did not hurt attendance the way you made it out to be. Nope, not true. And they hate hearing that. So what are you going to do?
Keep needling them, I think, is probably your plan.
Let's go.
Ken, this is great, buddy. Appreciate the time, man. Have an awesome weekend.
Hey, thank you, guys. You guys take care. You too.
Good catching up, buddy. There's Ken Carmen in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan. I got two things next. Ben Johnson audio. He was asked why he didn't leave Detroit to come to Washington. I was pretty stunned by his answer. We're going to play that for you. Also, Danny, borderline tragedy for you. Really, really sad thing happening.
Oh, no.
You're going to want to wage a war over this.
Oh, no.
You're going to want to fight someone. I'm just telling you that right now.
Oh, dear.
You don't know what this is.
I don't.
But if I know my guy like I think I do, you're going to make a trip to go shake your fist in someone's face.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Very upset. Next on G&D. Thanks for checking us out. G&D on the Fan. We are on 106.7 all over DC. We're in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1, the Odyssey app, and 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page streaming on video. Danny, here's what you're going to be upset about. Pickleball as an enemy.
I know this.
I don't know how pickleball made this enemy.
Yeah.
But it has made an enemy. There is a guy in New York who is going around cutting down pickleball nets. I'm reading a tweet here from a random dude. Somebody is waging war against the Riverside Park pickleball courts at West 110th Street, cutting up the nets, putting them in trash bags, dismantling the equipment, and then scattering it randomly throughout the park. A vandal struck the courts 3 times in the past 7 days. There's a police report. This guy is going around. I don't know if he's a tennis player who's angry. Maybe that's the lead suspect of the best idea. But somebody is really angry about pickleball. He's cutting down. Look at this. He's leaving all the pickleball nets laid out.
What a bastard.
Just so. Okay. Then he's breaking down all the pieces after he throws the nets in the trash. Right. Everything short of burning them like a arsonist. He's leaving all of the equipment in trash bags around a tree. It's kind of creepy.
It's not even kind of. It's exactly
short
creepy.
of like a tarot card. Like, this is really weird.
Yeah.
Then he literally.
So you have miniature models of out-of-shape dudes. There's like pin cushions and like doing voodoo stuff.
He's dismantling the entire setup. I don't know. I guess this is all from the nets.
Yeah,
but
it's all
like
the nets.
Pole by pole, post by post, lays them all very neatly in piles with trash bags. Very strange what this guy's doing.
It's incredibly strange.
What did pickleball do to this person?
So it could be one of a million different things, but it could just be an unhinged person, which I think we probably have something
Am
there.
I a suspect because I'm mad that you talk about it so much?
No, you were not,
Okay.
because you would have taken going up to New York, and I know about your whereabouts.
Person of interest? No.
Yeah. No, it's so it could be someone who hates the noise, or someone who doesn't like that it makes so many people happy. Other people are feeling joy, and
Do you
he's
think
not.
it's somebody that's no fun? So you're a person of interest.
Not in this case, no.
Wouldn't that be incredible?
If it was me somehow,
what a swerve.
the ultimate swerve.
Danny, like the person inside of you, we'll call him Milton.
Okay.
Is mad that you found something you love.
Oh, it's a passing fad, I'm telling you.
He's really angry that you and other people are having so much fun that angry Milton decides he's going to cut down pickleball nets everywhere.
There's no way it's as much fun as everyone's saying. And the paddles are so expensive and the balls never last as long as they're supposed to. Not doing it. Cut down the nets. Like I'm a Final Four champion.
Best guess. I think it's a tennis player who is furious that pickleball is now taking over all the tennis courts. Because isn't that a thing?
Yes.
Where basically
there's a conflict, yeah.
Where there were tennis courts, now pickleball's more popular, and you can't play tennis and get on the tennis court because you got a bunch of old ladies and old men and old Danny Rouillet's and me if I went out there who are playing pickleball.
Right. So the unused tennis courts 90% of the time are now being used for pickleball. And then that 1 to 10 to 12 to 15, whatever percent of the time that a tennis guy wants to trot on down, he can't get on anymore. So I understand that. That is frustrating, as our buddy Fred Smoot says. But yeah, there is a conflict. So in order to keep up with demand, every health club, every club, has to make pickleball space. They have to. And tennis people are losing at this stage, just because that's what the majority of people who either are belonging to these new spaces or want to be part of the health club that's got the pickleball, like to try to keep up with the demand, there's got to be a sacrifice, and tennis is losing.
Have you considered, Danny, either setting up cameras or maybe putting a tent up on your favorite court just to make sure that nobody does this where you play?
You joke, but yes.
You have.
Not based on this story, but we've talked about that. We're like, all it takes is one person, one disgruntled psycho who's annoyed at like whatever the public hearing where they're like, no, we're going to keep the pickleball courts that dozens of people use every day that make folks happy.
You want cameras.
Yeah. I want cameras. I want accountability. I want safety. I'm a believer.
You want pickleball.
I just want pickleball.
I just wanted you to know that there was a vandal out there.
Just knowing that he's out there makes me uncomfortable.
Is that near where you used to live, by the way?
No. Literally the opposite side of Manhattan.
I thought you were West Side New York.
We were Lower East Side.
Very different.
So imagine you got like a chili pepper.
Okay.
That's Manhattan. We were down at the very bottom on the right. This is up at the very top on the left.
Nice area?
Yeah, very nice.
Like rich people?
Oh, yeah.
Do the New York Jets live there? That kind of thing?
You might see some.
Okay.
They could. Yeah. West 110th. Very nice up there.
Did you see what old Ben Johnson Alert said today? I couldn't believe his answer to this question. So he was, maybe this was even yesterday. I think it went viral today, but my guess is he probably did his presser yesterday at OTAs for the Lions. But he was asked why he stayed with Detroit, why he didn't leave. Remember, he interviewed with 8 different teams this offseason, including having been the front runner for a couple jobs right here in Washington, being one of them. This was Ben Johnson's back and forth. We'll react after.
Something that really resonates with me is, okay, 8 openings this past year. What would you set the over-under in 3 years? How many still have jobs? Sure, yeah, I'd put the over-under at 4.5. I would say there's a good chance 5 of them are out of jobs in 3 years, you know? And so when I look at it from that perspective, if I get the opportunity to go down that road, it's about how do I get to that second contract? How do I set myself up that the stars need to align? I'm not going to do it just to do it. I love what I'm doing right now. Love it. I love where I'm at. My family loves where we're at. Love the people that we're doing it with. And so I'm not willing to go down the other path yet unless I feel really good about how it's going to unfold.
I'm going to pause this real quick here, Darius, and we can listen to the rest. There's 2 ways to hear what he just said. Okay, there's a very pro Ben Johnson way you can listen, where basically he said, guys get hired to get fired. The grass is not always greener. 8 coaches got jobs. 5 will be out of jobs in 3 years. And when I get the opportunity to be a head coach, it's about going somewhere I can be for a long, long time, where I can have a lot of success, where I'm not going to have to move my family around. I love where I'm at. And the next job has to be the perfect job. Like, that's one way to kind of describe what he just said. The other way, though, man, did he say the quiet part out loud, which it was a lot of me and I and second contract, right? Where he's talking about, if I become a head coach, if I get that opportunity, it's about a second contract, which I think all of us, when we take a job, understand you're trying to put yourself, your family in a good spot. But man, you don't hear that very often. Like, it is about me being able to guarantee myself that I'm going to get that money again the second time around. I'm just surprised he said that part. That's all.
I did. That didn't really rub me the right way. I'll tell you that.
He does not seem to mind rubbing people the wrong way.
No, he's not scared. And
with the call, while Josh Harris and the ownership group was flying on the way to meet him in the middle of the air, to tell them he would not be continuing to interview for the job that at that point they were planning on giving to him.
It went straight to voicemail, because we're at 41,000 feet. So I could listen to this voicemail, guys. Yeah, I mean, this is a dude who loves him some Ben Johnson. Do you, man? Whatever you think is going to get you where you want to go, God bless you. But you can do it for somebody else. Thank goodness. Like, not that guy. To me, that is red flag, flare gun up in the air. Oh my God. Do you have any ownership over whether it goes well? Is there anything you might be able to do in your time at this mythical new place that might help you get to a second contract? Do you have any influence out there at all? Or are you just a passenger? Well, this perfect set of circumstances is going to materialize for you, and they'll just keep picking you. I mean, listen, he'll get more interviews because his offense is going to be good.
He's fantastic.
And he's a great coordinator.
And for the record, I'd still be wanting to interview him and possibly hiring him. I need to get to know him a little better. I've got some reasons for pause now. Having said that, I'm not going as far as you where you're going, thank God, or I didn't want him now, or glad they didn't get him. I'm not doing that, because the bottom line is, do you design a great offense? The answer is yes. Are you going to call plays really well? The answer is yes. I'll figure the rest out. We can kind of work on ironing out some of the other wrinkles. But I hear, and he will continue the clip here, but I hear a guy who basically said, translation, I wanted more years and I want more money than first-time coaches get. Which, remember the big report that was shot down, that he was asking for like $15 million a year. I remember hearing at one point early in that process, Ben Johnson wants to be paid like a second contract coach, which would be unprecedented. But clearly there's some truth to that. If twice he's done all these interviews and made the rounds only to decide to go back, he and the teams are not seeing eye to eye on years, on term, on money, on this process. This was more from Ben Johnson on why he shunned Washington and other teams to stay with Detroit.
Comes down to its ownership, its staff, its my vision of how I can make it work with how I know I am, like part of me too, I love play calling. And so I would, if I took a head coaching job, I would want to be a play calling head coach. Well, there's a limit on how much time there is during a week. And so what's it going to look like Monday through Sunday in that regard? And just want to make sure everything's nailed down. And listen, there's an adjustment period for every person that takes that job. They're learning on the fly. But I think the more that you have set, and feel good about, that gives you the best chance. I was actually talking with someone the other day about this, man, the longer you're in the coordinator chair, it does nothing but help you and prepare you more for the next step if it ever comes down the pike. So personally, I don't feel like
we can kill it there. That part I agree with.
Yeah, I like that
where
better.
It says, the longer I'm a coordinator, the better the head coach I'll be. It's not like I'm getting worse as a candidate. That might be true, but how you've handled yourself has made you a worse candidate. Like you just said, thank God it wasn't him, or I'm out based on what he said. I don't feel that way. I think he just said the thing that everybody thinks that's obvious. He just said it out loud, which is weird to me and shows some strange judgment. The thing that gives me the pause, or where I would say thank God, is I don't want, like, my head coach is the leader of my team, and all of these young men in their 20s are taking their cues from this figure. You don't have to be a father figure. These are professional grown adults. But on how we conduct ourselves. I don't want the coach of my team running my whole outfit calling someone to tell them, hey, I'm not going to be taking the job while you're flying to come see me. You don't break up with someone on a phone call. You don't call them in the middle of a flight, right, while they're on their way to go interview you in Detroit. Like, there's right and wrong ways to do things. He did the wrong thing. That is where I've got pause. What he said today is just something I wouldn't say, but I think all of us, when we take a job, it's right at the top of the list. Like, how sustainable is this? How long can I have this gig?
Fair. I guess I'm combining the two because I've already got my file, which I had this is a great head coaching candidate. And then I found out about the shenanigans and I went, oh, I think a lot less of him now. And this kind of confirms it to me because it's less to me about, I'd like some stability. That's a reasonable want. It's more, I don't know, the like, I'll just keep picking and choosing. A bunch of these guys or a bunch of these losers are going to get fired. The presumption is that, I wouldn't, but I'm just waiting for this perfect opportunity. There aren't that many of these gigs, dude. You know what I mean? Like at some point, you got to be responsible for turning it around.
I took it as him saying I would have been fired in 3 years. He's like, 5 out of 8 chance I would have been fired in 3 years. This is a pretty good situation. But even still, why do you keep interviewing? The mixed signals just aren't a good look. And the optics of the phone call.
Yeah, there are a few decent spots out there where you might have had a chance at success. I mean, who knows?
Beltway Blitz comes your way at the top of the hour. That's when at 4:00 we're giving away tickets to Old Glory Rugby in DC. Next, though, it's Friday. In lieu of a double play, we will win off the field on G&D. Then what? What happens after that? It is time on Friday to figure out how you're winning off the field. We're Grant and Danny. Welcome back, and thanks for listening to the show. Coming up in about 12 minutes, Old Glory Rugby DC. Tickets could be yours. You just got to be listening. You got to be the right caller. That is at the top of the hour. Right now, though, we're going to figure out who's winning off the field. These are tiny moral victories, something that made your day better that nobody else would care about. The smaller the accomplishment, the better for the segment. We do it to honor Goose Allen.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
Danny, show the people how it's done.
Evening last, the Coyotes, my son's team, were unfortunately on the business end of a drubbing by the Seals. The Seals had a great day at the dish, made a couple plays in the field. It was, what happens in baseball sometimes. You come in second.
Who was bumping for the Seals?
So it's a machine pitch situation.
Okay.
But they had a couple kids who really swung it. I mean, just absolute, just daddy hacks. Put the ball in play, a great job. But they deserved to win the game. They were awesome. Happy for Coach Rob, that entire organization over there. So post game, I'm like, my youngest is going, I want a special treat. I'm like, you know what? You had a concert in the morning. You did great. You played your butt off in this little baseball game here. You get one. You get one, buddy. What do you want? You know what he said? Dad, I want Chick-fil-A. Done, sold, good call. So I put it in the map from where we were, and it takes me to a location. I'm going, no, it's not Chick-fil-A here. This is a park. What is that? Maybe there was some sort of temporary Chick-fil-A stand here at this park at one point. I'm like, now he's disappointed. I'm upset. Then I realized I'm actually close to where I know a Chick-fil-A actually is. You follow me? So I went to a location that said, this is where the Chick-fil-A is, said the map. And I'm going, you're wrong, map. We get to that spot. But it was only around the corner, about a mile to a place where I knew there was a Chick-fil-A. We went in and we ate Chick-fil-A. Therefore, we were
winning off the field.
Ryan was kind enough to give me a piece of gum. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
My gum, after a couple of minutes, has not yet lost flavor. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
What's your gum flavor there? What is it? Like a spearmint situation?
It's a mint of some type. It's a minty gum. Lastly, Anthony just said that he thought I was almost 40. I said, no. I just turned 36. And he's like, well, yeah, then you're almost 40. And I turned to the people in the room and
oh, no.
I said, that's not a thing, right? 36 is not almost 40. And both Darius and Ryan said, definitely not. 36 is not almost 40. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Still mid-30s. It's the mid-range.
Yeah, it's mid-30s.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to sit here with some young whippersnapper coming in here telling me I'm almost 40.
Now, next
I mean, that'd
year,
be fair to say.
Thank you, Coach. Now, next year.
No, I think 39 is almost 40.
You're in the upper 30s at 37.
I might give you 38.
Yeah.
37 is not almost 40.
Upper 30s.
Go to Rich in Olney. Hello, Richard. Rich.
What's going on, guys? How you doing today?
We're good.
So I'm doing great, man. So pool open this weekend. So, kids know how to swim now. So it's just kind of an adult hang around while the kids swim, meeting some new parents. This one guy named RJ comes up and he goes, I'm worked in a consulting firm. We're all just chatting up. And sometimes a great laugh is all you need. I said, what kind of consulting firm? He goes, I work with athletes. I said, who? He said, guys like Ed Cota. I worked with Jahadi White. And you know who you worked with, Danny? Jeremy Macklin.
Son of a bitch.
The laugh was amazing. Therefore, I was
winning off the field.
I want to go back to Jahadi White, if I may.
Hi. You dropped the ball in the post.
Odie, 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 oh.
The worst hands I've ever seen.
Iahoya. Let's go to Gus in North Carolina. What's up, Gus?
Hey, Gus.
Did he bounce?
Hey, it was Jeff, actually, but thanks for taking the call.
Jeff?
Very different than Gus.
Are you in North Carolina, or is that a lie, too?
Nope, I am in North Carolina, but from Annandale.
Home of the Adam.
I am 36, Grant. We are not almost 40, FYI.
Winning off the field.
You get it.
I was supposed to take a trip back up to Nova with the wife and the in-laws in a few weeks, and they canceled the trip. But my wife decided she still wanted to go, and last minute she decided she was going to go this weekend. Took the toddler, and I'm home alone for the weekend. So therefore, I am
winning off the field.
That's the good stuff. What are you going to do?
We own a farm, so I've got a lot of work to do. but I will be relaxing at night watching my own shows and not Married at First Sight.
Married at First Sight.
Good for you.
You know that one?
Man, I know of it.
That's a Netflix special. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And that's not to be confused with. Wait, let me think. Which one are they in the pods? That's Married at First Sight.
I don't know. I got no lifeline here.
I think I've watched this show. Let me just make sure. Married at First Sight is when they meet. Oh, you know what? It's a different one.
Oh.
This is the one on Lifetime. Okay, let me tell you what this one is, Dan.
All right.
Married at First Sight, I actually kind of like this one. And the reason is they have actual marriage counselors. There's a lot of coaching from the counselors. If you're a couple watching this, you can kind of go through basically couples counseling via the show in a lot of ways. But for Married at First Sight, the specialists, the counselors, pair you up with a partner. So you fill out a 100-question questionnaire, let's say, about your likes, dislikes, what matters to you, what you're looking for in a partner.
Okay.
They will then go through the paperwork and find the perfect match for you in their eyes. Now, most of the time, weirdly, it won't work out.
I'm stunned.
Yeah, I know it's tough. But you never meet the person until at the altar. You've agreed, though, to formally get married, like in life. And then you're married and you try to work it out. And after you're married, you go on a honeymoon. On the back end of the honeymoon, you come back to your town, you move in together. And after, I think it's like 3 months, 90 days, whatever it is, then you have to decide if you're staying together or you're getting an actual divorce. That's the show. It's a little bit silly. I like it.
That's absolutely
He should
ludicrous.
binge it while his wife's out of town. Let's go to Armando in Salt Lake City.
Armando.
Hello, Armando.
Hey, Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Hi, Robert.
I don't know how your oven nacho game is, but I've got 3 kids. Sometimes I'll get home late from work. Don't really have a lot of options for food, and there's a sports game on or whatever, a sporting event. So I'll throw some nachos in the oven with the grated cheese, get it all crispy and perfect. But I typically use the tinfoil sheets, and the cheese sticks to it. Well, the other night we ran out of little tinfoil sheets, so I used some parchment paper, which I'd never tried before. And the cheese, even the crispy good stuff, peeled right off that parchment. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
I was literally going to suggest, I've seen my wife do this. She uses, first of all, where's the parchment paper in our house? I have no idea. I've never seen it in a store. I don't know what it is or how to get it. I've seen her lay this stuff down on top of like a baking sheet, and the nachos are delicious.
Darius, hit the button. Ryan, explain parchment paper.
I know it's like white paper that you place on like a baking sheet.
You've got a lot of context clues. What is it? Tell us more about it.
I mean, it's
what's it made of? Why does it work? How does it work?
I don't know. I believe there is some oil lather on top of it that is already like
oil lather.
So how do you know which side is up?
I've never used
because
this.
the oil lather's
What's
on
the
top.
point of parchment paper?
It's so things don't stick on it.
Okay, non-stick. That's good.
And it's just white paper.
But you can put paper in an oven?
You can't put real paper in an oven, but whatever this make-believe paper is, whatever we want to call it.
We want to call it parchment
This
paper.
make-believe paper. Could you write on it?
No.
Oh.
Not with a pencil or a pen or anything.
Nope. Cannot do that.
That a guy. That is how we went off the field. You want tickets to Old Glory Rugby DC, don't you? Everybody's doing it. You might want to listen at 4 o'clock right here on the Fan. This radio program, Grant and Danny, is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kondori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, and probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com to do that. Be sure to mention that we referred you and you'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. 5 o'clock today, the Commanders roster was ranked 27th out of 32 teams via PFF. They gave a bunch of categories. We'll go through some of those. And at 6 o'clock, before we get out of here for the week, Grant and Danny's, Tony's Mailbag. Popular segment that we came up with. No one had ever done before.
That's right, us and us alone, yeah.
Very strangely. The Beltway Blitz covering the NBA playoffs and the Wizards, the Commanders, and a little baseball gets started right now. We start on the diamond. The Nats have won 5 out of 7, took 3 of 4 from the Braves. You heard Dave Jagler on the call last night. Another really good start, Jags, for Trevor Williams, who pitched into the 6th, allowing just the 1 earned run. What a renaissance season this has been for him.
Yeah, pitching. And it's always great to be on the Beltway Blitz, my favorite segment on radio. I only want to be on the Blitz. But
that's why
Trevor
you're
Williams,
a sweetheart. You get it.
Trevor Williams has been blitzing the opponents with pitches down and out of the strike zone. I mean, he's cut the home run rate. He's doing his thing. 5 to nearly 6 innings, 80 to 90 pitches. Get him out of there. Get the good bullpen in there. It's been quite a turnaround. And you know, he's had some leadership here on this pitching staff, and you've got the young pitchers who have really stepped forward. Mackenzie Gore's taken that next step. Jake Irvin and Mitchell Parker have been terrific. So you look at that series, they had 4 outstanding starts, and they win 3 of those games. And you know, we haven't seen starting pitching with these kind of ERAs that start with 2s and 3s since a certain season 5 years ago.
They are also stealing a bleep ton of bases, Jags. They got 4 guys with double digits. One of them's not even in the major leagues right now, and Trey Lipscomb. C.J. Abrams, a guy I thought was going to lead the league, still only has single digits because, early on he was hitting extra base hits, and now he hasn't been hitting much in the month of May. But this has been unbelievable watching these guys get great jumps. Even guys, I think you pointed out on the broadcast the other night, Jesse Winker's previous career high was like 2 or 3, and he zipped past that here while it's still springtime.
Yeah, and the good thing is, Danny, it translates to wins. Like I'm going to tweet this number out tonight. You know, it's not just steals that are kind of like meaningless, you know, garbage time stats. When they steal 3 bases or more in a game, they're 15-1. So when they're running, they're winning, and that's how this team has to win because they don't hit a ton of home runs. Kind of the one thing that's still to come, the final piece in this puzzle offensively is the situational hitting because when they get guys on, they can get them over with the steals. They're really struggling to get them in, you know, for the most part. Their strikeout rate is up this year. They're really chasing a lot of pitches with runners at third and less than 2 outs. So you know, if they can kind of have that final piece of the puzzle come together, then this offense can score enough to complement what has been that very good pitching staff.
Jags, Danny mentioned C.J. Abrams. He homered in 2 straight games, and then he had the 2-hit game in game 2 against the Braves. So I kind of thought, all right, he's figured it out. He's coming out of his rut because he was hitting the ball hard. Now 0 for 10 with 7 Ks the last 2 games. What did you see?
Well, I haven't seen the lineup yet, Grant. It would not shock me if he gets the day off. I mean, he looked to me last night like a guy who needs a day off. I mean, he's played almost every game except for like a 3-game, stay on the bench with a finger thing in early April. But he just kind of is swinging at everything right now. He swung at a pitch last night that if he didn't hit the bat, it would have hit him in the waist. Then the ball hit the bat and popped up and knocked the batting helmet off of his head. He's literally swinging at everything. And he kind of gotten out of that for that 3-game stretch that you alluded to, Grant. And then for some reason, just the last 2 games, he's back to literally swinging at everything. And he faced the lefty last night. I don't know if he was sitting on fastball, but Ray Kerr threw him curveball after curveball after curveball, and none of them were in the strike zone, and he swung at almost every one of them. So, it's just a really rough 2-day stretch. So I don't know if they're going to give Nunez a start or Vargas a start and give him a day just to kind of clear his head. But back-to-back, 2 of the roughest games that he has had, really dating back to probably early last season. So hopefully he can kind of get back to what he was when he went into the Atlanta series, seemingly swinging it well.
Jags, Kyle Finnegan's been great. He was spraying it a little bit last night. I think he walked a guy and was kind of behind in a couple of different counts, but still finds a way to battle, gets himself a save. He's been really, really good. He usually has one March or April, really bad outing that sort of colors the first, 5, 6, 7 weeks of a season. But you look up now, his numbers are astounding.
Yeah, you can make a case that he is an all-star candidate with a month to go until that selection, and he's been great. I mean, if he can keep the ball in the ballpark, those outings you reference, it's usually a home run or 2 home runs in one outing that kind of clouds his numbers. But you got to give credit to the other guys too. I mean, Hunter Harvey, what he's done this season, he's not just an 8th inning guy. He's the get out of trouble in the 7th inning guy, and then the 8th inning guy. And he faces the top 4 hitters in the lineup seemingly every night. We were looking last night. He faced Matt Olson in the 8th inning. It's like, well, he's faced him all 3 games. He's pitching the series. He's not facing the bottom of the lineup. He's going to face the top guys no matter what inning it is. Dylan Floro gave up 2 runs on Sunday, and that brought his ERA over 1. He just put it back down under 1 with his couple of scoreless outings. So you've got a really 3-headed monster out there that if you get 6 good innings from a starter, you feel real confident that 7, 8, 9, you're going to lock down a win.
Jags, we going to do the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland on this trip?
Well, I've been there before. We had a little bit of a late arrival, so a sleep-in day. We'll see what happens. Maybe I can get there on a Saturday morning because it's going to be a very quick trip in and out of Cleveland. Hopefully the guys got their rest because it was a long night with the Braves giving us a nice night game getaway with a 2-hour flight. At least the Nationals left them with a going-away present, 3 wins out of 4 in their ballpark.
Yeah, there you go.
Indeed.
I would say there's no golf to be had, but you could probably find a golf course.
You're in your room golfing right now.
It's like me with the McDonald's. I'll find one.
I was thinking of that at 8 o'clock this morning, but when my head hit the pillow at about 4:45, I said, well, maybe we'll wait till Monday when we get back to D.C.
Yeah. The golf course will be there when you need it to be. Thank you, Jags.
Okay, guys. See ya.
Be good, buddy. Enjoy the game and have a good call. Let's talk hoops. Voice of the Wizards is Dave Johnson. We don't want to talk Wiz right now, though. We want to talk NBA playoffs. We got a finals matchup, Dave. You called games with these teams in the building this season. Celtics, Mavericks. What do you make of the matchup?
Well, it's an intriguing one. If the Celtics, it seems like they have everybody that can shoot 3-pointers, and if they make their 3-pointers, that's a simple math equation. But Luka Doncic is such a special player, and he really is in a class of his own, if you will. I believe anyway. It's almost like this year's Jokic. Of course, this year, Jokic was also this year's Jokic. I predicted Denver to be in the finals, and credit to Dallas, who handled a Minnesota team that can play physical, and Boston can get physical with you. So, I think you got when you have a backcourt of Doncic and Kyrie Irving that can get going, I think Drew Holiday has added so much steel to that Boston Celtics team. And now I hear Kristaps Porzingis, our old friend, is actually working out, and he might be a part of this series. And I bring that up because, you discount him at your peril. He's as we witnessed with the Wizards, when he is healthy and he's on the floor, and he was for most of the season with Boston, certainly was with Washington as he had his healthiest season. You can't guard him, and he can make a difference.
Who does Luka Doncic remind you of? Dave, you've been around this game for so long. You've called games forever, and you watch hoops like we all have. The comp that comes to mind for me is Larry Bird. I know that's probably easy and lazy. People just think of 2 white guys that don't jump great, but it's the seeing the court, the angles, sort of the use of the body. He always seems a step ahead without being in a hurry. And maybe it's a combination of Bird and somebody else. But is there someone that comes to mind for you that the way Doncic is playing?
That's a good question. That's a good shout. And also, I just think when you talk about, he uses it. We're not going to talk about him with speed and athleticism. So guys that are tremendously quick can also have a great vision of the court. But I think you have to, when you have, you don't have the speed or athleticism to get you out of jams or to help you make decisions. Your decision making has to be that much faster. So he is, he's a player that seemingly can play by himself, and I think, quite frankly, that's finding the right mix with him has been a big part of the equation in Dallas, and that's why, speaking of old friends, Daniel Gafford, we thought, wow, this is a perfect opportunity for him because just throw it up and we know he can jump through the gym and he'll get it. So I've always said, basketball or any team sport for that matter is about fit and opportunity. And, this is a great fit and opportunity for Daniel Gafford. And it's not a case where you say, well, the Wizards shouldn't have given up on Daniel Gafford. No, he's going to the Dallas Mavericks. It's a different team with a different dynamic. But it really is. It's been a great playoffs. You saw Minnesota emerge. We called the New York Knicks as a team to watch out for, and they certainly proved that, I thought, during the playoffs. And quite frankly, I didn't think I had Denver over Dallas getting to this point. So, now it's Dallas, and who's going to be the X factor for each team? That's a cliche to say, but that always seems to be a storyline in tight series in all sports, if you will, because at this point, neither team has a secret from the other team. They've been scouted and re-scouted and videoed to death. So now that's why the X factor, whoever it is for each team, will come into play.
Dave, thanks, but as always, it was good catching up. Enjoy the finals.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
A week from now, I guess I should say.
Yeah, I was gonna say
when they start
next month.
And what a dumb thing. It is time to talk a little football. Our buddy Kevin Sheehan from the aptly named Kevin Sheehan Show. Kevin, I do not want to shoot the messenger here, so I'll ask questions. I believe it was the great philosopher Aaron Rodgers who once said, "Be curious, not judgmental." But I'm looking at your podcast from today, and I'm seeing a segment here that says, "Is Dan Quinn on the hot seat?" What is that about?
Actually, I think it was Ted Lasso.
It was. That's the joke. But yes.
Yes.
Yeah. But that was so. I was on vacation last week. I took a couple of days off, and yesterday I heard this Mina Kimes rant from, I guess, a podcast. She's with ESPN, and she suggested that Dan Quinn was on the hot seat in his first year.
Wow, and I've not heard that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and whomever the co-host was, his name's Kevin something. He said not only that, if Jaden Daniels has a really good year, then some of the coaches on the sidelines, like Belichick and and others, are going to want in, so they'll end up hiring somebody anyway. Like, can you imagine Jaden Daniels being good and the team having a good year, and first-year coach Dan Quinn gets fired? I thought it was one of the craziest, May takes I've ever heard.
Yeah. That screams May take, by the way.
That's a May
like
take.
May 31st. That's a good bit. May take.
It's a sports radio version of the yacht pick.
Exactly.
Kevin, I feel like it's you and I don't know if you're a Game of Thrones guy, but remember the Battle of the Bastards where Jon Snow is facing off against Ramsay Bolton and the Charging Forces? You and I are Jon Snow with this team name thing. Everybody keeps yelling at us that it's just because it's not the Redskins. And you and I feel like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, they're both saying, yeah, it's that. And it's also that this one's bad. And for me, it's remnants of Snyder. They should make this more of a priority, it seems like, than they're doing, in my opinion. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know that they're not, Danny. I think the issue right now, I think, is that they're trying to get through the politics of the stadium. So the RFK site bill through the Senate, which it hasn't happened yet. I think most people think it will. And then you've got, a DC City Council, and then, I would imagine, and some sort of negotiation there for the RFK site. I just don't think they want to muck it up. Remember, for many years, there were people on the DC Council that didn't want the team back unless it changed its name. So I think the stadium is such a priority right now, and that getting it back to DC is such a priority. I don't think they want to muck it up, but I really would be shocked if this hasn't been a conversation and a 500-pound weight on their shoulders. And I don't know what the result of all of it will be, but I certainly think that they have considered it, and they've probably, vetted a lot of it out.
Kevin, what do we got our eyes on this weekend? No NBA action for you, literally or figuratively, because the boys aren't playing for a week. Little NHL, maybe? You're going to watch some college baseball? What do you got brewing?
I'll probably not watch a lot. I might, Danny, go to House of Dragon because I didn't watch season 1.
Oh, buddy.
And so I think that's going to be my summer, the beginning of my summer TV, because yes, I was a massive Game of Thrones guy. But I mean, Grant, what about the Nationals? I mean, they're playing red hot
Steamed up for them,
Cleveland.
yeah.
This is a big series. Unfortunately, we get Patrick Corbin tonight, but they're fun to watch right now.
Yeah, there's still 2 other games on the weekend
Yes,
after Corbin.
there's still 2 others.
So
Yes.
I mean, it-
You get through Corbin, and then you get 2 baseball games, which will be fun. By the way, House of
Right.
the Dragon. I liked Game of Thrones. My whole thing is when I miss out on something and I'm dozens and dozens and hours of content behind, it's too overwhelming. I can't play catch up. But I did get on a House of the Dragon at Danny's suggestion, and I thought House of the Dragon was awesome.
Kevin, it's really good. So you know how they made even if it's just 2 people in a room and a nice set sipping wine and like talking bleep to each other, it still felt big, like that huge world and all the different conflicts around in Game of Thrones. They isolate it to this one sort of subsection, like this one family and this kind of feud they're in, and it doesn't feel as global, but I don't want to say it's better, it's different, but it's really, really well done. It moves well. You fall in love with the characters. It's excellent, in my opinion.
Well, it's the Targaryens from 150 years earlier, right?
Yes, that is correct. It's the family feud they're in.
Yeah, but let me just say, Grant, I have often felt that way, but what changed it for me was Stranger Things. I was way behind everybody enjoying it and watching it, and I binged that thing last summer, and now I can't wait to watch season 5 when it comes out, I guess, next year. I think it's next year.
I think it's next year, yeah.
So you caught up on 4 seasons at once, essentially?
Yeah, I just went through the whole thing. I mean, it was hard to turn it off.
8
It just
episodes
sounds
each.
exhausting. I don't know. The content when I watch, like, there's never a show that I pick up that I'm told is going to be great, that everybody loved, that I normally am disappointed I watched. It's just the amount of buy-in and time.
Well, for Grant's age, Kevin, a lot of the references and the homages might not. I'm not being a jerk to you. They might be over your head. It's like 80s stuff that Kevin and I.
Well, you know, that
experienced.
specific show you referenced is not
Yeah,
for me.
Stranger
anyway.
Things, right?
That's like weird time hoppy nonsense, not from this planet. I don't do that.
Well, but see, if you're one of those people like I am, which I'm not a sci-fi guy, I'm not a
100%.
fantasy guy, but just like Game of Thrones, it's a character show. It's much more about the characters than it is the sci-fi. Although I think the sci-fi is more prevalent in Stranger Things than the fantasy is in Game of Thrones.
It sounds like we're in lockstep mostly. I mean, my favorite shows ever are very grounded, like on Earth. They're practical. I'm a big The Wire guy, among other things. What's your favorite show ever?
I'd go Breaking Bad 1, and I'd go Game of Thrones 2, but I have never watched The Wire.
Whoa,
like, it's my biggest, it's my biggest whiff, and I know I got to get to it clearly at some point.
It's Kevin. It's fantastic.
I know.
I
It's
also
fantastic.
think that like whether you watched it in real time today or in 5 years, I don't know if anything changes.
Yeah, so I didn't want to do it at first. I was like angry about it because like every hacky comic and like dude would like always put The Wire on their credits, and I'm like, there's no way this show's good, right? If this chucklehead is in there, there's no way it's a good show. My favorite show of all time. It's my 1 seed. It's great.
Well, look, the all-time chucklehead is in that show. He makes a cameo. That would be one Tom Lavero.
I remember that he's in that show because
that's right.
It's so funny.
Is he in the newsroom in season 4?
Yeah, he's in the Baltimore Sun newsroom.
Exactly.
I don't know what season or episode
Maybe
because
it's
again, I
5.
didn't watch it, but I've seen the scene.
It's hilarious. Yeah, I saw it like it hit me watching it in real time,
Oh,
not
wow.
knowing it was coming. And I'm going, oh my God, that's Tom Lavero. Very funny. All right. Well, Kevin, enjoy your weekend, whatever it is that we get into, and we'll catch up soon.
All right, boys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
Be
Kev.
good. Kevin Sheehan Show with us on Grant and Danny on the Beltway Blitz. The Audio Vault. Put one together for you. We'll do it next. Hope you enjoyed the Beltway Blitz. Thanks to our participants today, Dave Jagler, Dave Johnson, and Kevin Sheehan. You can podcast that segment when we are done at thefandc.com, grantanddanny.com/audio. Did you see that the Dallas Stars had a watch party last, I guess it would have been a couple of nights ago, but I saw this video making the rounds. We did these for the Nats during the World Series, and we did these for the Caps here in D.C. Really cool on ice, though.
Awesome.
Indoor, kind of intimate, right up on the screen. But did you see what the Stars were doing? They were using the AI now to generate basically lights on the ice that replicated each player. And they had the number of each player on the actual ice in their arena while the team wasn't there. And so you could watch the game. Instead of players, it was just like green circles with numbers for the Stars.
Oh, wow.
Orange for the Oilers. And they were going up and down
Like in
the
real
ice.
time almost.
Absolutely. But it was just a sign of the times with technology.
Man.
Where the watch parties were really, really cool without this.
Yeah.
With it, you turn it up to another level.
You remember we did that years ago for the Caps? We hosted a watch party at, I think it was still Cap One Arena at that point. I think it was the Flyers series forever ago when they were on the road. And that was a blast. But just watching the game on the big screen, that was cool. I was not ready for AI-generated hockey players.
So here's, and I'll post this at Grant H. Paulson in a minute for people to see. But here's kind of what I'm getting at. But you're just sitting in the stands, thousands of fans, and you can watch the game on TV.
No way.
But you also can see which players are on the ice.
And that's the puck.
Where the passes are. They're using the old like Fox tracker with the lit up puck to show you where the puck is on the ice. All right in front of you while you're watching the massive screen above you.
That's pretty great.
Thought it was a really cool way to watch
That's
the game.
really neat.
Very, very neat. It is time on Grant and Danny for a weekly staple Darius and I put together behind the scenes. We call it our audio vault. Where to begin? I got 3 clips for you, Danny. Do you want awesome broadcasting? Do you want hot take that we'll agree or disagree with? Or are you looking for something that's really funny that went viral?
Let's start hot take and work up to funny.
Okay. For a hot take, we go to Scott Van Pelt of ESPN. He was doing his normal Sports Center. The Scott Van Pelt hour of Sports Center that takes place late in the evening after big games on ESPN. And he was doing some highlights of baseball, and he went in on the courtesy runner at second base in extra innings, just very casually editorializing mid-highlight.
Luck squeezes that. We're headed to extras. Still do that stupid thing where there's a runner on the base. Why do we? It's just stupid. It's not a word like kids aren't supposed to say the word in elementary school. Well, I'm saying it's stupid.
Runner on second to start the 10th inning of a baseball game in the regular season. You okay with it?
Oh, I hate it.
Do you really?
I've always hated it. It is
Hasn't grown on you at all?
No, it is. I understand it. I get it. We're trying to protect mostly pitchers, honestly, because those 17 inning, 18 inning games are just killer for staffs and bullpens and recovery. And I understand all it.
So that's actually really important.
I've never liked it.
You get it. You don't like it. Would you change it back?
I would.
I think I like it. I don't think I prefer it over the old way, generally, but it's close enough that with the good that it does, it feels like a no-brainer. And I wouldn't change it back in the sense that I think it's good for baseball. 14, 15 inning games, the occasional 17, 18 inning game, in the middle of a stretch where you're playing 15 in 15 days or something, as you just said, it doesn't work. And there are too many times where a game goes to extras and we can't determine who wins in short order. Nobody gets on, or 3 or 4 innings, and the offense dries up, right? It just happens that way. You get one run and then the next team does, and you play another 5 innings. Rare, but occasional. And it is damaging. So for that reason, I think it makes sense. I also really like the strategy that it adds. And I do think you got to admit this, even if you don't like it, Danny, there's a lot of strategy.
Oh, 100% there is, yes.
Top versus bottom of the inning. Do you play for one run or multiple runs? Do you bunt the guy over and then try to get a sacrifice fly? And now you've taken a lead and put the pressure on the team in the bottom half. There's a lot of now research over a few years that's been done since they changed the rules for the pandemic, because that's what this was. It was kind of during that season where they wanted to make sure that they weren't having to call guys up and add to the roster and, get fresh arms involved. And it just kind of stuck this way. I don't hear players complaining about it that much.
I think they like it because it gets game over with.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'll bet you relievers hate the fact that this is stupid and this should change. If you're Kyle Finnegan and you come on in the 10th and you give up a run and you lose 2-1, the run doesn't go on your earned run average, which is correct. But you do take a loss in the game. And I think that is beyond dumb. In other words,
Yeah.
I
don't know. I don't know what else to do there.
Like, I give up one base hit.
Yeah.
Guy comes around and scores on the first pitch of the inning. I take the L. There's nothing to do. You don't have to assign an individual player a loss. It's an antiquated, stupid stat anyway. Here's the loss. The team gets it.
The team loss.
But why am I going to take a loss as a pitcher if I strike out 3 guys, but someone, on 10 pitches, I'm dominant. Somebody gets on first on a pass ball, and then I give up a bloop shot, and a guy scores from first basically on a wild throw to third, and now I got a loss? Like, that's beyond outrageous.
Yeah. Well, to me, there's always been the hard luck nonsense of wins and losses when it comes to pitching and assignments.
Run that scored, you've always put that guy on base if you took the loss.
Yeah. I've seen a guy lose with one unearned run, and that's the only thing he gave up, and he gets a loss. I mean, they're never fair. If fairness is the standard, then we failed that with the invention of the game.
Sure. This is worse than all the other ones, is my point. This is the only way you can lose.
It's bad.
Where you inherit a runner, and then that runner is charged to you, even though you were in the dugout when he was placed on second in this arbitrary, odd way. Having said that, that's my main gripe, is the individual statistic element of it. I still wouldn't change it back. And based on the strategy, I'd probably roll with it.
I like the strategy. I like the fact that it forces people to do something in an era where managers are doing less and less in that way.
Good point.
As we're DHing and there's less matchups, it's the bullpens have to be used in a certain way. Less, lefty specialists, less of that stuff. You can't really do that. So bringing back some choice, I think, is good.
Also, the argument that it's not baseball. Well, hockey's determined by 3-on-3 overtime. That's not the same game. But if you played 5-on-5, you'd have to play a long time till someone scored. You want it to go straight to a shootout?
We've seen those days, haven't we?
Yes, we have. I mean, they could just go straight to a shootout, I guess. NFL overtime is not done the exact same way. I mean, the quarter is shorter, among other things, right? So every other sport has a way that we got to figure this out as quick as possible. This is baseball's version. You want good broadcasting or something funny?
Good broadcasting.
Kevin Harlan, who is a staple on the audio vault, having a good time calling action. It was pretty frantic on the NBA hardwood.
He's got 4. Anderson lost the ball. Green had it on the floor. Doncic digging it out. Vacuums it in. Gafford, Green, Gafford. Up. No foul. How did you get that all in there, partner? Wow. Are you out of breath now, Kevin? Yeah. What is the definition of the word frantic? Wow.
They say broadcasters don't often add to the game. Kevin Harlan adds to the game.
He does. He
Makes
is
the game better.
Great.
Yep.
Truly great.
Even his guys that are with him every single day in that moment were like enjoying his call.
Yeah, they're doing the Joe Rogan reaction bit to his call, basically,
It's funny. Finally, this won't play as well audio-wise as video-wise, but the combo's worth it. There was a hearing on Zoom, which I guess is still how they're doing some court hearings.
Okay.
Where a guy was trying to get his suspended license back, and he was having a hearing, and he was in his car while driving on FaceTime, so that the judge, who you'll hear talking here, is like, wait a second. He wants his license, but he's driving. And then he makes this face at the end when the judge is like, this guy can kiss my butt. He's literally driving. He doesn't care about anything. And the guy's face is now like a meme that you'll see for years and years and years.
Oh, no.
It's so funny.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be present via Zoom.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So I'll just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended,
That is correct, Your Honor.
and he was just driving, and he didn't have a license. Oh.
He said, "Oh."
Is with the charges, Your Honor. Yes.
No, I'm looking at
Yes.
his record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond.
So he's not wanted.
Oh,
and the judge is like, you're going to be arrested. You have to turn yourself in. But the guy's face is he just kind of, his jaw drops and he's like looking right into his camera, like does the face palm where
Like he can't believe this is how it happened.
Right, exactly.
Like the number of times I know like young people have been like, I feel sick. And then they post a picture on Facebook later that night of them partying. Like I've seen that before, right? That's bad. Worse. Way worse.
There's got to be a show somewhere where they do the dumbest criminal of the week or something. He might be high on that list.
That's your one seed.
Netflix coming out with a new sports documentary show that is going to be the talk of this here radio program in the fall. We'll tell you about it next. In a story that is sure to captivate the Grant and Danny listening audience. If you guys are like your pals, you're into the Netflix sports documentary. Netflix is nearing a deal for a documentary series around the the SEC, I should say. I was about to say the NFC. That's not what it was. The SEC, Danny.
Yep.
Here's what we're looking at. Netflix, according to every outlet, but I'll go with SBJ here, Sports Business Journal, closing in on a deal with the SEC to give it an immersive documentary treatment similar to what it has done with F1's Drive to Survive. That's the F1 series I've been trying to get you to watch.
That's right.
As well as the PGA Tour's Full Swing, according to Emerson and Martian of The Athletic. Teams will be able to opt in or out. So far, it's known which ones are definitely in or out. Source said that Georgia is among those with interest, but hasn't made a decision yet. Essentially, Netflix has already gone to the conference. The conference has gone to the teams. The teams largely are into this. Shocker, by the way. Of course they are. Just an incredible marketing tool. Great for recruiting.
Oh, yeah.
You, by the way, are going to get final say. Not completely, but certainly nothing that you don't want out there is going to be put out there. Do you think that Kirk Cousins or Patrick Mahomes look bad for being in QB? You know, the series that they were on with Netflix. Do you think that Daniel Ricciardo is upset about getting more popular and people still talking about him and how good he is and how good looking he is or whatever it is that they're saying after Drive to Survive? Like, these shows do some good for you as a general rule. The thing that we want is more of them in more areas. Things that we like, things that we don't like. SEC football with all the top prospects, with all the best teams in the country, a conference that's only getting bigger and better as the conferences are realigning and growing. In the SEC's case, we're going to get a Netflix show maybe this fall. They're trying to close in on a deal and finalize this now. That would be awesome.
Tremendous content. Again, nothing has. Let me try it a different way. These documentary style things that Netflix has done, the all or nothings that Amazon Prime has done. I don't know what documentary company or production company is doing it. It doesn't matter to me. These things have taken things that I'm not interested in and made them incredibly compelling. That's unbelievable. What a skill that is.
It's television, right? It's storytelling, it's editing, it's production, it's narration. The idea behind it is, whether it's the SEC or quarterbacks in the NFL or golfers, they're just doing what you do if you were doing a documentary on a fast food chain. They're interviewing people, they're going through the audio, they're finding a way to lay out a story, and it's super compelling.
I couldn't stop watching episodes about the Tottenham Spurs that Tom Hardy was narrating. Incredible. It's riveting television. Imagine, as you start to do it now, the content that I do care about. The SEC football is a pretty big deal. That's the number 2 sport in America, right behind the old NFL. It's college football. And it's not that big a gap either as you start to poll the country. This is absolutely a slam dunk. And you already said it. The teams and schools, I think people are starting to wake up to this. Because for years, it was like Hard Knocks was hanging on by a thread, and teams kind of viewed it as this hassle, and coaches think they're doing nuclear state secrets, and they can't possibly have a camera around, and they don't want it. And organizations viewed it as a chore. And once we kind of crossed that threshold where teams are going, actually, this is great for us in all these different sports. It brings us closer to fans. It brings new fans in. I mean, look at Welcome to Wrexham, the show that airs on FX. This unknown Scottish league or whatever, this Welsh league soccer team that nobody had ever heard of now does millions in business in terms of merchandise sales. It's a global brand that didn't exist basically to most people, 99.9999% of the people around the world. And now there are people in all 7 continents wearing Wrexham gear. These kinds of things bring fans closer, and the dollars involved, the marketing dollars, there's no better ROI.
Well, I also think that there was a time where as a team, you might not want to participate because it was an intrusion of your operation and privacy. And I think that's long gone. You know, yesterday I was ranting about how I want the Commanders to be on Hard Knocks. And I got the same thing I always get, which was a couple people after the fact telling me the Commanders shouldn't be on Hard Knocks. And to that I say, wrong. And their argument, many of them, is I don't want the distraction. It's not a distraction anymore. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry has a cell phone. Everybody in the locker room is on Facebook Live after a game. Every coach now is already mic'd up because the team's website is putting together and producing some video of his pregame speech. I've watched 3 NFL draft trades from a couple of weeks ago come to fruition in the last week on X accounts from teams where they're in the room, in the draft room, and they're on camera, on mic. I'm seeing the phone calls. I'm seeing them talk to different GMs. Like, teams put out this great content. The Commanders do their own thing called Commander's Log. Seems like every team has one now, or you've fallen behind, where you're doing your own Hard Knocksy type content. Teams are already doing this. You get the final say from an NFL standpoint with NFL Films on what goes out and what doesn't. You can negotiate. I don't want you to be in the room when we're cutting players. We don't think that's cool. Okay, no harm, no foul. So you get a lot of say in the process. 15, 20 years ago, you're probably right. It was an intrusion.
Mm-hmm.
It was way more access than you wanted to give anybody, and that was still a thing. Nowadays, you're already wearing mics at practice. Jaden Daniels is already going to be rocking a mic.
It's the standard. Yeah, you're right.
It's just a thing that's happening. So whether it's for just your own stuff or because Sports Illustrated's there that day and asks you to do it, or the next day CBS Sports is there, or because you're doing it for NFL Films and HBO, it's very common. It's very normal. It's just not that different. Teams are even doing it in season and after the fact going, didn't really change much. Now, Mike McDaniel of the Dolphins last year said, yeah, we just did our thing. The cameras are going to be here. So what? We're going to be us. They're going to see us being us. You can't opt into that and then get mad at us for being us. So take the commercial, please. Take the marketing that's free that the league is trying to give you. At one point in time, you didn't need it. You just walked into the room. You said, we're the Redskins. You sat down, and that meant something. It doesn't anymore. The Commander's name, the brand, and I don't just mean because of the name change, but the team, because it's been 30 years since they did anything, it's over. You need to get some of that cologne sprayed on you that the Lions and some other teams recently have, and they've really benefited from it. Let's go caller 10 at 800-636-1067 right now. You're winning tickets to Old Glory Rugby DC. They're playing New England. You're winning a 4-pack. Saturday, June 8th is the game against New England, Maryland Sportsplex. Tickets and more event information available at thefandc.com. Top of the hour next. I got a little guessing game for you, Danny. I know you love those. And the Commanders were ranked pretty low. All the rosters, 1 to 32, broken down by PFF. We'll dive into that on G&D. Where does PFF rank the Commanders roster among 32 NFL teams? We'll get to that in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. As a reminder, this show is sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They'll provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate, administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com is where you're going. A little game show music, please, Darius, before we get into our topic. I've got a quick guessing game for the boys. Saw some numbers. Danny, because I know you don't like to be the center of attention in all these games.
Okay.
I'm going to bring in our production crew as well. We'll go round the horn, little competition here. We'll go closest to the pin. What do you say?
Okay.
This is the net winnings in April for Nevada casinos. You tracking?
Okay.
Nevada casinos net winnings in April.
So all of them, MGM. And
I think this is the casinos in Nevada and how much they took in on each various game that gets played in the casino. I got blackjack, craps, roulette, baccarat, which I've never understood and don't quite get. It's a card game, right?
Yes, it is.
Sports, meaning sports gambling, I'm assuming, and then penny slots. So, no hands on computers over here. No looking anything up. All right. First things first. Nevada casinos net winnings in April. How much money did casinos take in on blackjack in the month of April, would you guess, Danny?
I'm going to say, this is out of my tuchus. I have no idea what the scale would be. I imagine people played. I imagine people lost because that's what they do. I'm going to say $300 million.
Okay.
I'm going to...
How much is that a day, by the way? That's like $10 million a day, probably.
Yep.
Okay, that's a lot.
All the casinos, right? Yeah. They're all playing.
I'm going to say for blackjack alone, 370 million. Like that was going to be my guess.
Okay.
I'm going to go a little bit lower than these guys, and let's go with, I don't know, 210 million.
Darius, closest to the pin.
There we go.
110.2 million lost in a month on blackjack.
Okay.
I didn't contribute because I wasn't in Vegas.
You weren't there.
But if you go back a couple months earlier, I contributed to the blackjack.
I have helped one of those monthly totals.
Craps. Very fast game. Good way to lose a lot of money.
Yeah.
But you don't go there to play craps. A lot more people play blackjack, obviously. So if blackjack lost 110 million, what do you think craps lost?
So my experience with craps is that everybody's winning, and then you get over there, then you lose everything you have very quickly. I'll say $65 million.
All right.
That's way low in my opinion. I'm gonna go 190 million.
So you think more people lost money on craps?
Well, more money was lost on craps
than blackjack.
Well, what was the number on blackjack again?
110 million.
Okay. I'm gonna stick with that 190 mil.
Let's go with, I'm going to go with 90 million. Right there.
30.3 million on craps. How much money do you think was lost on sports betting at Vegas casinos in the month of April? How much did the casinos win? I'd imagine this is profit, right? This isn't just winnings.
No, I think
because that's different. It says net winnings, which to me means profit. Net tells me you're subtracting your losses.
Right. So you're taking in,
So
it's
in
the
other
winnings
words,
plus the juice.
I might have, when I'm out in Vegas, I might have hit 4 bets and won $90, but if I left there minus 30, then the casino's still plus 30.
Yes, they're plus 30.
So they didn't win 120 off me or whatever. They won 30. So how much money did they come out ahead in sports betting in April?
$126 million.
I'm gonna go back to the well. 190 million.
I think this number is way, way higher than both of the table games. I'm going to go, just since they went so low, I'm going to go 950 million.
That's almost $1 billion.
Yes.
That's a lot of money. 30.8 million.
Oh, really?
30.8 million. That was way lower than I thought.
Me too.
I don't know if I was fully on my Darius Dameron there, but I definitely thought it was higher. The craziest thing to me is penny slots pummels everything else.
Yes.
Penny slots, they made $216 million. So 110 on blackjack, 30 on craps, 35 on roulette, 30 on sports betting, somehow 76 on baccarat. Don't play that game, I guess. $216 million on penny slots. And the source here is the Nevada Gaming Control.
76 on back. Every baccarat experience I've ever had, and I always have to be explaining the rules again. There's so many ties. No, that's Pie Gal. Pie Gal is where the ties are. Baccarat is the one you lose all the time. Yeah. Sorry, I conflated. Pie Gal, you just sit there and nobody ever wins ever.
I've never even heard of that. I've never seen that in a casino.
It's like tic-tac-toe, but a poker version.
So, but is that in the same, like when I'm walking through MGM, hey, there's roulette, there's baccarat, there's poker.
I've not seen it at MGM National Darbar, but
is it a little like a kind of a off the beaten path game?
No, you'll see it. I mean, I'd say for every 10 blackjack tables and for every like 6 or 7 card tables where you're meant to sit down and play, I don't know, Texas Hold'em or whatever, you'll see 2 Pie Gal tables.
Go back a few months. You can find some of my money in some of those lists. Blackjack table was not kind to your pal. Why was I out in Vegas? Oh, Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
That's what it was.
The slots, dude.
Yeah.
The slots are what get you.
They'll get you.
People just sit there and put the coin in.
I've never played 1 penny in slots. I've no interest. I don't know what it is. To me, the idea of just pulling it down and then the screen tells me if I won or lost, it feels anticlimactic and not interesting, and it doesn't seem like I'm doing anything at all. It's a complete game of chance. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess you're picking something. I don't know. But I wouldn't know. I've never played it, and I just have zero interest.
So this, casino people, please don't sue me. I'm just telling you how it feels to me, okay? This is how it feels. It feels rigged. You know what I mean? Because it's like I can't see anybody pulling a card. I can't see somebody rolling the ball or rolling the dice for craps or the roulette ball or dealing a card to me or
Meaning
whatever.
a lack of a human makes you
in other
think
words, it's a machine and it's just spinning out three things. And I'm like, okay, well, that one was a tomato. Like, who said it was a tomato? You see what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't feel like I'm supposed to win that one. The
But have
others,
you
there's
done
a
it
chance.
before?
No, that's why I've never done it.
So
I
you
go,
have no interest.
I just can't. I'm not playing against anybody, even though I'm not playing against the dealer a lot of times and whatever. But it's still that there's something about it there. It doesn't feel authentic to me. And I'm sure it is. They have to have all sorts of rules that they abide by. But just for me, I'm like, I've always been put off by it.
My Vegas interests are first the sports book. Second, this is a weird bit about me. This is an old man move. Roulette has become my 2 seed. I like roulette a lot. Third, blackjack. And I think I'll leave the rest for someone else. Like, I can comfortably never play another table game or any kind of casino money being spent anywhere else forever. Roulette I like, blackjack I really like, and you get sportsbook. Let's do this thing. But that's it for me. That's all I need.
Blackjack won 10 million miles of space. Sportsbook. Fun to sit in a sportsbook and throw a bet down or two. And then the rest can rot, as far as I'm concerned. No interest in the rest of it.
You have no interest in roulette?
None. You just you put it on one number, or you put it on a corner where there are 4 numbers, and then you watch a ball go around.
You're kind of reading the board a little bit.
Oh, it's the least interesting thing possible.
You get red or black.
Yeah. Oh, wow. In that case,
there's numbers.
Can I? This is a weird bit about me. You know what ricks me? That I've never liked it, and there's something about it's not a dealer. What's the roulette guy? What do you call him?
I would think he was
Is he a dealer?
A spinner, but
roulette spinner.
I've always said roulette dealer, but probably not.
When he does that wave over the board, when he goes no more bets, no more bets, that's always bothered me. Like, who are you? Why? Are you?
Literally the guy in charge.
Well, I know he's in charge, but I'm like, what? Okay, well, fine. I'm not going to stop karate chopping the air in front of me. No more bets. It's always bothered me.
You have to dictate that there's no more bets.
No, I understand.
Because I don't do this because I don't know enough. But the very comfortable guy who's there every night who's spending money loves to like wait till the ball's spinning around, and then he like gets, I don't know if he's getting visions or he's just
he thinks he knows something.
Dropping chips down left, right, center, all over. Oh, 23 and in the corner of 4 of them, and you know that guy.
No, sure. Listen, and I understand he's following protocol. He's just doing his job.
Yeah.
I found myself annoyed by it. Like that sideways left to right karate chop, like no more bets, and like the way they say no more bets. I'm like, I don't like that.
I feel like you're getting like that's like being mad that a police officer pulled you over for speeding, or that a teacher told you to stop talking during an exam.
It's a stupid thing to not like.
Yeah,
fully admit that. It's a weird quirk.
You actually need them to do that. Like,
it's
if
the rules.
I'm
I get
there
it.
playing roulette,
Mhm.
I need to know, because if I put it down too late, I don't get credit. That's really bad.
I understand.
So I'm waiting for them to say no more bets.
I get it. I
No
understand.
more Mookies.
I get that he has to do it.
Liddell.
No more Dickie bets. I get it.
Too late.
I understand that he has to do it. I understand it's a job. It's always been off-putting to me. I'm like, you know what? Roulette's for someone else.
Well, that's not just a roulette thing, by the way. That's at any table ever. I mean, the blackjack people jump down your throat if you do it. Oh, you can't have a drink there. You can't do this. You can't do that. Pretty constant.
That's true.
No matter what table you're at.
Because like all bets are in, and all right, we're dealing for blackjack.
When's the last time you played something?
Great question by you.
I mean, it's obviously blackjack based on what you just said.
Yeah, a couple years ago. It's been a minute. Kind of one of my first post-pandems activities.
When the boys go on a trip, nothing like that.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, that's what we do. We go to the we've done, I mean, for one of a bachelor party in Vegas. We did Atlantic City a few different times. Did at MGM close by a couple times.
So I think that when you have all your buddies at one table playing blackjack,
It's the best, man.
That is the most fun you can have.
Mhm.
Like, legitimately.
Yes.
The less the table men, the better for me. I'm not in this thing to try to get rich at the high roll.
I want to grind hands.
Right. Exactly.
That's all I want to do. I want to
Let's
grind.
just play as many as possible. But like sitting by myself or with one or two people at blackjack that I don't know, let's say, and just playing, no, that's just not a thing. Chad's in Woodbridge on G&D. What's up, Chad? Chad, are you there? You will get nothing and you will like it.
He was listening to us, which is nice.
No, that's good.
That's good.
Two things. One, thank you for listening to the show.
Thank you, Chad.
It was nice to hear Danny speaking from about 50 seconds ago.
Mm-hmm.
But when you call in, you got to be on your A game, buddy. That's how we get on the air. We got to have our A game. All right, let's pivot to the Commanders, Danny. PFF ranked 32 NFL rosters. Washington came in 27th for its personnel. They went through a bunch of categories with the ranking. Biggest strength last year, biggest weakness last year, X factor this year, rookie to watch this year, and then the over-under win total. So just to run through these, they say that the biggest strength for Washington in 2023 was its rushing offense. That surprised me a little bit. My guess is it's not just based on ranking as much as some of their own grades that they did. But what they wrote here was the Commanders struggled across the board last season, but ranked 15th in rushing grade. Capable ball carriers, Brian Robinson, Chris Rodriguez led the way. The issue for the run game was a lack of design carries due to the team being behind so often. Also, Eric Bieniemy hating to call runs. The incumbent running backs, along with new quarterback Jaden Daniels, should give Washington a functional rushing attack in 2024 and beyond. What do you think of that? That their biggest strength last year was running the ball?
I guess. I mean, here's the thing. Nothing was great. You know what I mean? Like what attribute of the team or what thing that they were doing consistently would you go, yeah, that was banner stuff. That was top of the league stuff.
Couldn't
Nothing,
be anything
right?
defensively.
They weren't good at throwing the ball. They turned it over, got sacked a lot. They weren't prolific through the air. So it's a relative strength, I suppose. It's not a league-wide rushing strength. They're not great at rushing the ball. You don't put them up there with the Ravens or maybe the Eagles or some of the other teams that thump it down your throat, or the 49ers. But for that group last year, yeah.
Nothing to really hang their hats on. Biggest weakness from 23, according to PFF's grading, run defense. They said the Commanders allowed the most points in the NFL last season. Primary culprit, run defense unit, finished 31st in run defensive grade. They've since added viable players at multiple levels, including linebackers Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu. Of course, Johnny Newton, the new defensive tackle, could help in that area as well. Head coach Dan Quinn's going to make his new defense a priority. The addition of Quinn and Witt is probably where you start that conversation. They'll be better on defense because of their coaching staff, first and foremost. If that coaching staff worked with the exact same players that stunk last year here, I think those players would stink less, and I think the production would be better. But you add to that, Bobby Wagner's the best inside linebacker they've had in several years, hopefully. Led the NFL with 183 tackles last year. Frankie Louvu, I think, is one of the most versatile Swiss Army knife second-level players they've maybe ever had here. And then you throw in Quinn and Witt and some kids they drafted in the secondary and Newton up front. And there's a lot of reason to believe the defense could be a lot better, and especially stopping the run.
So this is one of those times where PFF, they do more work than I do. They study more than I do. They got more data than I do, and that's awesome. Excuse me. I disagree. No, it's not the run defense. You know what led the league in touchdown passes last year? Dak Prescott threw 36. If you were a quarterback against the Washington Commanders, you threw for 39 touchdowns with 8 interceptions. The pass defense. Start, finish, middle. Everything about that pass defense was unacceptable. Couldn't get after the passer, couldn't disrupt routes, couldn't pass them off, couldn't cover people. The passing defense, the worst net yards per attempt in the NFL, most touchdowns allowed, most yards allowed. You were so comfortable throwing the football against Washington. So sometimes, yes, teams didn't have good grades or they didn't have good grades stopping the run. Their pass defense was so beyond the pale unacceptable. They had no chance in any game because of how bad that group was.
Yeah, when they played a really good quarterback, they got torched. And it was just known going into the game. We all saw it coming from miles away, and nobody could do anything about it. X factor, they say, for 2024 will be, not surprisingly, quarterback Jaden Daniels. They point out that they brought in several veterans to put together a massive draft class. The several is actually like 25 veterans when you look at free agency.
Several after the first 20.
All around Jaden Daniels, 2023 Heisman Trophy winner, best player in college football last year. Dual threat ability should inject life into a team that has perpetually struggled to find a franchise quarterback. The rookie to watch that they list, Johnny Newton, who we talked about earlier from Illinois, who they point out if he is healthy moving forward, they get an absolute steal of a second-round pick on the field. Most consistent interior defender in college football over the past 2 seasons, while at Illinois, according to PFF. His talent and versatility should help a defensive line that finished 29th in overall grade last season. That's pretty shocking. John Allen and Deron Payne among the graded defensive linemen, and that was the 4th worst defensive line in the league according to their grading. That's pretty stunning.
Pretty stunning. I mean, it tells you maybe how big the drop-off was when one of those guys wasn't on the field, potentially, or maybe they weren't that well graded.
Well, Allen typically grades well, Payne less so, but I will also say Payne just didn't have the same kind of year last year.
No, he didn't.
As the year before. Not to pat myself on the back yet, because there's a lot of football to be played, and he could have an all-pro season. But Deron Payne had one monster year, and the rest of the years have looked a lot more like last season. And that was my big concern when they paid him. If you go back to last offseason, remember, it was like, do you really want to pay a guy based on the career year that looks nothing like all the other years? They opted to do that, and then he performed at the normal level of all the seasons that predated that. For the over-under of 6.5 wins, they went under. While it wouldn't be surprising to see the Commanders approach or surpass this win total, they are still starting a rookie quarterback and need immense improvement on defense. This season is more about Daniels and the rest of the rookie class progressing than it is about any number of victories, which is what you and I have been preaching
Agreed.
for quite some time on the show. Here's where we can make this a localized conversation here on the phones. What is the strength of this roster right now, and what is the weakness on this personnel group right now that they've put together? 800-636-1067. PFF looked at every single roster, and after crunching all the film and numbers, they've got Washington 27th of 32 teams in terms of talent. Where do you think they're best off and worst off from a personnel standpoint? Next on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thanks for listening to the show. We'll take you up to Nats baseball tonight. They've got a 7:10 first pitch in Cleveland against the Guardians. Guardians, one of the 3 best teams in the American League.
A little bit nasty.
They're leading the American League Central, winning just about twice as many games as they've lost. So this will be a tough 3-game series on the road. It starts, though. Here's the good news. The Nationals will throw Patrick Corbin in game 1 of the series tonight. So they got everything covered.
This is like your salad before the meal. You know what I mean? Like, you got to eat it. Everyone knows you got to do it. Okay, let's just eat the salad. Then the good stuff's coming.
We'll get you set for the game a little bit later on. But with the 7:10 start, we're taking you through our normal program through an hour from now at 6:30, which means a full, lengthy, juicy, delicious Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Not some abbreviated number. No.
That's right. At 6 o'clock, you guys will have to fill up the phones with your questions, sports and otherwise, and a little Ask Us Anything for a G&D's Tony's mailbag. All right, Danny, strength of the Commanders roster for you.
Safety. I like the safety spot. I like what they've done. I like replacing why am I blanking on his name? Longtime safety here. Cameron Curl. Goodness gracious. Cam Curl, maybe an upgrade with Jeremy Chin, a guy that's made a few more plays here over the years. I like Derek Forrest coming into his own. I like the guys that can rotate in terms of Quan Martin, who showed well second half of last year, maybe a little bit less nickel, maybe a little bit more at safety. Percy Butler, Jeremy Reeves, a guy that everybody seems to love. To me, I like that spot all of a sudden. I don't think it's the marquee spot anymore. It's not someone you're going to draft in the first round or be the Troy Polamalu, Ed Reed school of things. But I feel comfortable and I feel pretty good about the safety spot.
The best position on this roster in terms of build is unequivocally defensive tackle, where you've got Deron Payne and John Allen starting with Johnny Newton coming off the bench and another second-round pick waiting in the wings in Fidarian Mathis. Now, I'm not going to wait for fetch to happen with Phi Mathis, who they call Big Phil for some reason, who I've still never understood that. Someone needs to explain that. There's no L in his name. It's Fidarian. There's no L. There's no Phildarian. And he goes by Big Phil. So I don't really get that.
So you can't do Fid. So maybe it's
but Phil? There's no L.
Phil? Yeah, you're right.
Phil Connors? Ned Ryerson? Ryan, have you ever seen the movie Groundhog's Day? We're looking for Groundhog's Day.
I have not. It's probably pre-1999 or post, or actually pre-1999.
Actually, no, it just came out. It was 2022.
No chance.
Yeah.
No chance.
It's like Zac Efron. I can't remember all the girls' names. Like they're young actresses. What's her name in the movie?
Sweeney.
Is she in that?
Yes.
Before she broke out?
Small role.
Well, I can tell you that Sydney Sweeney ain't in it, because if Sydney Sweeney's in it, I'm watching it.
You got to check it out.
Groundhog Day.
Look for that scene. It's a very funny scene. D-tackle, Payne, Allen, Mathis, Newton. I think when John Ridgway's played, he's played well.
He's been good.
That guy's 5th on the depth chart right now at D-tackle. Like, fighting, scratching, clawing to make the team. There's another dude, Benning Patoe. I used to joan and say Benning Potato. But, he, a couple of times we've seen him preseason otherwise, has played pretty well. I think that's a position where they just seem to have guys like Abdullah Anderson, remember him? Where it's like, man, that guy could play for a lot of teams and he barely plays here. I think that is as good a room as they've had in a long, long time. So I'll give them full marks on that. I also think they are much improved at running back with the addition of Austin Eckler, going and getting Jeremy McNichols, whether he makes the team or not. They've got a couple college free agents, as you always do, that'll be at camp. But Brian Robinson, Chris Rodriguez, Austin Eckler, potentially Jeremy McNichols rolling 4 deep there. I don't want to invest a lot in the position. They didn't.
I want to do it like that.
Exactly. You don't need to do it with money with Eckler. 2 third-round picks recently in Gibson and Robinson's a little rich for my blood. But with B-Rob, a 3rd rounder, Rodriguez, a 6th rounder, McNichols just kind of claimed off the heap. That's kind of the right way to do it. That's a good position, I think. You got the pass catcher. You got the thunderous thumper. You got another guy in Rodriguez who's shown well when he's handled the football. I like where they're at.
Good group. I don't know if they have an elite player there, but I think your point's right.
No.
Yeah.
I think you know that. It's not that you don't know. I think you know that they don't have.
Let me
an elite
rephrase.
player.
There's no elite player there, but it's a good group. I like the depth of it.
Solid.
Yeah.
Rodriguez
yes.
is okay.
Yes.
Eckler might be really good at his role. That's plenty good enough.
With you.
So those are the 2 areas I like probably the most on this roster. Weaknesses.
I think wide receiver. I like McLaurin a lot. That's a good player.
So keep going. I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah, that's a good player. They need to do more. They have 5 or 6 number 4 or 5 receivers, and they're hoping that out of that group, more people emerge. I hope Luke McCaffrey's awesome. Usually third-round wide receivers are more Kelvin Harmon and more De'Ami Brown than they are Terry McLaurin. I'm hoping that he's awesome and he's kind of a Swiss Army knife and can do a whole bunch of things for them. I just don't see what they see at that spot.
So I understand that any chance you get to talk about how you wish they had more wide receivers, you're going to take and you're going to grab your megaphone.
Mm-hmm.
You can't possibly think that they are less talented at wide receiver or have less quality players than they do at cornerback. Like, there's no way you could think that.
Well, they just drafted somebody pretty high. And
Luke
St. Juice.
McCaffrey?
Yeah. No, Sam Still.
No, I'm joking, but same thing at wide receiver.
Well, a second-round pick and a middle third round, I think, is different. Sam Still's a corner, and I think St. Juice is fine. So, like, I think
There's
they're
two.
Yeah, I think they're okay there.
Okay,
I don't love
every
it.
Team runs 3 receivers on 75% of downs.
Sure. So
and
they're
most teams use 4 corners
Yeah.
in every game.
Their third best cornerback, I think, is an NFL player. or a starter
Emmanuel
somewhere in the
Forbes?
NFL, whether it's Davis or Forbes or somebody else. I would take that third best over the receiver third best at this
You
point.
take Emmanuel Forbes over.
I would say probably Davis is better. He'll probably play over him.
I mean, okay.
Maybe. I don't know.
How many people in town have ever could point him out in a game before they heard they
Oh,
signed him?
if he was sitting right here, I wouldn't
Yeah.
recognize him.
I don't think Michael Davis was anyone anybody was wanting. Like, does anyone know who he was with the Chargers? He's just a guy they signed that played with the Chargers, right? Nobody really knows anything about him. He might be okay, but you've got McLaurin, who's better than any corner they have.
Yes, McLaurin's good.
You've got Dotson, who has a chance to be better than any corner, who's played better in the league than any corner on the team has played in the league in his rookie year.
I don't know. I don't think he was better than St. Just has been.
I'll disagree. His rookie year?
Yeah, a handful of games he was good. He was hurt some, wasn't featured the first half of the year, had a hamstring.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
five
I'm a big
pretty
St.
good
Juice
games.
guy, but you're gonna have a hard time finding the film that says Benjamin St. Juice was awesome at any point.
Never said he was awesome. I think he was better than probably has done probably more deposits in the bank than Dotson.
That's tough for me. Maybe
I think it's a layup, but either way,
I think you hate on Jahan Dotson a lot. You're super down on him.
I don't think it's I wouldn't say it's hatred. I think it's I was really disappointed, really let down. I thought
As a rookie, he went for 500 yards. What's
Mhm.
the corner equivalent to that?
hard to say. I don't know. How would we evaluate that? I'm serious. I actually don't know the answer.
Benjamin St. Juice has intercepted 1 pass in 3 years. I'm not sure.
Mhm.
I mean, again, now I'm arguing against the guy I like, who's got some length and gets penalized a lot because he's physical. I think he's got a chance to be really, really good. But to me, if we go back to Danny Rouillet's assessment on Jahan Dotson at the end of his rookie year,
Yep,
you were raving about him.
Oh,
like
so
the rest
yeah,
of us
I
were.
thought he was going to lead the team in catches.
Benjamin St. Juice has never had that kind of season, is my point. Like, you went into last year saying Jahan Dotson was going to have 1,100 yards.
Yes.
The equivalent to that would be Benjamin St. Juice is going to be a Pro Bowl corner.
Mhm.
You've never thought that.
No, but Dotson wasn't that. He was the opposite of that. He was not a productive player, whereas St. Juice has a deposit in the bank of a season where he was, hey, this guy's pretty good. Not great. I'm not saying we're writing home.
That's what. But my argument right now is that Dotson's rookie year is better than any year St. Juice has had.
No, it wasn't. It was a nice stretch where we go, oh, look at this heading into the next year. This is exciting. He had a really good stretch at the end of his first year, which is unequivocal. That happened. And I go, how excited am I for year number 2? Because I believed in Bieniemy.
So where was the St. Juice stretch that you like so much?
Well, it's not. There's no one
He
stretch.
has had a better stretch than Dotson. Am I missing something?
Yes, he's had a better
Where
career
was
than
that?
Jahan Dotson. More deposits in the bank. I was more excited about the upside of Jahan Dotson after that wonderful stretch of his rookie year. I believed in Bieniemy and the passing offense and Sam Howell slinging it, and it was going to be great. Beautiful music was going to be made, and it wasn't at all. So that excitement matters zero to me at this point. What does matter is St. Juice has put more in the bank than Dotson has at this point. And that's kind of all I'm saying.
He's played in more games for sure.
Yeah.
You like the corner room more than the receiver room.
I do. Not by much.
That's incredible. I mean, they got a top 15-ish wide receiver. Their best corner, where do you rank? 30th?
Maybe.
I don't know. That's hard for me.
Yeah, I couldn't name 30. Excuse me. I don't know why I turned my mic off. I couldn't name, and then I turned it off. I couldn't probably name the top 37 corners at the top of my head here at this point, but yeah, I think St. Juice is solid. So McLaurin's better than anybody in the cornerback room. I don't think that's a debate, and that's not what I'm saying. I'll take that group of corners over their group of receivers.
Ooh. I mean, you've got veterans who have played well in the league at times, including last year in the case of Zacchaeus and Crowder in that room. You don't have that depth with corner. I mean, unless we're counting like Noah Igbenogany as having played well in the league at some point. I don't know. I don't see it. I'll go corner, obviously, if you're listening to the back and forth here.
Do you think it's corner for you?
It is for me, certainly. Another area for you? What would you go?
This in terms of weakness?
Yeah.
Tackle. I mean, it may be too cheap not to say offensive line in general, because I actually like signing a Biotish. Unknown for me about Allegretti, to be honest with you, and I think Sam Cosmi's good. I am just not a believer in Wiley, and I'm kind of stunned they didn't do anything else to tackle, to be honest with you, in terms of Lucas.
It's a good one. I won't follow you just because you already said it. I'll find something else. What about defensive end? Lawrence Armstrong's pretty good. He'll have like 9 sacks, maybe. Otherwise, Dante Fowler, Cleveland Farrell.
It's kind of this
KJ Henry.
Like wacky wall walkers forming one big wacky wall walker and as a defensive end almost. You know what I mean? Like we're going to try 4 different things at the wall.
I don't even know what that means, but I kind of get it.
Yeah. Like it was a toy from the 80s. It was a huge deal. Like you just threw it at the wall and they kind of would slowly slime down the wall. And like that was the whole point of the toy. It's like you put 3 or 4 of them together and you get one defensive end. Like you're just going to keep throwing them at the wall. Whoever's hot, whoever's rushing the passer well that day, from F.A. Obata to Andre Jones to KJ Henry is going to play.
But that's where the Johnny Newton thing is going to become really important, in my opinion, because Johnny Newton makes you 3 deep at tackle, gives you a chance to have an excellent interior pass rush. And if that's the case, it can make up for what I think is going to be extremely pedestrian, probably a little bit below average, not even a little bit, maybe below average exterior pass rush coming off the edges. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We do have a Tony's mailbag coming your way at 6 o'clock. The schedule for the NBA Finals is just wacky. I mean, who is in charge of this? Let's get into that next. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. The NBA Finals schedule released late last night. Mavericks, Celtics. You got to wait a full week for game one. Let's just start with that. So the conference finals end, and then 7 days passes. I do believe in momentum. I believe in routine, right? So in these playoffs, you're trying to attract extra eyeballs. You're trying to get people that don't always enjoy or watch your product religiously to get in on the flow and start to buy in on the brand and the product a little bit and to be a consumer. You're going to have your diehard NBA fans no matter what day the game is.
Sure.
And no matter when it's played in terms of time, day of the week, whatever. I get that you're putting the game in the best possible situation for the most butts at home on couches based on day of the week and all the studying that you've done. But there is something to be said, Danny, for the casual who has gotten in on basketball pretty heavily this week because it's game after game. I got an East game tonight. I got a West game tomorrow. I got an East game tonight. I got a West game tomorrow. And if you just keep that momentum going, even with a day off or two into the NBA Finals, you can capture a little bit of the energy and the momentum, which I'm a believer in. The full week off, you fall out of the habit. Read any book about, habitual activity, or it takes a couple of weeks. You do something 3 weeks in a row. It's a habit. Now it's easier to keep doing. This is all based on the brain and stuff. You go a week without doing something. Somebody who's a super casual now has to find a way to get back in.
Like imagine during the women's NCAA tournament run where Caitlin Clark could capture the attention of America. Where one round it's 10 million people, the next round it's 16, the next round it's like 20 something, whatever it was. Imagine if between the semifinal game and the championship game they waited a week. Now the number still would have been big, but your point about momentum is a very real thing, right? Where it's every day there's a buzz because of what happened the night before, and then that night before leads to the next conversation about the next game. And it's a rhythm thing. I understand very well that you have to cater to the idea that maybe somebody takes 7 games, maybe someone takes 6, or maybe it's a sweep, whatever. Let's build in an extra day or two for travel, and let's get all our sets set up and try to make this a big pageant. I totally understand that. A week is outrageous. I don't have a better way to say it than that. I get 2 days. Hell, 3 is not crazy to me. Let's start it Tuesday of next week. The idea that it's going to be a full week is insane.
Almost as ridiculous. Not to the same extent, but almost as ridiculous. There are 2 days off between almost every single game in this series. Even when the series is staying in one city. The 2 days is normally reserved for travel. So you play, just as an example, best of 7 in this format, 2-2-1-1-1, right? So 2 in Boston, 2 in Dallas, Boston, Dallas, Boston. Generally, in every other sport, game 1, following day, game 2, travel day, game 3, game 4 in consecutive days. You've had 4 games potentially in 5 days, right? Not in basketball. Think about this. They're in Boston on Thursday night for game 1. No game on Friday, no game on Saturday. The teams are there. The media is there. Everyone's just sitting around. You're going 72 hours until your Sunday game 2 in the same city. Again, they're doing this for television.
Yes.
They think Sunday night is a better night than Friday or Saturday night. Cool, I guess. It's a gigantic waste of time. It drags this thing out so long. It is such a momentum killer. It does yuck my yum some, dude. It ruins my enjoyment of this product a little bit.
It obviously is catered to television. I get that.
And real quick, let me just say, so it's Friday, Saturday, no games, then Sunday. Then Monday, Tuesday, no games, travel, game Wednesday. Then Thursday, Friday, no games. There's one time in the series where there's 1 day off between 2 games, between games. Everything else is 2 days off between every game. That's crazy.
So I know they don't want to play back-to-back, right? That's something guys complain about. They hate having to do that. It's the finals. You shouldn't play one day, then play the next day. There should be an off day. We can't have a better setup than Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday. Again, disagree. They should start Tuesday, then play Thursday. Then you can take that extra day and play Sunday.
It should
right,
always
like with
be
a little bit
every
of travel. You know,
it should always be every other. And if you want to build in a second day specifically for travel, Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's necessary. Every other
Yeah.
just pull it off. Other sports do it all the time.
But they want to. This is their only time where the NFL's not beating them.
Yeah, and they're technically, I guess, number 2 if you don't count college football, right? If
Among pro sports, yeah.
Football is its own entity, and then the other pro sports. Grant and Danny on the Fan. It's Friday, 6 o'clock looms. That means it's time for Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Your chance to ask us whatever you'd like. You guys know the drill. Occasionally, we get complaints. You don't talk enough about this. You didn't bring up the thing I wanted to hear about this week on the show. Now's your chance. Ask us whatever you'd like. Sports, non-sports, 800-636-1067. Our little Ask Us Anything. It's the G&D's T's Mailbag. Stretch run of Grant and Danny, exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kondorian Murad. They provide legal services and estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention that we referred you so you can score yourself a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We're taking you up to 6:30. We'll get you a preview of Nats Guardians. But a full show with a full 6 o'clock segment means a real-life opportunity to give you a juicy Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
First question, Danny, comes via the 1067 The Fan YouTube chat, where you can watch us, stream us in high definition every day. I don't know the name of this person. We'll call him Sly. Sly says, you become masters of the world. What is the first small thing you change in your first day of power? For example, I would give jail time to rubberneckers at accidents on the road. Danny, you're in charge of the whole planet. What's the first thing you change?
Wow. There are a lot of things that I'm going to start cleaning up around these parts. To me, I'll go off that traffic thing. First thing jumped into my mind. When you're ambushed at the end and you didn't know that you had to merge over because there's a construction thing or something there. Hey, man, I'll let you over, no problem. When everybody's clearly waiting in that line, you are not special. You don't get to zip around and do the dart in because somebody left a 1/4 millimeter, and then you play chicken with people to dare them to hit your car. Jail. You got to spend the night. It's not as bad as some other stuff, but you got to instantly. There's a vaporized ray that takes your car away, puts it in an impound lot, and you just are in jail. I would do that for a night. I would do that.
First thing I would do if I ran anything would be to get rid of camera tickets.
That's a great one.
They're gone.
Great one.
Red light ticket, if you want to keep that, that's fine. I'm talking about moving, traffic violations, speed violations when you're not doing anything unsafe. I'm talking about all over this city where you're constantly getting ticketed $50, $100, $150 because I'm driving 53 in a phone or whatever with traffic and nobody's at risk, right? We're just moving along at a nice clip here and I get a camera ticket. If you want to have a police officer out there stationed, working and grinding, because they work very hard, who wants to pull me over, who decides with their human brain that what I'm doing is worth their time to stop me and pull me over and to give me that ticket, and that us parking on the side of the road with them walking up along the cars that are zipping by, that is worthwhile, and that me driving at that rate was more dangerous than now us on the side of the road doing this ticket thing. If they want to make that decision, I will defer to the police officer. They're a professional. They have been at this for a while. No problem. But when the robot just says, you're going 9 over, I don't like that very much. And for that reason, we are getting rid of speeding tickets.
That's a great one.
Gone. Done. Next thing, I got 2.
Oh, go, yeah.
I got a lot, but I'll just give you 2. Second thing, I thought about this a lot. We are getting rid of all of the questions that you have to answer before you can pump gas. Tired of questions. Slide in my card. I don't want to answer a question about a car wash. I don't want to join your points program. I don't want to give you my phone number. Nothing. I want my card to go in, and I want to be pumping within seconds. Now, right now, this is not that big of a deal. But in the winter, when I'm freezing my butt off trying to get gas, it's the worst. To be out of your car, you're like, oh my God, it's so cold. You're trying to get gas. 6 questions later, it's 50 extra seconds. Just let me pump my gas.
Ooh.
Enough with all the questions. Leave me alone. Let me get my gas. I'm giving you the money. Give me the
Let
product.
me just give you the money.
Those are my things.
Good ones. I like those.
Darius, are you ready? Let's roll.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Dan is in Fairfax. What's up, Dan?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, buddy.
Good. Hey, Grant, I just want to ask you, when you were at Nats Park recently, how did you enjoy the Veggie Burger?
I've never had a veggie burger at Nats Park.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I was just wondering because you were really highlighting it before a couple, I would probably say a month ago. Sounded delicious. I was just hoping you would try it, but that's all I got. Thank you.
Wait, is that about a vegan burger or something?
Yeah, is that what it is?
I don't get this bit.
So there was, I believe, before the season started, we were doing one of those segments where we were kind of going over the new menu items.
Okay.
At Nationals Park, and this guy remembered that you were just casually reading through, and you said vegan instead of vegan.
Oh, I do remember that.
Oh my
That's a
God.
very funny recall.
I forgot.
That was a great callback.
I'm like, what is he talking about?
No, I didn't get
No, I do remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said veggin. That's sure. That was very embarrassing. Yes. I'll learn how to read one day. It's not this day.
Today's not the
Yes,
day.
I have not had the veggin burger yet. I'm glad you remember that, Darius, because that was a good zing, and he would have gotten no play. I just didn't know what he was talking about. You don't remember that?
I don't, but it sounds familiar. I
You
mean,
were the one that kind of called me on it.
Yeah, Danny
correctly.
definitely called
you
you
did the
on it,
right
yeah.
thing, by the way.
Okay.
You're like, say that again. And I was like, the vegan burger. You're like, yeah, you just said veggin.
Yeah, you definitely said veggin. Yeah, man, we're getting the veggin.
Tyler's got one here on X.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
You can call us with the phones in a moment, 800-636-1067. It's the Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. Tyler wants to know, fellas, you only get to wear one sports jersey for the rest of your life. What is it and who is on the back? Great question.
That's not like an everyday thing. It's like the one whenever you wear a sports jersey, it's the one guy.
I think it's the one in your closet that's part of the rotation.
Huh. That's a great question. Is it? I'm running through Rolodex in my mind right now. I'm thinking, is it my Ovechkin? I got my John Carlson jersey on at this moment. You know what would probably be? You know what would probably be for me? Ryan Zimmerman. My blue Ryan Zimmerman Nationals jersey.
You love Zim.
I do.
Yeah.
There's a million reasons why. A, I think he's a great dude, but B, this was we're no longer Montreal's team that we're borrowing. This is a DC thing. This is our city, our team, our franchise. It's going to work here, and he's the first step. That it mattered a lot to me.
I don't wear football jerseys. I don't wear basketball jerseys. I have worn baseball jerseys, and I'll wear them again. Cap sweaters is what I major in, so that's going to be the answer. The question is who's on the back, and that gets difficult.
That's our view.
Because I'm a hipster when it comes to jerseys.
Jersey hipster, yes.
If you go with one jersey forever, being a hipster is difficult because is it going to be somebody that everybody knows? Is it going to, how do you thread that needle? I guess if I'm going to go with one jersey for the rest of time, I'll go with a Jay Beagle 83. Fourth liner, part of the Cup championship team. My guy, number 83, Jay Beagle. That would be the one I would rock until the end of time. Darius, warm up those pipes.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Thank you, Darius. That sounded good. Brendan's in La Plata. Hello, Brendan.
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. So my question is, Danny, in honor of House of the Dragon coming back, are you team green or are you team black?
Team black, and it's not close for me. The core of this thing is it's Queen Rhaenyra's throne. A mistake has placed Alicent Hightower and her son as the unrightful heir. This is a mistake. It's a misunderstanding. That's at the core of this whole thing.
If I like Rhaenyra, but I hate her uncle, the long-haired weird guy.
What are you going to do about that?
Now what do I do?
That's your
because
choice.
I want. Would it be the green team?
You'd be on the Greens.
Yeah, I want the Greens to win because of the stupid uncle with the long hair is really ugly.
So now you're on team Otto Hightower.
Not necessarily.
You're on team Hightower.
I don't want to be because I like Rhaenyra best. So I'm probably on her team, but that means the uncle wins. So now where do I go? It's very difficult.
That's a hard choice for you.
Darius?
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Half Post wants to know, do you eat pizza crust? Just chunks of unflavored bread. Do you eat that?
That's so adorable.
What am I, 4? Yeah, I eat
Yes.
the bones of the pizza, man. I'll do you one better. If my kids don't eat the bones of their pizza, it is the only thing that I will consider eating that they have eaten. I can't do my kids ate something, so I'll eat it too. So in that case, I wouldn't eat the part they've bit, even though it's my kids, which everyone thinks weird. But I'll go from the other side with like the part, that is like the farthest top of the pizza, and I'll eat to the point where they bit. Pizza crust can't be left in the box. Pizza crust is amazing. It's bread. It's delicious. You're saying it has no flavor. I don't know what you're referencing. Yeah, you eat the pizza
Sorry,
crust.
what happened to your taste buds, sir?
What, do you
Did
cut
they
off
break?
the crust of your peanut butter and jelly as well,
Oh,
sir?
come on.
Have you ever had anyone cut off the crusts of your peanut butter and jelly, thinking that you wanted them to?
Yes. So as a kid, I saw someone else with it. One time I tried it. I said, the crust stays on. The crust belongs on.
I think it's the best part. Like when I'm eating a cold sub, my favorite part is that last bite with all that mayonnaise and the bread at the bottom. Like to me, I'll get through the meat and the cheese, but eventually it's that bread and that mayonnaise. I'm not even a big mayonnaise guy. But that last bite of that roast beef provolone sub,
that last
that's
bite,
where it's at. Garris knows.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Voice of an angel, Danny. It's a beautiful
it
voice.
really is nice. And he sings it perfectly every time.
Well, he literally practices.
I know.
He said he joined the choir at church just to get ready for this. Let's go to Jeff in Woodbridge. Hey, Jeff.
Gentlemen, always a pleasure. As I was enjoying Grand Tony's mailbag, I was thinking how, there was the wheel, sliced bread. You were thinking of sandwiches. I was thinking about the invention of sliced bread that gave us the sandwich and the sub. And then third would be Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Level of invention, yeah, right up there.
Right up there. Braun still on the stand. So my question, or I guess I would have you guys comment. Earlier this week, Major League Baseball added what statistics they were able to acquire from the Negro League, and Josh Gibson's now the all-time batting average champion at 372, ahead of Ty Cobb at 367. And in 1943, he batted 466. Just wanted to have you guys, I'm sure you saw that this week, and just wanted you to comment on that.
Yeah, that's a good question. So for me, we were actually talking about this off air the other day and just kind of kicking around, we thought about it. I'm all in favor of making sure that these incredible players who didn't play Major League Baseball by no fault of their own are properly recognized. If that means that they need to be folded into Major League Baseball record books, that's fine by me. What I want is for my kids and their kids to know who Josh Gibson was. I want them to know who Cool Papa Bell was, right? And I think that's, been made easier. And the recognition then comes when there's that seal of legitimization that Major League Baseball comes in and does. Doesn't mean the numbers they put up weren't legitimate. They were. That league was incredible. But by Major League Baseball almost doing it, I think that's like a nice way of saying this wasn't other. This was every bit as good, if not better.
Yeah. So a couple of things. Number one, I echo your sentiments that they should be celebrated. The exploits of these players, Satchel Paige, one of the greatest to ever live, right? We talk about Josh Gibson or Oscar Charleston, Pop Lloyd. You go through the annals of some of the great players in the history of the league. The fact that their stories haven't been told to the extent that they should, the fact that we don't know some of these names and the numbers like we do the major leaguers is a travesty. It's a sports, frankly, a societal tragedy. It's awful. That said, I am conflicted because it wasn't Major League Baseball. So what I think we should do is say that the professional baseball record or something like that, right? Where you're combining leagues now. Because when you say so-and-so had the highest batting average in the history of Major League Baseball, but they didn't play in Major League Baseball. Now, that's not Josh Gibson's fault. In fact, it's the fault of a society that was doing it wrong and people that were thinking wrong and who are the bad guy in this story. But at the same time, when you go, well, now the person who was in Major League Baseball who had the most of whatever is second, and someone who wasn't in the league is first, that is strange because they weren't playing in the same league. I don't know why we can't say the professional all-time leader in was, and just like context, maybe we can have conversations.
Mm-hmm.
This guy played in this league. Here's why it was ridiculous. And he should have been a big leaguer and he was every bit as talented. So I think you can have your cake and eat it too, but Do I have an issue with it? No, absolutely not. As you said, we're having a conversation this week about Josh Gibson that we probably wouldn't be having otherwise, and that's maybe the whole point.
And that's good.
These players were unbelievable. One of my favorite guys to talk to, we've had him on the show a couple times, is Bob Kendrick is his name, who runs the museum in Kansas City.
It's in Kansas City, right? Yeah.
And he comes on with us normally on Jackie Robinson Day most years, and I've talked to him on Sirius XM many, many times. One of the greatest storytellers ever, one of the best guys ever. And to hear him talk with the passion he does about these players and educate you on their backgrounds and what they overcame, there should be more people like him that are able to do that, and maybe this leads to that. But the one caveat I'd say is when we go the all-time leaders in Major League Baseball, it was not specifically Major League Baseball. So that is kind of quirky, clearly. Let's go to Ernest in West Virginia on Grant and Danny. Darius, go ahead, bud.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
As usual. Hey, I had a question for both Grant and Danny. And Danny, if you had a choice, both of y'all, if you had a choice and you knew you could not fail at all, and you could be successful in it, Danny, would you have a choice of being a stand-up comic? Because you're really funny when you do impersonation.
Oh, well, thank you.
And or would you do your radio program that you're doing? And then for Grant, would you be calling either baseball games or football games live, or doing what you're doing right now? Which would be your choice?
This guy knows this show.
Yeah, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
Good.
Assuming that I could make enough money to make everything work at home with my family, it's been real.
I've enjoyed it.
It's been
You've
good.
been great.
Yeah, I'm gonna go call games. Now, my ultimate goal is to get to do that and still do the show. Mike Tirico is one of my heroes. Did a daily show every day on ESPN Radio while he was calling all kinds of games. And there's no reason with technology now that you can't do both. And that would kind of be the goal. But yeah, if we're talking about getting an opportunity to call games all the time, that's something I really want to do. That's the dream. Having said that, I don't take this gig lightly. It's an honor to be on the air. I mean, we grew up DC sports fans.
Mm-hmm.
I watch the Nats every night. With or without this job, I'm watching every sports team in DC all the time. So to get to come in here and pretend to work for the day, I always quote Ernie Johnson from TNT and Turner Sports, who says he's got a get-to job, not a have-to job. This is a get-to job. So if I'm doing this in 20 years, good.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're asking me in this fun little hypothetical, tomorrow I can pick a couple teams and be their voice and travel around the country doing that. I'll catch up with Danny on weekends.
That's right. We'll text.
Yeah, I'll see you at a restaurant, a great American restaurant every now and then.
I'm doing the show no matter what. I'm kidding. I would be a stand-up comic.
That would have been tough.
You imagine if I was like, yeah, I can't leave the show ever. No matter what we do. It's you and I. Forever, brother.
Dude, what if you were like,
we're linked?
I can't believe you said that, man.
The betrayal.
I gave up my goals for you. I could have been a star. I could have been a stand-up comedian.
Selling out theaters, doing like, you're talking about successful. I'm in movies
but
now.
That's the other thing. You said, so like I'm getting to do some Westwood One Monday Night Football. I'm getting to do like College World Series on the network. Come on, man.
On the radio show, they're like, tune in at 5 on Grant and Danny. Wouldn't be Grant and Danny, but at Grant and Danny when Danny Rouillet comes to town at Capital One Arena. Get your tickets now at... Those are tickets for me. I'm doing that. I'll take tens of thousands of people giving a damn about old Randy Douye and what he's got to say every time, and thank you. It's been real.
The Netflix special?
Yeah, come on, dude.
Steamed
Which
up
one?
for
I
that.
got multiple because I'm successful in this scenario.
That's a good point. Darius, what do you got?
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
The Snyder's Yacht Tracker wants a GP Letterman story from my childhood. And he says, did you ever use any of your Letterman experiences to impress women? You'll be surprised to know that when you're growing up as a young girl, somewhere between the ages of 10 and 20, you don't really care much about David Letterman or the David Letterman show. So that didn't play very well in the halls of the King George schools that I attended. Having said that, I'll give you a quick little Letterman story. Okay, the one I'm going to go with is First time I ever went on the Letterman show, I assumed I would never get to go back. And so my entire family went up with me. It's in Manhattan. I think it's like 53rd. It's near like it's the Ed Sullivan Theater, but it's near
not far from Times Square,
essentially. So they put me up in a room at the Le Parker Meridian was the hotel, I think on 57th. We got a second room for like my family. I had siblings and parents. They all come up. Parents in one room, siblings all piling into the other, right? So when we go over to the Ed Sullivan Theater for my segment that night, it was going to be me and Kristen Davis from Sex and the City.
Yes.
She was like the big star. I think she played a woman named Charlotte, if I remember.
That is correct.
On Sex and the City, the brunette. But we are told, hey, get settled in, enjoy the hotel. We're going to send a car over to get you around 3:30. Tapings at 5 o'clock. We'll get you settled in your room. So you get there, and then you go up to your dressing room, and they do sandwiches and this big spread of fruits and vegetables and all kinds of stuff. And you hang out in the dressing room. They come get you for your segment and bring you down. You watch the taping. You tape the show every day at like 5:30. Tape it as if it's live. Basically, it takes the exact same amount of time as when it is live because there's no edits or whatever. So my brother, two of them, my sister, myself, my parents, all get picked up in this big stretch limousine by the Letterman show over at the hotel to bring us over to the green room. They take us to this back door, Danny, at the Ed Sullivan Theater. I don't know this, but here's what happens. Every night, that's where the guests get dropped off to go in from their cars, from their... Well, if you're a person in New York, you know this. You're going to the show, you know this. So if it's a star that night, an A-lister or something, you go, you get pictures, you get autographs. So we're pulling up in this limo at this back door at the Ed Sullivan Theater on the night where Kristen Davis, who's hot and Sex in the City, is like the biggest show in the country. And as we're pulling up, there are like 100 people. I mean, there's a ton of people.
Yeah, gaggle of people
with cameras and magazines, and they're gated off on either side. There's like these metal gates up, and they're like 3, 4, 5 rows deep on either side of the gate. And our car pulls up like right in the middle so we can walk in on this path, and the gates are kind of keeping everyone off the path. My brother Ryan, who
yes,
most people listening don't, but he is my oldest brother. He is the first one out of the car, just so happens. And as he steps out of the car and puts his foot on the ground, the devastation and disappointment in everyone's face as they realize this is not Kristen Davis.
No, it is not.
Is just a comical reaction I'll never forget. And we all kind of pile out of the car. This is the Paulsons from King George County. There's a little bit of like the Clampetts go to the big city thing going on. We're like, what's going on here? So we're like getting
Look at
out
the
of
size of these buildings.
We get out of the car, but slowly there's just this gasp of like, oh.
Yeah.
And also this, who is this? Like, who are these people? Why are they here? Why are they getting dropped off?
Are they testing the limo? What is this?
Like, who is this? And they all just kind of put their magazines and their cameras down and either stand there waiting for her or walk away as we now calmly walk into the building.
He walked away.
And I'll just never forget that. So funny to me. So there you go. There's a story from one of the Letterman trips. You got one more in you?
Yeah, let's do a couple more.
All right,
Quick
Darius,
ones.
go ahead.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
From Mike, if your boss forced you to make the show a trio, which member of the 106.7 The Fan family would you choose to add to the show? I thought this question was too good.
That's pretty good. First reaction to me, I would say Cakes. Johnny Cakes Allville.
So here's my thought. I was of two minds. Cakes was my first thought too, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Is it do we want to make the best show or make it the most fun?
Okay.
Like in how much of a push and pull right there? I think Cakes is the answer. Cakes is the ultimate roll with it guy. You know what I mean? Like whatever the bid is, Cakes will settle in, fire the sound machine, be part of it, zing from the crowd. Like he can drive for a couple hours, or he could sit there and not say anything for a couple hours.
I might go Bishbox. Bishbox is going to throw the ball around on baseball with your boys.
That was my other thought. Is just an afternoon drive baseball show with Bishbox, just to concentrate all the baseball onto one show.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
All right, so we thought this question was awesome from our pal Kristen. Sports commissioners have decided to get rid of all stats and metrics, but you and GP can save one player stat per league. Example, save, whip in Major League Baseball, QBR in NFL. Which stat are you saving in each league?
So I picked just quarterback play because there's so many stats for different positions in football. And the stat that I like the most, super nerdy for quarterback, is CPOE, which is completion percentage over expected. So you take, the expect, like on any given throw based on the chip NGS, next gen stats data, you find out what should be completed. And then if you're good, it's above that. If you're bad, it's below that. And I think it's a really good metric for determining accuracy and stuff the quarterback should control when he throws the football. Doesn't tell the whole story, but I really like CPOE. From a baseball standpoint, I guess I'd go WAR. That's a catch me all.
Yeah, I couldn't think of something better than that.
Hitting, I'm going OPS. And then pitching, I'm going WHIP. Now, how many base runners get on against you? Hitting, I'll go OPS.
So football, net yards per attempt. When you drop back, what happens? I want to know how good are offenses, how good are defenses, net yards per pass attempt. That's the thing that I care about the most. For hockey, it's Corsi. It's not perfect, but it's basically who's shooting. Are you shooting more than the other team? There's a great chance that, over 82 games, you're going to win more than you lose. Baseball, you stole mine. Not stole it. It was obvious. I can't think of one good one for everybody because pitchers' stats and hitter stats are so different. So I picked WAR. And what am I missing? For basketball, win shares. Similar to WAR. It's kind of cheating.
The only thing, exactly, WAR and win shares, I think, we both answered it, but it is a cop-out, right? Because it's like that's the overall value metric. But you'd have to divide it up by position or offense versus defense otherwise. But I think that's a good answer. Great question. Thank you. And all the questions were a lot of
really
fun.
Good.
That was a good round of the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. That's why we do this thing every Friday at 6:00. Let's get you ready for Nats baseball tonight. The starting lineups in the pitching matchup for this game presented by Window Man. The Window Man since 1989 has been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
You have the lineup in front of you. I'm still looking for it. I had it a second ago. There it is. Nope, it's from last night. I'm ruining everything.
Who's here?
I'm ruining it.
In fairness to you, Danny.
Yep.
We don't do this every single day. We
that's something that's always happens all the time.
On you. Leading off, batting first and playing shortstop, C. J. Abrams, batting second, right fielder, red hot, 4 steals in his last 2 games, Lane Thomas. Hitting third and DHing, left-handed stick, Jesse Winker. Batting fourth, the second baseman, Luis Garcia. The catcher is hitting fifth, K-Barrett Ruiz.
Batting sixth, Eddie Rosario in left field. Batting seventh, Nick Senzel at third base. Batting eighth, Joey Gallo at first. And our guy, Jacob Young in center field behind Patrick Corbin.
That's Abrams, Thomas, and Winker 1 through 3. Garcia, Ruiz, and Rosario 4 to 6. Senzel, Gallo, and Young 7 through 9. Behind the always stellar Patrick Corbin, who will be looking to lower his earn run average below 6.12. A little bit higher than expected. We were banking on something closer to 5.9 or 6.0, but here we are, 6.12. Patrick Corbin.
Let's get sub 6 tonight, huh? What do you say, gang?
Let's do this.
Let's do it.
For Darius, Ryan, and Danny, Grant saying so long. Have an excellent weekend. Thank you all for listening. Means a lot. We appreciate you. And we'll be back at it at 2:00 on Monday.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.